Welcome to the cultivation universe where everything abnormal is normal. And today's main character, Bai Xiaochun, is living proof. A young man who fears death more than the sky falling. A genius whose main talent is causing trouble. And also the only person who can make the entire sect want to beat him, protect him, and avoid him as much as possible. A will eternal, a cultivation story full of laughter. But beneath it is the emotional journey of a seemingly useless person who carries within him a will that can shake heaven and earth. If you want a story that's addictive from the first listen, humorous, touching, and extremely captivating, then this is the perfect choice. Now let's embark on a journey where just one thought is enough to shake eternity. A bloodthirsty aura emanated from Bai Xiaochun. He understood that if he didn't achieve a quick victory, he would be in danger. Raising the eternal night umbrella in his left hand, 4 dazzling golden clouds appeared on it. Bai Xiaochun then unfolded the umbrella, transforming it into a large canopy. Blocking the mouth behind him, he charged straight towards the Chen family patriarch. "Go to hell!" Bai Xiaochun roared, raising his right hand to unleash the throat-shattering lock. Suddenly, a powerful suction force appeared in his hand. At that moment, the Chen family patriarch's expression changed. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. Bai Xiaochun's physical body was too strong, his speed too fast. In an instant, his throat-shattering lock reached the patriarch's neck. Seeing his imminent demise, the patriarch was terrified, his eyes filled with disbelief. But at that moment, the heavens and earth changed. "Get out!" The figure was still far away, but the voice pierced through the void, directly entering Bai Xiaochun's head and exploding. Bai Xiaochun spat out fresh blood, involuntarily retreating a few steps. The patriarch of the Chen family was overjoyed, seizing the opportunity to dodge the attack. Just as the patriarch of the Bai family was about to escape, Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned bloodshot. Unable to grab the patriarch's neck with his right hand, he seized the opponent's arm and tore it off with force. A cracking sound followed, and then a tragic scream. The patriarch of the Chen family's right arm was torn off by Bai Xiaochun. Spitting out fresh blood, the patriarch of the Chen family's face turned pale. He retreated quickly. Suddenly, a figure seemed to emerge from the void in the heavens and earth, his figure moving towards Bai Xiaochun. It was an old man, a heavenly human cultivator, the ancestor of the Chen family. Bai Xiaochun gasped for breath, his body recoiling, but his heart was filled with resentment. How utterly inhumane was the blood infant banner crafted by the Chen family patriarch? Bai Xiaochun trembled, his killing intent burning fiercely, yet he still retreated. Suddenly, he potted his storage bag and pulled out a 14 times spirit-refined great bow. He drew the bowstring, producing a buzzing sound, as if black holes had appeared around Bai Xiaochun, his aura enveloping everything. Even an arrow, also 14 times spirit refined, rested on the bowstring. The bow was aimed at the Chen family patriarch, and suddenly he released it. The arrow transformed into a black dragon, shooting straight at the Chen family patriarch. After firing that arrow, Bai Xiaochun didn't look back, leaving swiftly. The Chen family patriarch's face turned pale. Seeing the imminent danger, he suddenly heard a cold snort. The person who had arrived was the Chen family's heavenly human ancestor. His figure blurred, and he raised his right hand to grasp the arrowhead. Boom! The arrow shattered. The face of the Chen family's heavenly human ancestor was extremely grim. If he hadn't saved the Chen family patriarch just now, he would have been certain to capture Bai Xiaochun the moment he appeared. Just by staying a little longer and delaying, he saw Bai Xiaochun fleeing. His eyes blazed with intense killing intent, but he also felt apprehensive. After all, Bai Hao had used some unknown method to severely injure the Bai family's ancestor, almost to the point of death. He didn't follow the Bai family's ancestor's footsteps. His eyes flickered, and he suddenly pursued him. As he chanted a spell, a group of black-armored figures appeared behind him, each radiating the aura of a great perfection nascent soul cultivator, flying straight towards Bai Xiaochun. A loud explosion resounded as the Chen family's heavenly human ancestor and several black-armored ghost spirits, all at the great perfection nascent soul stage, were in pursuit. If it weren't for his apprehension about Bai Xiaochun still possessing the means to threaten heavenly humans, the Chen family's ancestor would have definitely approached and captured Bai Xiaochun. He didn't dare take the risk. The tragic image of the Bai family's patriarch flashed before his eyes. He knew very well that if the Bai family patriarch reacted even slightly slower, he might not be able to return to Bai family city. Such a good opportunity, he and the Tai family patriarch must seize it. Even if they couldn't destroy the Bai family, they could at least make sure the Bai family patriarch received a substantial share of the benefits. Thinking of this, he dared not gamble any further. A cold glint appeared in his eyes. He chanted a spell, and the black-armored ghostly figures around him increased their speed, closing in on Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun trembled at the sight of the approaching black-armored ghosts. He was extremely nervous, and even the giant ghost king he was carrying changed color, sensing something was wrong. "I told you to go back to the demon prison, but you didn't listen," the giant ghost king said anxiously. "Shut up," Bai Xiaochun shouted without hesitation, ignoring the giant ghost king. He dodged several divine abilities behind him and accelerated, flying into a small alley. Upon entering, Bai Xiaochun's gaze swept around. Without hesitation, he shattered a wall and appeared in a courtyard. This was a large mansion. As soon as Bai Xiaochun stepped inside, he heard a loud scream. Many servants looked at Bai Xiaochun in fear and immediately retreated. Bai Xiaochun strode forward, appearing at the courtyard's lake. He struck the surface of the lake with a palm, causing a loud explosion, and a formation's aura enveloped the area. At the same time, several black-armored ghostly figures, radiating killing intent and unleashing their divine abilities, attacked. The entire lake collapsed, and Bai Xiaochun's figure was invisible amidst the countless water droplets. Simultaneously, a teleportation aura appeared within a radius of 3,000 feet near the lake, and Bai Xiaochun and the giant ghost king appeared there. Damn it, why isn't there a 100,000-mile teleportation? Bai Xiaochun was impatient. He wanted to continue teleporting when he heard a loud shout. A celestial being from the Chen family had arrived. He had previously seen Bai Xiaochun use the teleportation array to escape, avoiding his and the ghostly figure's pursuit. The Chen family's ancestor looked at the teleportation arrays in horror, feeling uneasy. At this moment, he couldn't worry about anything else. With a murderous glint in his eyes, he raised his right hand and struck the spot where Bai Xiaochun had been standing. A palm print struck directly at Bai Xiaochun. This was a celestial being's attack, its immense power capable of crushing everything in its path. Bai Xiaochun screamed and struck the ground. The teleportation array lit up, and the palm print descended, turning the spot where Bai Xiaochun had been standing into dust. But his figure and the giant ghost king had vanished. What kind of formation is this? The Chen family ancestor's face darkened. As a celestial being himself, his previous attack could have sealed the void, rendering the teleportation ineffective. Bai Xiaochun, however, could teleport without being affected by the seal. "You can't escape." The Chen family patriarch was furious. He raised his right hand and a phantom image appeared in the air, encompassing the entire giant ghost city. In that image, a teleportation aura appeared in a certain area of the giant demon city. The Chen family's ancestors snorted coldly and immediately stepped into the image. At the same time, the teleportation point in the image was a bustling shopping street. Now that the giant demon city was in chaos, this place was quite deserted. When the teleportation appeared, Bai Xiaochun and the other person appeared in a shop. "You, how many teleportation arrays do you have?" Seeing himself teleported again, the giant demon king asked in surprise, looking at Bai Xiaochun in disbelief. He was shocked and bewildered, truly unable to understand why the giant demon city had so many teleportation arrays he didn't know about. "I have many teleportation arrays," Bai Xiaochun replied, his heart heavy. He knew there were many teleportation arrays, so he didn't know where the 100,000-mile teleportation array was located. He could only rely on luck, but he hadn't yet found it. Boom! The teleportation array opened, enveloping the two of them and disappearing. The void within the shop twisted, and the Chen family's ancestor stepped out. He pointed, and the teleportation array collapsed. His face was grim, his anger intensifying as he entered the void again. "I want to see how many times you can teleport." Boom! Half an incense stick later, explosions continuously erupted in various places throughout the giant ghost city. Bai Xiaochun, desperately carrying the giant ghost king, used countless teleportation arrays. Each time an array appeared, the Chen family's ancestor would instantly shatter it. If Bai Xiaochun was even slightly slow, he would be affected. The excitement and tension drove Bai Xiaochun mad. He wasted no time and immediately teleported again. No matter how he teleported, he couldn't find the 100,000-mile teleportation array. He was going crazy, and the Chen family's ancestor was also going mad. He felt that Bai Hao was just like his name. He was like a rat scurrying all over the giant ghost city, unnoticed by anyone, digging up so many holes. He didn't seem to be running away, but rather searching for something. Could there be a large-scale teleportation array among these arrays that would allow him to escape far away? The Chen family ancestor's heart trembled. Thinking this, he took a step, instantly appearing where Bai Xiaochun and the giant ghost king had appeared. He raised his hand and destroyed the array. Seeing no trace on the ground, he roared, his voice echoing throughout the city. Bai Hao, why did you risk your life carrying the giant ghost king? This is a feud between our three great families and the giant ghost king. You don't need to get involved. Bai Hao, hand over the giant ghost king to us, and rest assured, your safety is guaranteed. I promise to overlook everything. Bai Hao, I can also resolve your affairs with the Bai family, and even erase them completely. Just hand over the giant ghost king, and we absolutely won't stop you from leaving. We can even exchange whatever you want. These words echoed throughout the city. Bai Xiaochun's figure appeared within a formation, and he heard the words of the Chen family's ancestor. His hair was disheveled, and he looked very disheveled. The Chen family ancestor's words were nothing short of tempting, stirring up a whirlwind of thoughts in Bai Xiaochun's mind. Bai Xiaochun already held the giant ghost king in his hands. After hearing the Chen family ancestor's plea, his eyes suddenly narrowed, his heart pounding with anxiety, especially seeing Bai Xiaochun hesitate. Not good. Bai Hao is ruthless and greedy. If there's no danger, that's one thing, but when danger arises, this brat will hand me over. While the giant ghost king was anxiously considering how to resolve the situation, Bai Xiaochun licked his lips. The Chen family's ancestor had a very good plan. He had already made an agreement with the giant ghost king, and changing his mind now would be a bit wrong. The Chen family's ancestor said that out of impatience. As long as I find the 100,000-mile teleportation array, with my speed, I can prolong the time. If I persevere, the rewards later will be even greater. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered, thinking to himself that if he were truly cornered, he shouldn't be blamed. Moreover, most importantly, Bai Xiaochun felt that the three great families and the giant ghost king were all untrustworthy. Compared to them, the giant ghost king was still a little more reassuring. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun pulled the giant ghost king along, continued teleporting, and looked up, shouting loudly, "Don't say any more. I, Bai Hao, have always kept my promises and value gratitude. The giant ghost king has shown me kindness, and I have promised him that I would protect him. I will not break my word. I, Bai Hao, as long as I have the strength in my hands, will absolutely not hand over the giant ghost king to you." As Bai Xiaochun finished speaking, a righteous aura emanated from his entire body, and his words resonated powerfully in all directions. The giant ghost king trembled, and when he looked up at Bai Xiaochun, he still smiled wryly. How could a cunning old fox like him not understand the hidden meaning in Bai Xiaochun's words? He muttered cunning and felt a sense of relief. No matter what, at this moment, he hadn't been abandoned by Bai Xiaochun. You want to die? The Tern family patriarch's face was ferocious. His figure appeared at the location where p30 had teleported, and with a wave of his hand, the surroundings collapsed as he continued his pursuit of p30. Not only was he being pursued, but the Tai family's heavenly human ancestor was also arriving. He was cooperating with the Chen family's ancestor, making Bai Xiaochun's teleportation more difficult than before. The teleportation process was interspersed with secret formations requiring special techniques to enter. Bai Xiaochun had a way to infiltrate them, but he needed to use the Immortal Forbiddance technique, which took time. The Chen family's ancestor pursued him like lightning, prolonging the situation. When he encountered a secret formation, Bai Xiaochun had just used the Immortal Forbiddance technique to enter the teleportation array. Before he could teleport, the Chen family's ancestor had already arrived. In the deserted western part of the city, there were many buildings, including several towers. These buildings had existed for a very long time, some even said to have been constructed when the giant ghost city was first founded. Normally, this place was quiet and peaceful, with few soul cultivators around. Now, with the chaos in giant ghost city and people in turmoil, there was no one else to be seen except for the Chen family's ancestor appearing in the sky. By how, this time, you have no chance. The Chen family's patriarch was filled with murderous intent. After saying this, he slammed his hand down towards Bai Xiaochun and the giant ghost king. The illusory hand, a massive palm print that seemed to cover the heavens and earth, descended upon the area, causing the sky to cave in and buildings to crumble. Bai Xiaochun's face turned pale as he let out a desperate scream. He knew he couldn't avoid it. A confrontation would destroy the teleportation array, making it incredibly difficult to find the next one. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun lifted the giant ghost king to block the Chen family ancestor's palm strike, then slammed his hand on the ground. He intended to use the giant ghost king's resistance to forcibly teleport and find a way to survive. The giant ghost king was helpless and desperate. He knew the situation was perilous, and even if his cultivation was destroyed, he had to block this palm strike. It happened so quickly, the giant ghost king blocked the Chen family ancestor's palm strike, screaming in pain as blood gushed out like a fountain, mixed with fragments of internal organs. In an instant, he was severely injured, and Bai Xiaochun also spat out fresh blood. Suddenly, a flickering light appeared on the ground. While the Chen family's ancestor frowned, Bai Xiaochun shouted loudly, "Teleport." The formation exploded, but there was no teleportation. At this moment, the ground shook violently, and blocks of wood from the ruined structure fell down. These pieces of wood came in various shapes, and even some metal objects flew towards the ruins, quickly coalescing together. Bai Xiaochun was stunned. The giant ghost king, who was spitting blood, was also shocked, and even the Chen family's ancestor was surprised. He felt something was wrong. Before the three could react, a creaking sound rang out, and the components assembled in front of Bai Xiaochun, haphazardly piecing together to form a mechanical beast. The upper half of the creature had 3 heads and 6 arms, while its lower half resembled a ferocious beast, its forelimbs touching the ground. Its entire body was covered in scars of sorrow and decay, seemingly having existed for countless years. Upon its appearance, it immediately raised its head and let out a roar that echoed in all directions. Amidst the roaring, earth-shattering power of the celestial beast, an explosive aura enveloped the giant ghost city, causing everyone's expressions to change. The Chen family's ancestors' eyes widened in astonishment. A celestial beast mechanism? How is this possible? Not only was the Chen family's ancestor shocked, but even the giant ghost king was surprised. Bai Xiaochun's previous numerous teleportation arrays had already terrified him, and he never expected a celestial beast mechanism to exist here. Although he could see the dilapidated nature of the mechanism, fearing it wouldn't last long, it was still a celestial beast mechanism. He knew that such a secret technique had long been lost in the savage wilderness, yet it had appeared in Giant Ghost City and was activated by Bai Xiaochun. He truly didn't know what kind of divine abilities Bai Hao possessed. In less than half a year since entering Giant Ghost City, he had accomplished so much right under his nose. The Giant Ghost King couldn't believe it. After all, the Giant Ghost City belonged to him, and he didn't know how Bai Hao had arranged things. Recalling the fact that the other party had captured him and placed restrictions, even though the Giant Ghost King didn't want to admit it, he couldn't deny that everyone had underestimated Bai Hao. Even so, his eyes lit up, speculating that those formations weren't set up by Bai Hao. He was using them. Regardless, anything that could be used should be used, because he was a peerless genius who pretended to be weak to eat a tiger. The Giant Ghost King's heart trembled, and when he looked at Bai Xiaochun, there was a strange light in his eyes, a complex mix of emotions that were difficult to put into words. Bai Xiaochun was momentarily stunned. He looked at the awe-inspiring mechanical beast and suddenly remembered that Su Xiu had indeed mentioned that his ancestors had left mechanical beasts in the teleportation array as a precaution. His heart was now filled with indescribable excitement. "Kill this man!" Bai Xiaochun stood before the teleportation array. As soon as he spoke, the mechanical beast's eyes blazed red, and a screeching sound erupted as it directly attacked the Chen family's ancestor. A terrifying explosion resounded. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, pressed down on the ground, and in an instant, a teleportation aura appeared. He grabbed the Giant Ghost King and carried it away. The Chen family's heavenly human ancestor roared, wanting to pursue but being blocked by the mechanical beast. He couldn't stop it at all. The mechanical beast had existed for too long, nearing the brink of destruction. At first, they were evenly matched, but later he fell into a disadvantage. After a while, the mechanical beast's eyes burst with a fiery red. The Chen family ancestor's expression changed. He remembered the ancient texts about mechanical beasts. The heavenly human mechanical beasts possessed incredibly terrifying self-destructive power. Not good. The Chen family ancestor exclaimed in alarm, immediately retreating. Flames appeared within the mechanical beast, and then erupted violently. The void twisted, the ground trembled, and waves of heat and raging winds swept across the giant ghost city. Countless people turned pale and screamed in terror. Bai Xiaochun also appeared in another area, and he too saw the sky-filling heat waves. The beast mechanism self-destructed. The blood-soaked giant ghost king looked weary, but his eyes shone brightly as he stared at the source of the heat wave. At this moment, a frenzied roar echoed, and as the heat wave dissipated, it was the Chen family's ancestor. His hair was disheveled, his body trembled, and his clothes were tattered. Although he hadn't died, he was severely injured, his hatred for Bai Xiaochun overwhelming. He chose the same path as the Bai family's ancestor. After his roar, he transformed into a beam of light and flew back to Chen family city. He had to heal his wounds quickly to prevent others from taking advantage of the situation. Many people in Giant Ghost City saw this and gasped in fear, their fear of Bai Hao increasing. Heavens, the ancestor of the Bai family chased after Bai Hao and was severely injured. The ancestor of the Chen family also chased after Bai Hao and was severely injured. Bai Hao's methods are too astonishing. He's a heavenly human assassin. Bai Hao is truly a formidable figure. Within the city, the 3 great families and the 6 great heavenly marquises were all greatly intimidated. The 6 great heavenly marquises lacked heavenly human techniques and couldn't constantly pursue Bai Xiaochun. Now, they felt a sense of relief. They were truly completely overwhelmed by Bai Xiaochun's methods. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun's arrogant and boastful voice echoed throughout the city. See, anyone who dares to provoke me, they'll be terrified themselves when I strike. I can even unleash such divine abilities 99 times. In Giant Demon City, anyone who heard this would hesitate. When the White family's ancestor was seriously injured, Bai Xiaochun said something similar. Although people were half believing and half doubting, they were still wary and cautious. After the Chen family's ancestor also suffered a similar fate, people didn't dare to think too much about it. Even the Tai family's patriarch, who was in pursuit, stopped in his tracks. He hesitated, intimidated by Bai Xiaochun's words. After recalling how the Bai and Chen family's heavenly beings had both been severely wounded by Bai Xiaochun, he became wary, his eyes flashing with cold light. It's indeed dangerous, but this is an opportunity for the Tai family to rise. The Bai and Chen families aren't taking action yet. As long as I can kill the giant ghost king, the others will submit. Then I'll suppress all 8 directions, unify the giant ghost city, and report to the imperial city that I am the new giant ghost king. At that point, relying on my status and resources as a heavenly king, ascending to demigod wouldn't be impossible. Thinking of this, the Tai family patriarch grinned broadly and began to pursue Bai Xiaochun with all his might. In the giant demon city, the aura of Bai Xiaochun's teleportation reappeared. The Tai family's ancestors' methods and speed were even sharper than the Chen family's ancestors. Before Bai Xiaochun could teleport 10 times, he had already caught up. Without waiting for Bai Xiaochun to open the teleportation array again, he destroyed it with a single strike. A collapsing sound echoed. Bai Xiaochun spat out fresh blood, his face pale. At this moment, many members of the Tai family rushed forward from behind the Tai family ancestor. Among them, the Tai family patriarch and various elders transformed into streaks of light, chasing after Bai Xiaochun. It's over. There's no hope this time. Bai Xiaochun was on the verge of tears, his heart trembling. He remembered that the nearest teleportation array was 1,000 feet away, and with people chasing him from behind, he had no chance to open it, especially since the Tai family's ancestor was a celestial being. If it weren't for his apprehension about the methods used to severely injure the Bai and Chen family's ancestors, he wouldn't dare get too close. He feared that the ancestor would have already teleported closer to eliminate him. There's no way. Giant Ghost King, you shouldn't blame me for this. The Tai family's target is you. I don't believe the Tai family patriarch would consider a deal. If I throw the Giant Ghost King out now, I'm still confident I can escape. Bai Xiaochun was unwilling to give up. His life was the most important thing. He sighed, about to act, when suddenly he heard the little turtle's voice transmitting a message. Bai Xiaochun, don't rush. This giant ghost king isn't suitable. This guy isn't a good person. Turtle felt he was hiding something before. After carefully observing him, I finally saw through him. Little White, the giant demon king, is lying. He doesn't need a month to recover his cultivation. He's deceiving everyone. Based on my golden eye, I can conclude that he can recover his cultivation in at most 5 days or even 3 days. This guy is very good at hiding his true intentions. He's so convincing. If you abandon him, he'll definitely find a way to stall for 3 or 5 days with that old heavenly human. Then, Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled. He secretly glanced at the giant ghost king, seeing the giant ghost king's pale face and dazed expression. He hesitated. The little turtle's words were very confident, and the more Bai Xiaochun thought about it, the more logical it seemed. This fit the giant ghost king's cunning and resourceful nature. He inwardly sneered. Only 3 or 5 days left. If I abandon him. Bai Xiaochun was conflicted. A month was too long. If it was only 3 or 5 days, he could risk his life and might be able to hold out. If he won the bet, he would reap huge profits. Then I need to ease the tension. Bai Xiaochun's eyes darted around. He coughed inwardly but put on a fierce expression, his body radiating an iron-blooded aura. Giant Ghost King! Bai Xiaochun shouted. The giant ghost king remained silent, blood trickling from his mouth. He looked up at Bai Xiaochun and sighed. Is this to break the promise to hand me over to the 3 great families? Just as he was thinking this, Bai Xiaochun continued, Giant Ghost King, you are a noble prince, even a demigod, while I, Bai Hao, am merely an unknown soldier with a core formation cultivation. The difference between you and me is like heaven and earth. We cannot be compared. Except for this incident, I fear our lives will never intersect again. Bai Xiaochun's words were bitter and profound, leaving the giant ghost king stunned. Even the Tai family members who were pursuing him stopped. Before, you treated me like a pawn, dragging me into your game. This may sound ungrateful, but I know this is humanity. I brought you out of the demon prison, whether because of resentment or greed. I don't know how to explain it, but I know this is the consequence. Cause and effect, it's unclear, inexplicable. Let's forget what happened before. Today, I, Bai Hao, will do nothing else. I remember your agreement. I remember my promise to you. Bai Xiaochun spoke with a hint of reminiscence, and at the same time, the giant ghost king's body trembled violently. Bai Xiaochun's words were beyond his expectations. He thought the other party would surrender. He didn't expect Bai Xiaochun to say such sincere words. Even he, a shrewd and resourceful person, was moved. Bai Hao was right. The two of them had no reason to meet. He also acknowledged that his previous actions had dragged the other party into this vortex. I said I would protect you for a month. I said I would never abandon you, and I still say it now. What is death compared to that, Giant Ghost King? I call you my dear older brother. If you don't overcome this tribulation on the road to the underworld, your younger brother will still protect you for a month. Bai Xiaochun tossed his sleeves and laughed loudly. His laughter held determination, madness, and unwavering persistence. His expression spoke volumes, and in the giant ghost king's eyes, a great wave of emotion surged. He hadn't been moved in a very long time. At this moment, reason told him something was amiss, something that didn't align with his judgment of Bai Xiaochun. He was currently overwhelmed with emotion, deprived of affection for many years, and had experienced repeated betrayals. After the unexpected events, he was utterly exhausted and couldn't accept Bai Xiaochun's sincerity. Bai Hao. The giant demon king's heart trembled, experiencing feelings for the first time. In fact, this outcome was due to various reasons. Under different circumstances, no matter what the person beside him did, the giant demon king's arrogant nature wouldn't have stirred much emotion. This point, from the fact that Wu Qiangong didn't betray him but was still secretly abandoned by the giant ghost king, reveals the trick. Then, you all died together. Just as the giant ghost king was about to react, the heavenly human grandmother raised his hand and pointed. Resounding explosion erupted in the air where Bai Xiaochun was. This time, Bai Xiaochun didn't use the giant ghost king to block. Instead, he used the eternal night umbrella to block. After the explosion, he spat out fresh blood and used the force to retreat. By how? This scene moved the giant ghost king again. This was the first time Bai Xiaochun hadn't used him to block. Brother, I didn't use you to block before because I was afraid of death, but because I wanted to conserve my strength to escape with you. Bai Xiaochun said bitterly, muttering to himself, I acted too realistically. Brother, don't despair, I still have one last trick up my sleeve. A sharp glint appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. Sure enough, he turned and saw the Tai family members 100 yards away. This giant ghost king is a cunning old fox. To keep my promise to him, I need to invest a little. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth and said, he didn't value material possessions much. He took a flying sword from his storage bag. A shimmering golden cloud adorned it an 11 times refined spirit-enhancing artifact. He threw it towards the Tai family members. Not finished yet, Bai Xiaochun threw out many more artifacts, most of which he obtained from the savage wilderness. The most refined were 11 times, while the least refined were 5 or 6 times. He threw out over a dozen items. Explode, explode, explode. Bai Xiaochun, having interrogated countless people as a black immortal, had a share of their possessions. He didn't feel any pain throwing them away now. He tossed them mercilessly. Then explosions occurred continuously. As the spirit-refining treasures collapsed, Bai Xiaochun had experience. He knew they contained the power of heaven and earth, and each activation would possess extraordinary power. He had personally experienced this a few times, but the power generated by the self-destruction of so many treasures at once terrified Bai Xiaochun. Not only was he shocked, but the members of the Tai family were also shaken. Even they wouldn't dare to be so extravagant. It's worth noting that spirit-refining treasures that had undergone 6 or 7 refinements were already treasures in the hands of soul cultivators. As for those refined 9 or 10 times, even Zhou Yixing, a member of the soul-refining family with a great perfection core formation cultivation, could only possess such items. Not to mention the 11 or 12 spirit-refining treasures. The terrifying power of their self-destruction would be immense. In an instant, the explosion enveloped the heavens and earth, shaking all directions. Even nascent soul cultivators had to retreat, desperately trying to block it. It seemed like a devastating storm raged across the land, sweeping in all directions. The pursuing members of the Tai family stopped in their tracks, many spitting blood. The giant ghost king also became serious. Bai Xiaochun's words still echoed in his ears. At this moment, he knew Bai Hao had risked his life. Bai Xiaochun panted, using the power of the explosion to propel himself towards the teleportation array 1,000 feet away. His speed was incredibly fast, instantly covering hundreds of feet, each step seemingly hundreds of meters. He approached the teleportation array. At this moment, a cold snort rang out. The self-destructing spirit-refining artifact could only stop the Tai family members, not the Tai family's ancestor. Originally, the Tai family patriarch was somewhat wary of Bai Xiaochun's methods in severely injuring the Baiyan Chen family patriarchs, so he didn't dare approach. But now, he didn't need to worry too much. Even so, his vigilance didn't diminish. Although he was preparing to teleport, at this moment, his body moved like lightning, instantly crossing the range of the self-destruction. When he reappeared, he was 10 meters away from Bai Xiaochun. He raised his right hand, and his heavenly human cultivation erupted. Stay here. As the Tai family patriarch raised his hand, this entire area froze, its aura shaking Bai Xiaochun's mind. An invisible force descended, pressing down on Bai Xiaochun's body. There, power of heaven and earth before him condensed into a 9-headed bird. The 9-headed bird was incredibly ferocious, its body radiating an aura like the heavens, crushing everything. This was a heavenly human. The 9-headed bird was the body of the Chen family patriarch who had just entered the heavenly human realm, formed using a technique. If it were any other cultivator, at this moment they would definitely turn pale, their bodies would freeze, and their cultivation might even be suppressed. Bai Xiaochun had 4 clones, and although their creation belonged to his main body, their cultivation and spiritual consciousness were far stronger than ordinary cultivators. He also had his physical body, the perfected immortal body, and most importantly, this was his first time entering the heavenly human realm. He didn't even fear a heavenly human. While others would be oppressed by a heavenly human and unable to lift their heads, he remained unfazed. When the nine-headed bird approached, it let out a long shriek. Bai Xiaoqun retreated, not thinking much or putting on an act. Without hesitation, he flicked his sleeve, and several pieces of leather armor on his body flew towards the nine-headed bird. Crushed by the power of heaven and earth, Bai Xiaoqun's concealing magic was exposed, revealing for golden runes. Explode! Bai Xiaoqun let out a loud shout, and those leather armor pieces crumbled, the explosion even more powerful than the dozens of magic treasures just now. At this moment, the members of the Tai family were solemn, especially the 4 flickering golden runes, which made their minds even more serious. The matter was not over yet. Bai Xiaoqun held the long robe he was wearing, and even his bracelets were extraordinary, all with 4 flickering golden runes. Everything collapsed and exploded, creating a shockwave. Seeing this, even the ferocious nine-headed bird seemed somewhat dim. Bai Xiaoqun even kicked out with his left foot, sending 4 golden runes flying outwards. The extravagant and violent scene caused the Tai family members to exclaim in shock. By how he refined his spirited shoes 14 times. The giant ghost king witnessed this scene firsthand, his face blank with disbelief. Bai Xiaoqun's boundless heroism shook his heart. The Tai family's ancestors' eyes widened in disbelief. The killing intent in his eyes intensified. He continued to pursue Bai Xiaoqun. At this moment, Bai Xiaoqun used the force of the self-destruction to retreat even faster. He was less than 100 feet from the teleportation array. Seeing the Chen family's ancestor chasing after him, Bai Xiaoqun looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. "I've been waiting for you all this time, old man from the Tai family. You've finally gotten close." Bai Xiaoqun laughed loudly, kicking his right foot forward. His right shoe flew out. It had also been refined 14 times, leaving anyone who saw it wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Explode! When Bai Xiaoqun roared, the Tai family patriarch's expression changed. This time, his pursuit of Bai Xiaoqun had been hesitant from beginning to end, the reason being his fear that Bai Xiaoqun had severely injured the Bai and Chen family patriarchs. Upon hearing Bai Xiaoqun's words and seeing the shoe flying towards him, the Tai family patriarch retreated without hesitation. As he retreated, the shoe also self-destructed, its power considerable, enraging the Tai family patriarch to the extreme. "By how you're toying with me?" The Tai family patriarch, overcome with shame and anger, chased after Bai Xiaoqun. Because of the delay earlier, Bai Xiaoqun was still 10 meters away from the teleportation array. Just as he was about to step inside, the Tai family patriarch roared again, chanting a spell and pointing a finger at Bai Xiaoqun. With a single command, a mournful cry erupted. The nine-headed fierce bird, engulfed in flames, surged forward, instantly chasing after and colliding with Bai Xiaoqun. Bai Xiaoqun's expression changed. He tried his best to block it, but in an instant, the nine-headed fierce bird transformed into 2 figures. One attacked Bai Xiaoqun, while the other appeared behind him, aiming directly at the teleportation array. Not good, Bai Xiaoqun's mind reeled. He knew that the Tai family ancestor's target wasn't just him. The teleportation array behind him was also at stake. A deafening explosion occurred. The teleportation array in the ruins collapsed under the nine-headed fierce bird's bombardment. Structures spanning several thousand feet were destroyed, and even the ground was gouged 3 meters deep. From afar, numerous cracks could be seen spreading everywhere. Clearly, the Chen family ancestor didn't know the location of the teleportation array, yet he still caused extensive destruction. Bai Xiaoqun was struck by another nine-headed bird, and he fell into the crack that used to be a teleportation array. "Let's see how you escape," the Tai family's ancestor sneered. But his sneering laughter was met with a chilling shock, because Bai Xiaoqun's expression underwent an unimaginable transformation. A teleportation aura emanated from the ground beneath his feet. The teleportation array, which had been destroyed, was completely unharmed. In fact, the teleportation aura was different from before, incredibly dazzling, and the teleportation power was even greater. Those familiar with teleportation arrays knew this was a long-distance teleportation. In reality, that was true. This array, left behind by ancestor Su Xiu, was a 100,000-mile teleportation array. With ancestor Su Xiu's methods, the hundreds of other arrays were merely for concealment. Only this place was truly for escaping. How could it be easily destroyed? Obviously, the outer formation had been destroyed by the ancestor of the heavenly human Tai family, so Bai Xiaochun didn't need to use the immortal forbidden's technique to enter the formation. Bai Xiaochun was agitated, his heart turning pale. He hadn't expected 100,000-mile teleportation array here, thinking it was just an ordinary teleportation array to leave. He analyzed and judged that unless Sushi was lying, Bai Xiaochun was confident he could find 100,000-mile teleportation array not far from him. After all, he had tried many teleportation arrays before, more than 70% of them. Therefore, if Sushi was telling the truth, he would find it quickly. Now, this place was indeed a 100,000-mile teleportation array. Its appearance seemed to give Bai Xiaochun a glimmer of hope, but Bai Xiaochun understood that this hope would turn into a life-or-death catastrophe. His breathing quickened, and he raised his right hand, pressing it against the surrounding ground. Boom! The teleportation light shone brighter than before. Seeing the formation shining brightly, Bai Xiaochun's eyes became extremely serious, his solemnity mixed with madness. He knew this was his most critical moment. Previously, the Tai family's ancestor, wary of his methods, had only used half of his cultivation, allowing him to escape the deadly calamity and barely bring the giant ghost king to this place. Now, with this teleportation escape, the Tai family's ancestor would fight to the death. And indeed, that was the case. The Tai family's ancestor gasped, his anger replaced by determination. While he was apprehensive, he no longer hesitated. Even if Bai Hao truly had more tricks up his sleeve, he had to act, otherwise the consequences would be too severe to bear. The Tai family's ancestor took a step forward, a step incredibly firm. In an instant, countless lightning bolts rained down on the ground, the golden electric light striking directly at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun felt uneasy. He hadn't expected that the 100,000-mile teleportation array here would ruin his plan. After using this place to escape, he would teleport 100,000 miles away from Giant Ghost City, giving him enough time to flee, even if it was tight. Now everything had changed. It's over. I've messed up. What do I do now? What do I do now? Even if I hand over the Giant Ghost King, the old man from the Tai family won't let me off the hook. Bai Xiaochun was worried, tears welling up in his eyes. He hadn't considered throwing the Giant Ghost King out of the array. He couldn't do that. He understood that if he did, even if it seemed like he was buying some time, the Giant Ghost King would die, and the old man from the Tai family wouldn't let him off the hook. Not even the Chen family or the Bai family would spare him. Once I buy the Giant Demon King time to recover his cultivation, I'll die a horrible death. Even with the restrictions in place, the Giant Demon King didn't swear an oath, and I didn't say I'd throw him to the 3 great families to fulfill my promise. Damn it, I'll risk it. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were filled with madness. He feared death, but when death loomed and there was no choice, Bai Xiaochun would go mad, unwavering. Even though he didn't like gambling, he could only gamble once. He gambled on himself persevering until the teleportation array opened. In that instant, 4 clones appeared on Bai Xiaochun's body. Even though they were weakened, when they materialized, their aura erupted fiercely. For the first time, Bai Xiaochun loosened his grip on the Giant Ghost King, releasing it into the ground within the array. He looked up at the Tai family's ancestor. Bai Hao, die, the Tai family's ancestor roared, his voice imbued with the laws of heaven and earth, echoing throughout the city. In the sky, countless lightning bolts condensed into a gigantic battle axe. The battle axe descended, seized by the Tai family's ancestor, and he swung it straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Its speed was incredibly fast. It appeared right in front of Bai Xiaochun. Neither he nor Bai Xiaochun noticed the strange glint in the Giant Ghost King's bad eyes. Although his mind had been shaken by Bai Xiaochun's actions, he was cunning, resourceful, and arrogant. He trusted no one except his closest confidants. Bai Xiaochun's words had moved him, showing a hint of tenderness. But it didn't last long. He was still considering Bai Xiaochun's actions after the 100,000-mile teleportation array appeared. Bai Xiaochun's decision to act alongside him had become a huge patch, filling in all of Bai Xiaochun's previous shortcomings. Because no matter what, Bai Xiaochun had now earned his approval and fulfilled his promise. He was risking his life to protect the Giant Ghost King. Most importantly, Bai Xiaochun decided to let him go. This action dealt a powerful blow to the Giant Ghost King's heart. He understood that this meant Bai Xiaochun had no intention of discarding him. Even he, a proud hero, was moved. Having been repeatedly moved in a single day, the giant ghost king took a deep breath, his eyes resolute. Looking at the approaching figure of the Tai family's ancestor, the giant ghost king raised his right hand and struck his forehead. Boom! A crack appeared on his forehead, and a drop of golden blood flew straight towards Bai Xiaochun. By how this is my soul blood. Integrating it into your body will give you the power of a demigod strike. Take my red spear and unleash a full-force attack. The giant ghost king's voice was weak. The drop of soul blood, upon leaving his body, aged considerably, leaving him skin and bones. His aura weakened to the extreme, like a lamp running out of oil. This is soul blood, one of the 3 remaining drops of soul blood within him. It holds crucial importance for him, although it doesn't significantly boost cultivation for outsiders, only providing a brief burst of power. Its true effect is to help people comprehend the heavenly human rules, even the demigod laws. The giant ghost king resolutely handed over the soul blood. All that lengthy explanation happened in an instant. Bai Xiaochun was stunned. The giant ghost king's words echoed in his ears, and the drop of soul blood quickly flew into his chest and dissolved throughout his body. As the soul blood integrated, a wave of heat enveloped Bai Xiaochun's body. A powerful explosion erupted, and veins bulged on Bai Xiaochun's face. He was in unimaginable agony. He roared fiercely, his body surging with energy, absorbing the explosive force. His cultivation at this moment generated an earth-shattering aura increasing at an unimaginable speed. In an instant, he broke through the golden core stage, becoming an early nascent soul, then instantly reaching the great perfection stage, and then breaking through again to become a celestial being. It wasn't over yet. In another instant, his aura reached the great perfection of a celestial being, seemingly only half a step away from a demigod. That is, half a step into demigod. Roar! Bai Xiaochun looked up to the sky and let out a long roar, his long hair fluttering. His mind was filled with the insights and understanding of the giant ghost king regarding celestial beings. While not entirely complete, this understanding was incredibly precious to Bai Xiaochun. Such a creation could be attained but not sought after. This insight would help him cultivate even faster in the future, ensuring he wouldn't go astray, and might even allow him to surpass the giant ghost king. Everything was possible. This is the power of soul blood. Although it cannot instantly elevate someone to heaven, its long-term supportive effects are even more astonishing. The Tai family's ancestor's expression changed, and he cried out in disbelief, soul blood. He hadn't expected the always self-serving and ruthless giant ghost king to use soul blood. His killing intent and cultivation condensed, and he wielded his battle axe, striking at Bai Xiaochun with the force of splitting heaven and earth. This single blow caused the heavens and earth to roar, like divine wrath punishing all living beings. From afar, one could see a pool of lightning appearing in the sky, erupting along with the battle axe as it attacked Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun closed his eyes, seemingly unconcerned with the Tai family's ancestor. He was immersed in his senses, feeling himself merging with this vast expanse of heaven and earth. He was heaven, he was earth, he was all the will of heaven and earth. This is heaven and man unite. Bai Xiaochun murmured, this feeling allowing him to destroy heaven and earth with a wave of his hand. It seemed that the heavens and earth were merely a body without consciousness, and the heavenly being was the will of this body capable of controlling any movement. Obviously, the body lacked consciousness, but not just one will existed. Other heavenly beings could also control this body. Even now, Bai Xiaochun felt a will mobilizing the power of the heavens and earth to attack him. Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes, and the heavens and earth roared. Boom! The surging power was not only no less than the power of the Tai family's ancestor wielding lightning, but even surpassed it, especially with the terrifying power unleashed by his 4 clones. Retreat! Bai Xiaochun flicked his sleeve, and in an instant, his 4 clones returned. Upon their return, Bai Xiaochun's aura was even stronger than before. Originally a half-step demigod, the clones had now condensed, breaking through some limit. A surge of energy erupted, causing even the giant ghost king beside him to tremble as he looked at Bai Xiaochun. The giant ghost king, already on the verge of collapse and nearing unconsciousness, bit his head to steady himself and watch intently. The aura emanating from Bai Xiaochun's entire body was so powerful that even he felt it was unbelievable. He actually unleashed a demigod aura with just a drop of my soul blood, although it was only the power of one strike. It will be incredibly strong. The giant ghost king's eyes widened in astonishment. If he was like this, let alone the Tai family's ancestor, his mind was reeling and buzzing. Before he could finish speaking, Bai Xiaojun took a deep breath, a bright light shining in his eyes. His heart pounded, and he felt an indescribable connection with this vast world. It felt as if the world, once so immense, was now incredibly small, as if he could pierce through it with just a little effort. Is this the demigod after the celestial being? Bai Xiaojun was excited. He knew this experience was invaluable. He calmed his mind, raised his right hand, and with a grab in the air, the red spear from his storage bag instantly appeared in his hand. The moment he grasped the spear, the entire world erupted in a deafening roar. The thunder pool above stopped, seemingly distorted by the disturbance. Even the wind blowing in all directions, the ground beneath his feet, and the void itself fell silent. Even the Tai family ancestor, standing in midair, maintained his posture, his expression frozen in fear. In the entire world, only Bai Xiaojun was acting, and only the red spear was moving. The red spear was the signature weapon of the giant ghost king, difficult for Bai Xiaojun to wield, but now, unleashing its bloodthirsty power in his hands, it seemed incredibly exhilarated. A 9-headed blood dragon appeared on the spear's shaft, attacking the Tai family's ancestor. This spear was called the 9-dragon god-slaying spear. A murderous glint appeared in Bai Xiaojun's eyes. He gripped the spear, the heavens and earth seemed to stand still, and the spear struck directly at the Tai family's ancestor. A simple thrust, yet it transformed into a black hole that continuously rotated and transformed into an incredibly terrifying force. It could shatter images, break the tranquility, tear apart the surrounding wind, and crack the ground. All the Tai family members spat out fresh blood, many unable to withstand it and turned into blood. Even more astonishing was that the lightning pool in the sky was shattered by the spear, the black hole devouring everything. And it wasn't over yet. The Tai family ancestor's battle axe, which he had condensed, had no chance to strike. The battle axe collapsed, and even the Tai family ancestor's body was annihilated. A mournful scream echoed from the shattered body of the Tai family's patriarch. His indistinct, bloody body and soul flew out, his face filled with despair and boundless fear as he desperately tried to escape. A black hole appeared, condensing power he couldn't stop. The Tai family patriarch's soul couldn't get away. No, the Tai family patriarch shrieked. He was terrified, utterly frightened. He never imagined that a single drop of the giant ghost king's soul blood could help someone become a demigod. He couldn't comprehend it, because it was too absurd. It didn't fit the judgment between him and the giant ghost king. To achieve this would mean the giant ghost king's cultivation had surpassed demigod, becoming a great ascension cultivator. This was impossible. There's only one other explanation. Bai Hao is a unique existence. No matter the explanation, it's fatal for the Tai family's ancestor. He continued to struggle amidst his agonizing screams, his nascent soul about to be sucked into the black hole. Bai Xiaojun's body trembled, his demigod aura diminished, instantly reverting from demigod to core formation. The overwhelming aura that had taken over the heavens and earth suddenly dropped to core formation, and Bai Xiaojun, unable to adapt, spat out fresh blood. His body staggered backward, the blood-colored spear in his hand dimmed, and the 9 blood dragons disappeared. What a pity, Bai Xiaojun murmured in shock, feeling a profound fascination with such immense power for the first time. In the blink of an eye, the black hole vanished. The Tai family's nascent soul ancestor, still trembling, circled the ghost gate before him. He appeared 1,000 feet away, turning his head to see Bai Xiaojun standing there, enveloped in a teleportation aura and disappearing. The Tai family's nascent soul ancestor trembled uncontrollably. The feeling of death he had just experienced made his heart pound. If Bai Xiaojun's aura had lingered any longer, he would have perished. Although his body had collapsed, his nascent soul remained. For the Tai family ancestor, it was a life-saving act. Immediately afterward, he was filled with fear and madness. They escaped from Giant Ghost City. If we don't find them, in a few months, the Giant Ghost King will return. A demigod, annihilating a celestial being with just one strike. The Tai family's nascent soul ancestor trembled. He quickly returned to the Chen family. He wanted to find the Chen family's ancestor. He wanted to find the Bai family's ancestor. This was a catastrophe that the three great families absolutely had to resolve. They even swore an oath that if one of them was seriously injured, the others would not take the opportunity to attack. They absolutely had to do so, and only then could they risk chasing after and killing the giant ghost king and Bai Hao. That teleportation array couldn't teleport very far, at most only about 100,000 miles. When the Tai family's ancestor went to find the Chen and Bai family's ancestors, countless people in Giant Ghost City were paying attention to the outcome of this battle. The news related to Bai Hao spread quickly, and all the soul cultivators in Giant Ghost City knew about the process. Everyone was shouting in shock, their minds greatly shaken. Seriously injured the Bai family's ancestor. Seriously injured the Chen family's ancestor. Destroyed the Tai family's ancestor's physical body. This Bai Hao is too strong. My God, this Bai Hao alone crushed three great families. The giant demon king has fled. One can imagine that once he recovers and returns, neither the three great families nor the six great heavenly marquises will survive. As for Bai Hao, regardless of how he offended the giant demon king before, this desperate move will likely make him a figure second only to the giant demon king and above tens of thousands of others in the giant demon city. The rebellion in the giant demon city has only been going on for less than 20 hours. In such a short time, it has been a massive upheaval for all the forces and soul cultivators in the giant demon city, and an unimaginable reversal that is truly terrifying. From the Nine Nether Kings' investigation, the rebellion of the six great heavenly marquises, the intervention of the four great heavenly beings, to the giant demon king's inability to resist and his disappearance, this was just the beginning. The next act unfolded immediately after the clone vanished. The entire city was searching for the true form of the giant demon king at that moment. Bai Hao appeared, forcing the true form of the giant demon king to appear before everyone, and then, even after so many years, it all reappeared in everyone's minds. The three great heavenly beings were severely wounded, and Bai Hao, carrying the giant demon king, fled from Giant Demon City. Now, the name Bai Hao shines like the midday sun in Giant Demon City, and it's even conceivable that it won't be long before it spreads from Giant Demon City throughout the savage wilderness. In the mountain range more than 100,000 miles from the Giant Ghost City, Bai Xiaochun sped away, his face pale. He didn't look back. Behind him was a silver-haired old man, his entire body withered and wrinkled, his aura almost imperceptible. One might even mistake him for a corpse without careful observation. This old man was the giant ghost king, and whether due to his soul blood or his own decline, he was now unconscious. Even his nearly immortal body was weak. A mere sharp knife from a mortal could kill him. Bai Xiaochun's aura was very unstable. A few hours ago, he and the giant ghost king were brought here. The giant ghost king was unconscious, and Bai Xiaochun himself was seriously injured. Because the injuries had accumulated to a certain extent, they flared up. Soul blood had no healing effect, although it broadened Bai Xiaochun's path and helped him experience what it meant to be a demigod. After his attack, the injuries flared up, and Bai Xiaochun fell into weakness. Fortunately, Bai Xiaochun's body was strong enough to prevent him from fainting. He looked at the giant ghost king with a complicated expression, but didn't continue to strangle him. Instead, he hoisted the other man onto his back and ran away. Bai Xiaochun understood that this matter was too big. The three great families would absolutely not rest until he was dead, and there were also the six great heavenly marquises. Because Bai Xiaochun had too many teleportation arrays, their speed was not as fast as the heavenly humans, so Bai Xiaochun hadn't encountered them. Now, he could imagine that the three great families and the six great heavenly marquises would go to great lengths to find him. They had many tricks up their sleeves, so Bai Xiaochun couldn't rely on himself not being found. Fortunately, it won't take too long. If I hold on for a few more days, the giant ghost king can recover. He gave me a drop of soul blood. I wonder if it will have any effect. Bai Xiaochun sighed, his face filled with worrying. If the giant ghost king hadn't given him the soul blood, he would have left, and he wouldn't have felt any remorse or unease about abandoning the giant ghost king. But now, he couldn't do that. In essence, Bai Xiaochun had principles regarding gratitude. He was moved by the giant ghost king's kindness, and he couldn't abandon him and run away alone. Let's go. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, carrying the giant ghost king on his back, and sped away through the mountain range and through the dense forest. It was now twilight, and night had fallen. Bai Xiaochun wanted to continue running, but his injuries were serious, and he could barely endure it. The giant ghost king's aura was weakening, and there were times when Bai Xiaochun couldn't even sense it. The giant ghost king's body was becoming icy cold. This made Bai Xiaochun anxious. In a mountain cave, Bai Xiaochun used his limited cultivation to light a fire in front of the giant ghost king. The giant ghost king's face remained pale, his whole body was still icy cold, and his aura was getting weaker and weaker. You can't die. Bai Xiaochun hurriedly potted his storage bag, took out some healing medicine, and quickly gave it to the giant ghost king. What to do now? What to do now? Bai Xiaochun wanted to ask the little turtle for help, but the little turtle was nowhere to be found. Anger and threats were useless. Bai Xiaochun was at a loss. He looked at the giant ghost king subtly, then suddenly slapped his thigh. I've got it. Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up. He thought of a way to increase the giant ghost king's temperature, then hesitated. Big brother giant ghost king, I'm doing this to save you. I have good intentions. Bai Xiaochun spoke, not caring whether the giant ghost king heard him or not. After speaking, he took the aphrodisiac pill and stuffed it into the giant ghost king's mouth. Bai Xiaochun remembered that all prisoners who ate the aphrodisiac pill would sweat profusely. Now he could only try to revive a dying horse, and felt that one pill might not be enough, so he reluctantly gave the giant ghost king a few more. The giant ghost king's whole body trembled, his icy cold body gradually warmed up, and his gloomy aura also improved slightly. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief, a smug expression on his face. He felt like a true genius, creating a pill that could not only be used for interrogation, but also to save people. Geniuses are all lonely, alas. Bai Xiaochun quickly coughed, his heart relieved. He knew that if the giant ghost king died, everything would be over and there would be no more fun. Now calm, Bai Xiaochun recalled everything that had happened in Giant Ghost City. His heart pounded, his face bandaged, and he silently summarized, I was impulsive. I shouldn't have listened to the little turtle. 3 great heavenly beings. I escaped from their clutches again. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. Before, in Giant Ghost City, he had risked everything, expending all his energy, and thought he would die there. I said I wouldn't take risks. Why did I take such risks? Bai Xiaochun's face was filled with worrying. He felt his personality had changed, becoming bolder than before. This isn't a good thing. Bai Xiaochun worried. After looking at the giant ghost king, he gazed blankly at the sky and sighed again. I hope what the little turtle said is true. The giant ghost king needed a few days to recover. Bai Xiaochun sat there, his heart unsettled, anxious and attentive to the quiet surroundings. His weary mind finally relaxed, and he unconsciously recalled his insights into the heavenly beings and demigods. As time passed, his eyes became hazy, a hazy longing mixed with desire. Heavenly being, so this is what it feels like, and a demigod. Can even explore the heavens and earth. Bai Xiaochun breathed heavily, recalling the feeling of merging with the soul blood. These insights were etched into his heart, a rare experience, and Bai Xiaochun's resolve grew stronger than before. I want to become a heavenly being. I want to become a demigod. To become a demigod means living longer. Bai Xiaochun's desire to become stronger, coupled with the addition of lifespan, intensified his yearning. Time passed, and without waiting for the night to end, Bai Xiaochun rested slightly and noticed that the giant ghost king's body was no longer icy cold. He hoisted him onto his back and sped away. Thus, except for resting, Bai Xiaochun spent the rest of his time running. For the past 3 days, the giant ghost king remained unconscious, seemingly not waking up, and Bai Xiaochun didn't have much time to heal his wounds. Fortunately, his body was strong, and his injuries had healed halfway. His anxiety grew stronger and stronger. He knew that as time passed, if the giant ghost king didn't wake up, the 3 great families would catch up. Finally, at sunset on the 3rd day, as Bai Xiaochun was flying, his expression changed. Dark clouds swirled across the sky, and a roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Bai Hao! The roar, filled with gnashing teeth and boundless resentment, enveloped the entire world. Bai Xiaochun looked up at the sky and saw 3 enormous faces, hundreds of meters tall, shrouded in clouds. These were the ancestors of the three great families. The one who had just spoken was the Tai family ancestor, now physically deceased. His eyes held murderous intent and lightning, especially the lightning itself, which contained the metal attribute lightning giving rise to metal, the ultimate metal attribute. The Bai family ancestor and the Chen family ancestor were beside him, their faces solemn as they looked at Bai Xiaochun. There was no longer any contempt in their expressions. They now treated him as an equal. If someone unfamiliar with the situation saw this gaze, they would undoubtedly find it unbelievable. After all, this was a celestial being, while Bai Xiaochun was merely at the great perfection of the golden core stage. This was because Bai Xiaochun had earned the respect of powerful individuals through sheer strength, especially the Bai family's ancestor, whose eyes shone with a strange light. Bai Hao, since you are a member of the Bai family, hand over the giant ghost king. For this great service, I will make you the Bai family's patriarch. In the sky, the Bai family's ancestor spoke, his voice even louder than the Tai family's ancestor. The Tai family's ancestor's eyes showed unwillingness, but he remained silent, clearly having reached a mutual understanding. The Chen family's ancestor felt the same, his eyes filled with a murderous intent no less intense than the Tai family's ancestors as he looked at Bai Xiaochun. This person, he cannot be allowed to remain. With his existence, the Bai family will become the sole dominant power in the future. This cannot be allowed to happen. This was the judgment of the Chen family's ancestor, and he was even more certain that once Bai Hao returned to the Bai family, this would also be the judgment of all the forces in Giant Ghost City. This was because Bai Hao's methods this time were too astonishing, enough to cause a sensation in the savage wilderness. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened. He immediately looked nervously at the three ancestors in the sky, his heart filled with anxiety and unease. The conditions the Bai family's ancestor had set were unbelievable to him. In silence, Bai Xiaochun sighed. At this moment, he heard the voice of the little turtle in his ear again. It hadn't spoken for several days. Little White, absolutely do not agree. The reason I, Master Gui, haven't appeared these past few days is because I didn't dare to show myself. Damn it, I already felt something was wrong. The Giant Ghost King has awakened. He awakened long ago. If I'm not mistaken, this old fellow's cultivation has already recovered. He's a cunning old fox, Bai Xiaochun. I've helped you so much, but he's a demigod. I even had to spend a long time arranging my telepathic communication with you to avoid being detected. You'd better handle it. Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled violently, but his expression remained unchanged. He suppressed his emotions and turned to look at the Giant Ghost King. His eyes were unwavering, but a bloodthirsty aura emanated from him, and blood vessels appeared in his eyes, transforming him into a ferocious lone wolf on the grassland. No need for further words. From the day I left the Bai family, I swore I would never return. Your Bai family and mine share the same surname, but our meanings are completely different. Bai Xiaochun suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse but resolute. The Giant Ghost King gave me a new lease on life. He's like an elder brother. I promised him I would protect him for a month, and I must do it. You want the Giant Ghost King? Then you'll have to step over my dead body first. Bai Xiaochun roared, his words filled with arrogance and pride. Anyone unfamiliar with Bai Xiaochun would be shaken by his righteous aura. Even in death, I, Bai Hao, will not abandon my elder brother, the Giant Ghost King. In Giant Ghost City, I didn't abandon him, and I certainly won't abandon him now. As he spoke, Bai Xiaochun's cultivation level surged. He carried the Giant Ghost King backward, but inwardly he felt triumphant, thinking his words were incredibly beautiful. Even the Giant Ghost King would be moved to tears. At the same time, he felt apprehensive, not towards the three great heavenly beings, but towards the Giant Ghost King himself. For he had previously offended him greatly, especially remembering how he had patted the other's head. Bai Xiaochun trembled. The three patriarchs fell silent. The face of the Tai family patriarch was indistinct, his primordial spirit appearing in the center of the gigantic face. Suddenly, Bai Xiaochun's lips moved slightly, and at that moment, lightning enveloped his entire body. The lightning bolts formed a giant ball of electricity, their power astonishing, twisting and burning wherever they passed. At the same time, the Chen family patriarch appeared, raising his hand to transform the heavens and earth, creating a raging storm of lightning that covered 100 miles. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened, knowing he had nowhere to escape, watching the lightning ball descend. Even if I die, I will not allow you to harm my elder brother. Bai Xiaochun retreated, releasing the giant Ghost King, his body shielding it, the eternal night umbrella unfolding and using all its power to block the attack. A deafening explosion shook the ground, causing cracks to appear. Countless bolts of lightning enveloped the area, seemingly transforming it into a lightning pool. The eternal night umbrella twisted and contorted, Bai Xiaochun spitting out fresh blood. His entire body felt like it was going blind, especially his bones, which were further shattered. He gritted his teeth and clung to the giant Ghost King. He fled, spitting blood as he ran. Bai Xiaochun's face was filled with despair as he looked down at the giant Ghost King, whispering a sentence only the giant Ghost King could hear. A person only dies once. Death. Compared to the kindness of my elder brother, what is it worth? Bai Xiaochun was desperate and delirious. I only regret that my cultivation is too weak. I only regret that I cannot fulfill my promise to my elder brother. Bai Xiaochun looked up at the sky and roared, his heart trembling, thinking that if he continued like this, he would truly die. What kind of game is this giant Ghost King playing? If he doesn't intervene, I'll die, and he won't survive either. Bai Xiaochun was on the verge of tears. In the sky, the ancestor of the Bai family sighed inwardly, thinking it was a pity. He was a ruthless man. If Bai Hao didn't know what was good for him, he wouldn't stop him. Then, you shall die. Boom! A heaven-shattering aura appeared in his eyes, and a massive fist descended. The power of this punch was like the will of heaven, controlling all directions and completely eliminating all of Bai Xiaochun's escape routes. With lightning speed, it enveloped Bai Xiaochun in the blink of an eye. Before it could strike, all the destructive energy erupted. An extremely powerful sense of life or death danger instantly surged through Bai Xiaochun's mind. He didn't need to look to understand that he absolutely couldn't stop it, nor could he dodge it. He was undoubtedly going to die. Damn it, Giant Ghost King, do you also want to die? Bai Xiaochun trembled, his heart screaming in despair, but his words remained unchanged. Brother, it's not that I'm breaking my promise, it's that I truly can't do it. All I can do is accompany you on the road to the underworld. Bai Xiaochun smiled sadly. He looked up at the descending fist, his eyes filled with extreme fear, yet he remained remarkably calm. Although his body trembled, he felt no tension or fear. He understood that if the little turtle was wrong and the giant Ghost King truly hadn't awakened, whether he abandoned him or not, the outcome would still be the same. How could he escape the clutches of the three heavenly human ancestors? This isn't a bet, nor is it a performance, damn it. I don't want to lose my life, and I can't let people be scared, Bai Xiaochun muttered to himself, his body trembling as he released the giant Ghost King. A deafening roar erupted. An earth-shattering explosion instantly occurred. A massive fist enveloped Bai Xiaochun's figure. The ground trembled, and a deep pit suddenly expanded outwards. Even the mountain range shook, and the surrounding void was torn apart by this divine power. At this moment, the Bai family's ancestor breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly his expression changed. His body trembled, and he looked up at the sky in fear. Giant Ghost King, not only him, but the 10 anti-family's ancestors also trembled, their minds exploding as if struck by 10,000 bolts of lightning. They stared in disbelief at the pit. The giant Ghost King, who had been unconscious behind Bai Xiaochun, had awakened. That's the giant Demon King. The game is over. The voice was cold but simple. When he uttered those 4 words, the aura of a demigod and the majesty of a king erupted. Even the heavens and earth seemed to darken with clouds. The ancestors of the 3 great families trembled, and even the giant Demon King's cultivation level was unleashed. His eyes, though not angry, exuded a powerful aura, causing the hearts of the 3 to crumble. This was the giant Demon King. At this moment, the colors of the heavens and earth were obscured, as if this figure could make the heavens and earth bow down, and all things transform. Because he was a demigod. Because he was one of the 4 great heavenly kings of the savage wilderness. He was the giant Demon King. He stood before Bai Xiaochun, raising his right hand. With just one hand, he could support the sky. The divine power of the Bai family's ancestors was directly blocked, and the 100-jang radius around him remained unimpeded. His aged body was constantly transforming. His white hair turned black. Wrinkles instantly covered his face. His withered body gradually straightened, and his majestic aura erupted. A crown appeared on his head, and a purple dragon robe clad him, radiating an aura of nobility that reached the heavens. The ancestor of the Bai family trembled uncontrollably in the sky, his eyes wide with terror, a chill running through him. The ancestor of the Chen family was no better. His fear was as vast as the ocean, for he knew he and his family would be destroyed. As for the ancestor of the Tai family, it was the same. He was left with only his primordial spirit. His fear, without a physical body to bear it, was entirely concentrated on his primordial spirit, causing it to twist and contort as if on the verge of collapse. He was screaming inwardly, realizing that all three of them had misjudged the giant ghost king. Not 3 months, not 1 month, not even half a month, but 5 days. They began their rebellion, and in just 5 days, the giant ghost king had recovered his cultivation. At this moment, he understood that this rebellion was merely a game. The giant ghost king's clone, which had unleashed an aura that dominated heaven and earth, along with that contemptuous gaze and those words, "This is a game, remember this sentence." The ancestors of the Tai, Bai, and Chen families all recalled it, and the entire world fell silent and desolate. The three of them stood in the sky, and in their perception, the entire world seemed to contain only that figure. Bai Xiaochun stood behind the giant ghost king, his eyes wide with disbelief. He couldn't believe he was alive, couldn't believe the giant ghost king had awakened and recovered his cultivation. He was even more shaken than the ancestors of the three great families. His inner turmoil intensified, and he was too nervous to speak. "I hope the giant ghost king will look at me well. Forget everything, please. Don't hold a grudge." Bai Xiaochun's heart was filled with anxiety and unease. The three ancestors of the Bai family were also constantly uneasy. Soon, the ancestor of the Tai family roared, turning and fleeing. He had no choice but to escape. Even if it meant the destruction of his family, he would still flee. As long as he remained, his family could still be re-established. But if he perished, that would be a complete loss. He had his choice. As for the ancestors of the Bai and Chen families, they didn't flee. They unleashed their cultivation and charged straight towards the giant ghost king. This rebellion was a gamble. If they won, they would have a better future. If they lost now, they would pay the price for their actions. "You two seem to have some backbone," the giant ghost king said calmly, his words carrying an unimaginable pressure that permeated the heavens and earth. He raised his right hand and brought down a punch, striking directly at the ancestors of the Bai and Chen families from a distance. A seemingly casual punch, seemingly devoid of any divine techniques, yet the heavens and earth darkened as if the world was spinning into a giant vortex. Like a colossal mouth devouring the ancestors of the Bai and Chen families. A deafening roar echoed throughout the land. The Bai family ancestor spat out blood, his body on the verge of collapse. He let out a tragic laugh, his body uncontrollably swallowed by the enormous mouth. The Chen family ancestor also laughed tragically, a bitter, unwilling laugh. He continued to spit out blood, his body being sucked into the colossal mouth. One punch annihilated to heavenly beings. Their figures vanished, their fate unknown. Bai Xiaochun was drenched in sweat, his heart trembling. He had never seen a demigod in action, and even the experience of using his soul blood to understand what a demigod was like hadn't shaken him as much as the scene before him. All of this made Bai Xiaochun extremely anxious. Images flashed through his mind. He had arrogantly patted the giant ghost king on the head not just once, but 7 or 8 times, until the giant ghost king's head swelled up. Bai Xiaochun was in agony, feeling as if he had eaten the heart of a dragon and the liver of a phoenix. Otherwise, why would he have the audacity to pat a half-god expert on the head? While Bai Xiaochun was suffering, the giant ghost king's gaze fell upon the figure of the Tai family's ancestor merging into the void. He snorted coldly and punched the fleeing Tai family ancestor. With this single punch, everything reversed. It seemed the tide was in the giant ghost king's hands, and he had his own rules. In an instant, Bai Xiaochun was horrified to discover that the Tai family ancestor had fled, his nascent soul already far away, retreating rapidly. "No, no, Lord King, spare my life, Lord King." The Tai family ancestor trembled uncontrollably, his nascent soul retreating and instantly appearing in the giant ghost king's hand. Before he could finish speaking, the giant ghost king, expressionless, squeezed, and the Tai family ancestor screamed in agony as his entire nascent soul collapsed. Even the collapse wasn't over. A lingering image from the primordial spirit flew out. It was the heavenly human soul. As soon as the heavenly human soul appeared, a vortex formed in the sky. Looking closely, a river appeared within the vortex, and in its waters were countless vengeful spirits. It was the river of darkness. The vortex instantly created a powerful suction force, seemingly guided by the rules, attempting to draw the heavenly human soul in. The giant ghost king snorted coldly, clapping his right hand, causing the heavens and earth to shift. The suction force was dispelled, and the river of darkness vortex, unwilling to contend with the demigod, gradually disappeared into the heavens and earth. The heavenly human soul was now in the giant ghost king's hands. The soul contained a metal attribute aura, even mixed with a trace of lightning power. It all ended like this. From the moment the giant ghost king made his move until now, only a few breaths had passed. Of the three great heavenly humans, one was dead, and the whereabouts of the other two were unknown. Bai Xiaochun trembled, sweat dripping from his forehead. His heart pounded as he looked at the giant ghost king. Suddenly, the giant ghost king turned to face Bai Xiaochun, his eyes filled with majesty and sharpness, like a blade striking Bai Xiaochun's head, capable of shattering his entire body. Bai Xiaochun's breathing quickened, his mind reeling. The giant ghost king had transformed into a storm, and he himself stood in the midst of it, his body torn apart at any moment. He was no different from a mortal facing a bloodthirsty tiger. An unimaginable pressure emanated from the giant ghost king's eyes, as if it wanted to overturn the heavens. Bai Hao, give me a reason not to kill you. The giant ghost king's voice was like thunder, the roar echoing through the 9 heavens and in all directions, as if the entire world was against Bai Xiaochun. The oppressive aura emanating from the giant ghost king made Bai Xiaochun tremble. He felt like a small boat in a raging storm, sensing that any incorrect answer would instantly lead to his complete annihilation. The giant ghost king's words nearly shattered Bai Xiaochun's soul. A simple statement, yet Bai Xiaochun had several explanations to offer. Whether it was their agreement, their previous charade, or the life-saving favor from a few days ago, every word had to be carefully considered. Bai Xiaochun had a premonition he shouldn't have said those words, because all the giant ghost kings knew, and yet still asking him such a question, it contained a profound hidden meaning that sent chills down Bai Xiaochun's spine. He had no doubt that his answer would determine his fate. This was one of the few times in Bai Xiaochun's life he felt such urgency, especially after seeing the giant ghost king's icy gaze. Deep within those eyes lay a strange glint, further confirming his suspicions. He's holding a heavenly human soul attribute medal in his hand. He deliberately showed it to me. What's the giant ghost king's intention? He keeps harboring murderous intent towards me, and even the restrictions aren't safe. Bai Xiaochun was conflicted. At this moment, he felt like he was getting close to a tiger. The giant ghost king had reverted to his true form, and for some reason, Bai Xiaochun felt an urge to pat him on the head. The thought was immediately suppressed. You still want to pat my head? As Bai Xiaochun hesitated anxiously, the giant ghost king spoke, his voice icy, his profound gaze carrying an oppressive aura, as if the entire world was pressing down on Bai Xiaochun. Like a raging storm sweeping across the land, he harbors resentment towards me. Refusing to confess will be dangerous. Bai Xiaochun trembled, his heart screaming, his eyes bloodshot. The true man knew when to yield and when to stand firm. Suddenly, he raised his head and spoke. Your Highness! Bai Xiaochun exclaimed excitedly. Your Highness, before, Bai Hao didn't understand, but now Bai Hao understands. Your Highness is indeed worthy of being called Your Highness, unparalleled in talent and wisdom. In 5 days, you reverse the course of events, like parting the clouds to reveal the sun. Bai Xiaochun spoke with extreme excitement, even tears welling up in his eyes. So excited you want to cry? The giant ghost king was slightly startled, his expression strange, but not lacking in majesty. Your Highness, your image is truly magnificent. With a single strike, you annihilated a celestial being, commanded all living beings. Your awe-inspiring spirit is overwhelming. You are a great hero in my heart. It's only natural that I cry. Bai Xiaochun said, his body trembling with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Upon hearing this, the giant ghost king's gaze grew even stranger, as if even he hadn't expected Bai Xiaochun to possess such skill. Seeing the gleam in the giant ghost king's eyes, Bai Xiaochun felt relieved. He realized he hadn't been wrong, he needed to put in more effort. His expression grew even more reverent as he bowed deeply, clasping his hands together. Your Highness, you are wise and mighty. Your intellect extraordinary. You are victorious in every battle. You are a jade tree in the wind. Nothing is impossible for you, truly unparalleled. The world is at your feet. Bai Hao will follow you wholeheartedly from now on. You will surely not harm a poor child like me. Bai Xiaochun stared at the giant ghost king, having said a great deal. But in reality, the last sentence was the most important. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Xiaochun's heart began to ache with worrying. He didn't understand if his choice was right or wrong. His heart filled with anxiety and distress. The giant demon king gazed thoughtfully at Bai Xiaochun, his heart filled with mixed emotions of amusement and exasperation. Although he had never heard anyone flatter him like this, there was no one else around him like Bai Xiaochun. Because he exuded such imposing authority, no one dared to speak a word. After hearing this, he seemed to enjoy it to some extent, his gaze towards Bai Xiaochun becoming less peculiar, even softening slightly. In truth, he had genuinely harbored murderous intentions before. After all, if it weren't for Bai Xiaochun, he wouldn't have encountered so many dangers. Even with his iron will, he had been moved a few times over the years, and it had left an indelible mark on his heart. Bai Xiaochun's appearance was unexpected, not part of his plan. If he brought Bai Xiaochun back to Giant Ghost City with his influence, one could imagine Bai Xiaochun's future status in Giant Ghost City would be second only to him. Such a thing would be fine if it were part of his plan, but since it was unexpected, the Giant Ghost King felt very uneasy. Therefore, he gave Bai Xiaochun the choice. If Bai Xiaochun answered that it was their agreement, then Bai Xiaochun would not obtain the heavenly human soul, and the giant ghost king would seal Bai Xiaochun. After the seal was broken, Bai Xiaochun would be secretly taken out of Giant Ghost City, and from then on, he would have no further connection with him. His life and death would be in the hands of fate. If Bai Xiaochun were to recount the tragic events of his journey, the giant ghost king would grant him the heavenly human soul, but then it would still be the same. Life and death in the hands of fate. No matter which of these two choices, the Giant Ghost King would not allow Bai Xiaochun to brazenly follow him back to Giant Ghost City. If Bai Xiaochun, unaware of the consequences, dared to pat him on the head and claim a life-saving favor, this act would be considered an act of gratitude. And given the Giant Ghost King's personality, he would retaliate. He gave Bai Xiaochun 3 options, and Bai Xiaochun chose the 4th. The Giant Ghost King's expression was strange, but he could do nothing, secretly cursing the cunning brat. After Bai Xiaochun's antics and shamelessness, his earlier murderous intent and thoughts vanished, especially after seeing Bai Xiaochun's injuries and remembering how he had not abandoned him. The opponent's sincerity at this life-or-death moment was undeniable. The cunning and resourceful Giant Ghost King saw through it clearly. He understood it was genuine. Thinking of this, his arrogant nature softened a little. After recalling Bai Xiaochun's elaborate flattery and the last sentence that left the Giant Ghost King unsure whether to laugh or cry, his gaze swept over Bai Xiaochun. The Giant Ghost King's cold expression softened, and he waved his hand, sending the metal attribute heavenly human soul into Bai Xiaochun's hand. Bai Xiaochun still felt apprehensive, constantly observing the Giant Ghost King. Seeing the heavenly human soul fly towards him, he was startled and then caught it, only to see the Giant Ghost King turn and walk away, seemingly intending to leave. Bai Xiaochun still couldn't fathom the other party's thoughts. Holding the heavenly human soul, he hesitated, wondering whether he should bid farewell or not. Should he let bygones be bygones? While Bai Xiaochun was lost in thought, the Giant Ghost King spoke. What are you standing there for? I want to return to Giant Ghost City. Aren't you going to return to? Suddenly, Bai Xiaochun's body trembled. His eyes lit up. He knew he had passed this test. The Giant Ghost King had made it clear he wanted to take him back. Just thinking about his glorious return, Bai Xiaochun was overjoyed. He excitedly set off. The Giant Demon King recovered his cultivation, 3 heavenly beings were captured, and the 3 great families were helpless. Not to mention the 6 heavenly marquises in Giant Demon City. Currently, Giant Demon City is in turmoil, and the forces within the city are anxious and worried. If the Giant Demon King had died that day, it would have been fine, but he was repeatedly rescued by Bai Hao. Since then, the rebels have been hanging by a thread, only able to hope that the 3 great heavenly beings will come out to hunt him down and finally kill him. Those who didn't rebel are also uneasy because the giant demon king's influence is too great. They didn't participate in the rebellion, and if they were to be accused of complicity, they would find it difficult to explain. In such a tense situation, the entire giant demon city is restrained. No one is seen on the streets. All soul cultivators remain in their residences, silently waiting for the rebellion to end. Only the soul army of the 6 great heavenly marquises was filled with anxiety and fear. They patrolled the giant demon city, relentlessly searching, as no one dared guarantee that the escaped giant demon king wouldn't sneak into the city. Although the possibility was slim, they couldn't afford to relax too much. As for the 6 rebellious heavenly marquises, their faces were grim. They gathered in the main hall within the city, speaking little, occasionally gazing at the distant sky, hoping for the return of the 3 great heavenly beings. The giant demon king is weak. Although Bai Hao is cunning and ruthless, his cultivation is insufficient. He will surely succeed. Even if the giant demon king possesses soul blood, it's still just soul blood. How many drops does he have? The 6 men constantly reassured themselves, yet couldn't suppress their racing hearts. At the same time, outside the giant demon city, on a mountaintop, 2 figures stood, looking around. These 2 were the Underworld Lord and the Impermanence Lord. Each of them was wary of the other, yet they also awaited the outcome. Deep down, they understood that their fate and destiny were no longer in their hands. Life and death rested in the hands of the 3 great celestial beings and the giant ghost king. If the celestial beings of the 3 great families succeeded, the Impermanence Lord could only flee or submit to them. Conversely, that would be the moment of the Underworld Lord's doom. Therefore, they abandoned their fight, staring intently at each other. The ability to weaken the other by a celestial being was the meaning of their existence. While the entire giant demon city was filled with suffocating tension and anxiety, time passed, and gradually twilight approached. The sky turned crimson like fiery clouds, and the soul cultivators of Giant Demon City felt a heavy weight in their eyes, their hearts filled with worrying. At this moment, the sky swirled, and in an instant, all the clouds in the sky transformed. Thunder rumbled across the 9 heavens, echoing in all directions. Boom! 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 The sound grew louder and louder, earth-shattering explosions shaking all the forces in Giant Demon City. The 6 great heavenly marquises' expressions changed. They looked at each other, speechless, and gazed up at the sky. Wu Chenggong and Yu Minggong also looked up, their eyes filled with tension and anticipation. In that instant, Yu Minggong's expression changed. He was disbelieving and terrified. Wu Chenggong, however, was shaken, overjoyed, and burst into laughter. Their expressions were different. One was terrified, the other joyful. The sound of thunder echoed across the sky, reverberating through the Giant Demon City boom. A sound like the creation of heaven and earth, shaking all the people in Giant Ghost City. A huge crack appeared in the sky, and with a swoosh, it seemed as if everyone's lives were cleaved in two. This crack was thousands of feet long, like an invisible blade cutting through the void. A black storm enveloped all directions, and 2 figures emerged from the crack. The first wore a crown and a purple dragon robe. The moment he stepped out, the heavens and earth trembled, countless lightning bolts spread around, and everything was suppressed. Especially his eyes, like the most dazzling light in the heavens and earth. Where he stood, there was endless darkness. Giant Ghost City, already feeling oppressed, became even more so. In an instant, the pressure enveloped the entire city. All the soul cultivators in the city trembled, their hearts filled with overwhelming turmoil. Someone cried out, and very quickly, the entire city erupted. Giant Demon King. The Giant Demon King has returned. Welcome, Giant Demon King. At this moment, shouts of reverence echoed throughout the city. The 6 rebellious heavenly marquises trembled, their faces devoid of color, awaiting execution. Defeated. Utterly defeated. Defeated. With their cultivation, they could see that the Giant Demon King had recovered. One could imagine the fate of the heavenly human ancestors of the 3 great families. Gasps of breath filled the entire city, every gaze focused on the Giant Demon King. At this moment, only one person was displaying his power and might, as if in the entire world, besides the Giant Demon King, only he remained supreme. That person was Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was excited and exhilarated. Now, adjusting his breathing and looking down at the city below, he felt a sense of relief at the end of his suffering. He was uncontrollably thrilled. Before, he had been like a mouse scurrying through the streets of the city, chased and hunted everywhere. Now, he returned here with the glory of a victor, his triumph beyond description. He raised his head, and Bai Xiaochun stepped forward, directly approaching the giant ghost king. Standing there, he shouted loudly to the entire city, "Listen carefully. The three great clans have committed treason, and the king has beheaded their leaders. Now that the king has returned, why don't you all come and pay your respects?" "What are you waiting for?" As Bai Xiaochun shouted, figures flew up from all directions, rushing towards the giant ghost king and kneeling. "Welcome, giant ghost king! Welcome, giant ghost king!" More and more people flew out, and in an instant, countless soul cultivators appeared, their voices echoing across the sky as they all bowed in reverence. As for the 6 heavenly marquises, their faces were ashen, each one despairing, knowing they dared not flee, nor even resist. They all bowed their heads and knelt, for heavenly lords chose to remain silent amidst the rebellion. Trembling, they bowed in reverence, each filled with anxiety. In the distance, 2 streaks of light flew and stopped in midair. They were Wu Jiangong and Yuming. Wu Jiangong was very agitated. He clasped his hands and bowed to the giant ghost king. "Greetings, your majesty." Yuming's face was filled with worrying and unease. He hadn't rashly chosen to flee. He knew there was no escape, and fleeing meant certain death. But not fleeing might offer a glimmer of hope. At this moment, his face pale, he knelt down. Countless voices of reverence erupted in Giant Ghost City, creating an incredibly powerful atmosphere. The giant ghost king's face was expressionless. From beginning to end, he hadn't uttered a word. He stood there, observing the crowd. His silence, coupled with the majestic presence of a returning king, was enough to crush all the rebels. Seeing all this, Bai Xiaochun's heart was filled with even more excitement. Fortunately, he hadn't forgotten the majesty of the giant ghost king. After secretly observing them, he made a decision. He clasped his hands behind his back, arrogantly looked down at the crowd below, and declared, "Capture the rebels." Bai Xiaochun felt his words were too sharp, and his heart was filled with joy. As soon as he said this, the 4 great heavenly marquises who hadn't participated in the rebellion immediately acted. They flew to the 6 rebellious heavenly marquises, sealed their cultivation, and captured them. The 6 didn't dare resist. In an instant, they were sealed and forced to their knees. They couldn't move. At the same time, Wu Jiangong raised his right hand, and Yuming's body trembled, his cultivation sealed. He reluctantly accepted his fate. As for the subordinates of the 6 great heavenly marquises who hadn't fled, the other 4 heavenly marquises quickly subdued them all. The giant ghost king remained coldly observing everything, not speaking, but inwardly he greatly appreciated Bai Xiaochun's actions. Now he took a step towards the statue of the giant ghost king, waved his hand, and instantly the surroundings twisted, time reversed, and blocks of stone on the ground flew up. In an instant, the collapsed statue was restored to its original state. The royal palace's grand hall also saw stones fly up and restore itself, even the cracks closed. In a few breaths, everything seemed like a miracle. The statue of the giant ghost king stood tall, and the vast royal palace was as before. "I, the king, have returned." Since the giant ghost king's return, this was the first time he had spoken, his voice filled with majesty that echoed throughout the city. "Giant ghost king! Giant ghost king! Giant ghost king!" In the city, everyone shouted in unison, the wind and clouds swirling, the fervent voices led by Bai Xiaochun. Amidst the adoring cheers of the crowd below, Bai Xiaochun's emotions stirred. He admired the power of the giant ghost king, and his spirits were lifted considerably. He understood that he was truly destined for greatness this time. He now hurried to the giant ghost king's side, his demeanor focused on his work, constantly scanning the surroundings, worried about any potential troublemakers. This flamboyant display didn't escape the notice of others, who dared not mock him in the slightest. Many were even envious and jealous, wishing they could take his place. They all understood that Bai Hao would rise like a kite in the wind, transforming into a dragon. From now on, he would ascend to the heavens in a single step. Even the 4 great heavenly marquises dared not rebel. When they looked at Bai Xiaochun, they wore solemn expressions. Even Wu Jiangong looked at Bai Xiaochun, inwardly sighing, knowing that Bai Hao had caught the giant ghost king's eye. Bai Xiaochun's actions were overly flamboyant, naturally attracting the attention of the giant ghost king. His expression remained unchanged, yet he seemed to be caught between laughter and tears. After recovering his cultivation, he saw Bai Xiaochun differently than before. "Why how, you handle everything here. Wu Zhanggong, follow me." The giant ghost king secretly shook his head, no longer paying attention to Bai Xiaochun. After speaking, he summoned Wu Zhanggong to accompany him into the main hall. "Bai Hao accepts the order," Bai Xiaochun exclaimed, exhilarated by the feeling of wielding great power. Wu Zhanggong took a deep breath, raised his hand to grasp the silent Yuming Gong, and entered the main hall. He noticed Bai Xiaochun's sharp gaze, constantly scrutinizing him to see if he posed any danger to the giant ghost king. This made him uncomfortable, feeling that Bai Hao was being overly dramatic. He didn't dare show his displeasure, even offering a friendly smile and nodding to Bai Xiaochun before entering the palace. Bai Xiaochun withdrew his gaze, his heart filled with uncontainable pride. "Humph, I, Bai Xiaochun, have seized power." Bai Xiaochun, with a majestic and spirited demeanor, stood in midair outside the giant ghost king statue, his hands clasped behind his back, arrogantly looking down at the crowd below. At this moment, the heavenly marquises, not rebelling, flew over and approached Bai Xiaochun. They smiled, flattered, and showed utmost respect. "I've heard before that Brother Bai Hao is exceptionally heroic and possesses extraordinary talent. Today, meeting him, I see the rumors are true. Brother Bai Hao is not just exceptionally heroic, he's simply a dragon and phoenix among men, unparalleled in the world. I have a jade pendant that has been refined 15 times. The first time I saw Brother Bai Hao, I felt this pendant was destined for you. Please accept it." "That's right, Brother Bai Hao, your great battle against the 3 great heavenly beings that day shook the savage wilderness. In our Kuwang great land, which genius dares to compare with Brother Bai Hao? There simply isn't one. Brother Bai Hao, you don't have a home in Giant Ghost City yet. I've already made arrangements for you. Please accept it." Those 3 rebellious heavenly humans, Brother Bai Hao severely wounded 2 of them, and 1 lost his physical body. "Brother Bai Hao, you are the #1 prodigy of our savage wilderness. Only you deserve this treasure." The 4 heavenly marquises all flattered him, vying to offer treasures. They wouldn't do this under normal circumstances. But now they were nervous and fearful, wanting Bai Xiaochun to speak well of them, so they were practically offering their money. "Not at all, not at all. We all serve the king. There's no need for that." Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily. Although he spoke politely, his hands were quick. He readily accepted the treasures without hesitation. Seeing Bai Xiaochun accept the treasures, the 4 heavenly marquises breathed a sigh of relief and continued to flatter him. They quickly addressed each other as brothers, even inviting Bai Xiaochun into their homes as a guest, subtly hinting at the generous gifts awaiting them. Bai Xiaochun licked his lips, becoming even more smug. He chatted with the 4 heavenly marquises for a while, then, with a flick of his sleeve, issued a royal decree in the name of the giant ghost king, imprisoning the 6 sealed heavenly marquises in the demon prison. After making all the necessary arrangements, he imprisoned the rebellious forces, repaired the city, pacified the shops, and even arranged for a large army to surround the 3 major families, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. Although everything wasn't done perfectly, it was done in an orderly manner. After completing everything, Bai Xiaochun restored the patrol team, maintaining the city's normal operation. Only then did he stand outside the main hall of the royal palace, assuming the appearance of guarding the place. He stood there, seemingly surveying the surroundings, but inwardly he was thinking, the giant ghost king had summoned Wu Zhanggong a long time ago. Although they were discussing rebellion, Bai Xiaochun was aware of the news. He understood that Wu Zhanggong was the only celestial being who hadn't rebelled and was protecting the giant ghost king, so he was on high alert. Lord Wu Zhang is a celestial being. His status is higher than mine. Through his attitude, perhaps he can also discern the great ghost king's true intentions. Bai Xiaochun pondered. It was late at night when Lord Wu Zhang emerged from the main hall, his face still showing excitement. Upon leaving, he immediately spotted Bai Xiaochun, his eyes flashing, a smile spreading across his face. Bai Xiaochun, seeing Lord Wu Zhang, bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Wu Zhang." "There's no need for that, General Bai." Lord Wu Zhang laughed heartily. Before Bai Xiaojun could turn around, he raised his head and continued with a smile. General Bai has rendered great service this time. His future is immeasurable. The Great Ghost City has just experienced a rebellion and is in need of rebuilding. We two should interact more, Lord Wucheng said with a smile. Hearing the address Chief Steward Bai Xiaojun was stunned but didn't ask many questions. He politely exchanged a few words with Wu Chenggong, watched Wu Chenggong's figure leave, and breathed a sigh of relief. He was thinking when he heard the giant ghost king summoning him from within the royal palace. Bai Xiaojun quickly regained his composure, took a deep breath, bowed respectfully, and entered the main hall. He saw the giant ghost king seated there, radiating an aura of authority without anger. The giant ghost king sat on his throne, even more imposing than before. Now that he spoke, his gaze was like lightning. When Bai Xiaojun saw him, his heart tensed, and he quickly bowed and replied loudly, "The chaos in Giant Ghost City is not yet well managed. Fortunately, the king is wise and valiant, unparalleled in the world." A single word, a single glance, has intimidated all directions, inspiring awe and respect. Remembering the king's peaceful reign, where the people were loyal, the minor matters have been handled very smoothly. Bai Xiaojun opened his mouth, secretly observing the giant ghost king's expression. Hearing Bai Xiaojun's words, the giant ghost king's imposing face wrinkled slightly, the reluctant solemnity disappearing. He realized that Bai Hao had become addicted to flattery. He inwardly enjoyed Bai Xiaojun's flattery, as he had never encountered such a response before, but his eyes still glared at him. Don't take these meaningless words too seriously. Bai Hao, your cultivation is insufficient. You should focus more on your practice. You need to improve your cultivation, do you understand? The giant ghost king said in a low voice, especially remembering how Bai Xiaojun, after merging a drop of his soul blood, could unleash a demigod-level attack. The giant ghost king greatly admired and valued him. Rest assured, Your Highness, the old man's cultivation is unparalleled, invincible in the world. Over the past few days, I've watched Your Highness practice breathing exercises, and I've gained much insight. Especially seeing Your Highness's majestic aura, my heart is deeply moved, as if I've been enlightened. Many of my meridians have been opened. After I return, I will immediately go into seclusion and strive for a breakthrough. I will absolutely not let Your Highness down. However, I've offended too many people, and I'm worrying that someone might seek revenge while I'm in seclusion. After seeing the giant ghost king's expression, Bai Xiaojun felt relieved. His reply, however, gradually became more and more strained, and throughout the process, he never forgot to flatter the giant ghost king. The giant ghost king, increasingly helpless, understood the meaning behind Bai Xiaojun's words. He wanted power. All right, I'll pass the reins down. From now on, you'll take on the position of general manager. The giant ghost king waved his hand, dismissing Bai Xiaojun. Bai Xiaojun was stunned by the prospect of the general manager position, but his thoughts were clear. His heart swelled with excitement, his body relaxed, and he spoke again. Your Highness, the three great families dared to rebel and chased after us before. How hateful Bai Xiaojun glared. He wasn't actually targeting the three great families when he spoke all of them, but rather using this to highlight his meritorious service in protecting the giant ghost king. The giant ghost king looked at Bai Xiaojun, snorted coldly, and said nothing, a glint appearing in his eyes. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Bai Xiaojun didn't speak further and quickly took his leave. After leaving the main hall, a gust of wind blew, chilling his back. He let out a sigh of relief. The conversation in the hall had been normal, but Bai Xiaojun was terrified. He truly felt the giant ghost king's unpredictable moods putting immense pressure on him. Although my flattery is very effective, it works on everything except me, Bai Xiaojun. Bai Xiaojun's eyes shifted. Then he considered what he should prioritize. Remembering the attitude of the heavenly marquises towards him, Bai Xiaojun immediately felt a surge of joy. As long as I can please the giant ghost king, who in this savage wilderness will dare to provoke me? I have the giant ghost king behind me. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaojun felt elated. At that moment, a white light fell upon the ground, and Bai Xiaojun flew away from the statue of the giant ghost king. He felt a surge of emotion. I didn't want to be this outstanding, but there's no way around it. This is fate. It's destined that I, Bai Xiaochun, will be the dignified young master of the Reverse River sect, the commander of 10,000 men of the Great Wall, and rise to prominence even in the savage wilderness. Bai Xiaochun sighed helplessly, troubled by his own excellence. Shaking his head, he couldn't hide his smugness as he flew through the giant ghost city. Normally, he was a prison guard. Although he could fly, he lacked the courage. If the patrol team insisted on enforcing the law, he would have to land. Now that Bai Xiaochun had just flown out, patrol teams from all directions immediately flew towards him, respectfully bowing and guarding him. This stunned Bai Xiaochun, but he quickly adapted. He thoroughly enjoyed this kind of treatment. He then coughed up a jade slip and clasped his hands behind his back. Surrounded by patrols, he proceeded to the residence of a heavenly marquis. This building in the inner city was the heavenly marquis's private residence, occupying a considerable area. Inside, there were artificial mountains and streams, and even protective formations. The environment was tranquil. As soon as Bai Xiaochun arrived, the heavenly marquis had already made arrangements, and the servants respectfully bowed to him. Bai Xiaochun was extremely satisfied with the arrangements, and with a sigh of satisfaction, he went inside. Nothing happened during the night. Bai Xiaochun didn't immediately integrate the metal attribute heavenly human soul. This fifth heavenly human soul was crucial. He needed to seclude himself and focus his energy on breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Currently, it's not a good time for seclusion, especially on Monday. The announcement regarding Bai Xiaochun's appointment as the city's chief steward of Giant Ghost City has reached countless people, leaving them stunned by the news. Chief Steward, Bai Hao has been appointed Chief Steward. This Chief Steward position, I've been in Giant Ghost City for so long, why haven't I ever heard of it? Chief Steward, it's somewhere between real power and nominal authority, depending on royal favor. Bai Hao is currently enjoying immense royal favor. In Giant Ghost City, countless forces were vying for this Chief Steward position. Bai Xiaochun, having heard of the appointment, wondered if he should go out and show off. Before he could leave, someone arrived at his house to pay a visit. Visitors streamed in incessantly, from the 4 great heavenly marquises to a few soul cultivators under their command. Basically, all the powerful figures in Giant Ghost City came to pay their respects. Each person presented lavish gifts, which greatly impressed Bai Xiaochun. Looking at the list of gifts, his heart pounded, and he stammered at the numbers. The most extravagant gift was a building given to him by the heavenly Marquis Chen Hai. This man was slightly overweight, always smiling, and didn't even care about his cultivation level or status. He was obsequious and very close to Bai Xiaochun. Besides this, Bai Xiaochun's status and position suddenly rose. The biggest beneficiaries were Zhou Yixing and Li Feng, especially Zhou Yixing, who had rendered great service to Bai Xiaochun. Now that Bai Xiaochun had returned in such glory, Zhou Yixing, having finally achieved his goal, excitedly rushed to pay his respects. After Bai Xiaochun saw Zhou Yixing and realized that he was going through a difficult time, he also intended to establish his own power base in Giant Ghost City. Zhou Yixing, agitated and after hesitating for a while before leaving with a satisfied expression, immediately unleashed his scheme. He used Bai Xiaochun as a shield, using him to win over people's hearts and recruit soldiers during the post-chaos reconstruction period. After several more days, the number of visitors gradually decreased, giving Bai Xiaochun time to go for a stroll. Wherever he went, soul cultivators who saw him respectfully bowed. Bai Xiaochun's heart swelled with joy, and he decided to take a walk around Giant Ghost City. Greetings, General Manager Bai. Greetings, General Manager Bai. It's General Manager Bai. At this point, the title General Manager Bai made Bai Xiaochun arrogant and boastful as he strutted around, feeling extremely pleased. He often recalled his time at the Lingxi sect, where he would stand in one place, coughing, deliberately reminding those around him that General Manager Bai had arrived. Each time this happened, respectful greetings rang out, making Bai Xiaochun even more pleased. He thoroughly enjoyed this, even making a special trip to the demon prison. Li Su, reluctantly, could only respectfully bow and accompany Bai Xiaochun on a tour, essentially inspecting the work. Bai Xiaochun felt like he had turned into the master, walking through the demon prison with the air of someone surveying the land. 4 black immortals from the 4 districts crowded behind Bai Xiaochun. They looked at him, their hearts filled with apprehension, especially considering how Bai Xiaochun had first been a prison guard, then a prisoner. And now the chief steward Bai Sun Peng from District Ding, in particular, found it unbelievable. Although Bai Xiaochun remembered their old friendship and was very impressed by their inspection of District Ding, Sun Peng was extremely excited. Especially the ninth squad, Bai Xiaochun remembered their old friendship even more, specifically asking the ninth squad leader to meet him. This honor thrilled the ninth squad leader. I have a deep affection for the demon prison. This place used to be my home, and I have the deepest feelings for this place. Bai Xiaochun sighed. The people behind him were involuntarily moved, responding enthusiastically, especially when Bai Xiaochun returned to his old residence. He looked at his former dwelling and reminisced. It is here that I, Bai, wish to give up everything and return to this place to be a prison guard once again. His words stirred the surrounding crowd, who clamored to dissuade him. General Manager, you absolutely cannot do that. You are a man of great importance, bearing the weight of the rise and fall of Giant Ghost City. That's right, General Manager. Giant Ghost City may not have prison guards, but it absolutely cannot do without you. Seeing the crowd's voices, Bai Xiaochun sighed helplessly. Well, if everyone insists, I can only give up my ideals. It's all for the sake of the king, for Giant Ghost City. The crowd stood respectfully, their eyes filled with emotion as they looked at Bai Xiaochun. Many were weeping. Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat, feeling he had spoken a little too harshly, truly too passionately. Thus, the inspection concluded. As he prepared to leave, he noticed Li Su following beside him, his expression unnatural and even somewhat unpleasant. Li Su, I want to reprimand you. That day when the prince was in danger, I was the only one protecting him. Where were you? Bai Xiaochun was displeased. He had gone around so much, and Li Su hadn't shown any reaction. That was bad enough, but he had maintained a serious expression the whole time, which displeased him. That day I went to see the Wuchang Lord. Li Su remained silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and spoke. A cold glint appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes as he stared at Li Su. After a long pause, he finally spoke. The royal family is in danger, yet you're going to see Wuchang Gong, Li Su. You're truly dedicated to your duty. Li Su's expression changed drastically. He suddenly looked up at Bai Xiaochun, and after noticing the cold glint in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, his breathing quickened. He realized his state was wrong. His face had been unpleasant from beginning to end. This wasn't Bai Xiaochun's fault, but his own unchanging temperament. Even his previous words had offended the other party. Thinking of Bai Hao's current status, Li Su immediately regretted it and bowed respectfully. Bai Xiaochun wasn't the type to hold grudges. He didn't harbor any animosity towards Li Su, but the other party's attitude in front of so many people had made Bai Xiaochun unable to tolerate it. Now that he saw the other party lower his stance, he nodded and let it go, casually saying a few words before leaving. For several days afterward, Bai Xiaochun was anything but quiet. He continued to flaunt his power throughout the city, naturally harboring resentment towards the three powerful families who had hunted him down. His nature wasn't one of revenge. Only when he held power did he feel enraged remembering the three families. However, the Giant Ghost King had made other arrangements. Besides eliminating the Tai family's patriarch, the Baiyan Chen family's patriarchs were only captured, and the three families were temporarily spared. Bai Xiaochun endured this for several days, but he couldn't help but subtly hint at the various forces currying favor with him. Soon, the Giant Ghost King secretly suppressed the three families within the city. After a few more days, the Giant Ghost King, seeing Bai Xiaochun's carefree and arrogant behavior, finally reprimanded him. Only then did Bai Xiaochun reluctantly return home, secluding himself in his secret chamber to cultivate the heavenly human soul. He hadn't forgotten about cultivation. After becoming the White Steward, he couldn't help but want to show off. After all, his status in Giant Ghost City was too low before, and now that he'd changed, he had to flaunt it. While he was cultivating, the Giant Ghost King was also helpless. In the past few days, Bai Xiaochun had been using the tiger's prestige to his advantage, and he had seen clearly and understood Bai Xiaochun's character more deeply. This little rascal, sometimes he seems cunning and ruthless, other times he's like a child. The Giant Ghost King shook his head, but deep down he felt much more at ease about Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun, although frustrating, had a lovable side when carefully considered. Most importantly, his fondness for showing off showed that he was unlikely to betray anyone. After all, everything he had was thanks to the king's kindness. As for Bai Xiaochun's secret actions against the three major families, the giant ghost king saw it but didn't pay much attention to it. It was just a minor matter. Although Bai Hao is too lazy to cultivate, if you don't put pressure on him, Bai Hao won't go to cultivate. He clearly prefers to enjoy himself. The giant ghost king's gaze fell on Bai Xiaochun's house, muttering softly to himself. At this moment, even he didn't realize that since bringing Bai Xiaochun back to Giant Ghost City, his attitude towards Bai Xiaochun had changed from others meanwhile. In his secluded cultivation chamber, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, steadying his spirit. He suppressed the smugness of his changing status, his eyes returning to calmness as he looked at the heavenly human soul in his hand, his gaze filled with hesitation and anticipation. This is the last heavenly human soul I need after integrating it into my body. The 5 elements heavenly human soul will be complete. I've waited so long for this breakthrough. And it's finally coming. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were filled with excitement and longing as he held the heavenly human soul and placed it against his chest. Boom! Upon merging with the heavenly human golden soul, Bai Xiaochun's aura became heavy. As he circulated his cultivation within his body, a familiar sensation arose, along with a feeling of his body about to be split apart. He sat cross-legged, his body appearing to overlap. Upon closer inspection, encompassing his main body, one could see 5 Bai Xiaochuns superimposed upon each other. As time passed, the 5th shadow gradually became clearer. A resounding roar echoed. Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes and chanted a spell. Clones, come out! Boom! 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 A deafening explosion erupted, and 5 clones emerged from his main body. They circled around Bai Xiaochun, and terrifying pressure emanated from both the clones and his main body. Each clone possessed the cultivation of a great perfection core formation, enough to shake an early nascent soul stage. The heavenly down nascent soul, though not yet fully formed, possessed earth-shattering power. Next is the heavenly down nascent soul. Bai Xiaochun's eyes gleamed. The heavenly down nascent soul. Too difficult. The difficulty wasn't just in needing 5 heavenly human souls. These 5 heavenly human souls had to possess unique attributes. They absolutely had to be all 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, which greatly increased the difficulty. In the Tongshan continent, heavenly human souls are extremely rare. Bai Xiaochun only managed to reach this point through fortunate coincidences. The Lingxi sect gave him one, and Du Lingfei gave him another. Leaving those 2 aside for now, from the 3rd heavenly human soul onwards, Bai Xiaochun had to pay a huge price. For the 3rd heavenly human soul, he went through a life or death ordeal in the labyrinth and was even teleported to the savage wilderness. For the 4th heavenly human soul, he offended the Bai family and nearly died. As for the last heavenly human soul, he also had to pay a huge price to obtain it. Now, after integrating the heavenly human souls and creating 5 clones, Bai Xiaochun recalled past events, his heart racing. He looked at the 5 clones, took a deep breath, and the events in the labyrinth flashed through his mind. Along with the description of the method for advancing to the heavenly down nascent soul on the stone tablet. Integrate the 5 clones into the main body, merging them into one with the main body. Then he can break through the golden core and enter the nascent soul. Bai Xiaochun closed his eyes. This was extremely important to him. He couldn't afford any mistakes. Bai Xiaochun's mind raced, and a resolute expression appeared in his eyes. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, first merge the golden body. Bai Xiaochun's cultivation erupted, generating the fluctuations of a great perfection golden core. The golden core surged, transforming into a powerful pressure that enveloped the secret chamber. Bai Xiaochun looked at the metal attribute heavenly human soul clone beside him. The metal clone looked up at the main body, and without hesitation, instantly transformed into a golden light and flew straight into Bai Xiaochun's forehead. It then continuously disintegrated, and in an instant, a brilliant golden light shone. At this moment, the 5-element metal power circulated within Bai Xiaochun's body. Bai Xiaochun's mind reeled, his body trembled. He felt the 5 elements metal power circulating throughout his body, directly penetrating his golden core. It wasn't an attack, but rather a piercing penetration, disappearing completely within. Bai Xiaochun's golden core trembled, an inexplicable, mysterious sensation emanating from it. The powerful life force seemed to affect his entire being, transforming him. Numerous empty golden runes appeared around the golden core, and an inviolable, divine aura emanated from Bai Xiaochun's face. Before long, more and more runes appeared around Bai Xiaochun's golden core, and simultaneously, the five elements' metal power erupted from within. The power was so immense that it threatened to shatter his golden core. Even his meridians, enveloped by the power, felt as if his body couldn't withstand it and was on the verge of disintegration. Once there was no way to suppress it, Bai Xiaochun would undoubtedly die, his body and soul instantly annihilated. Seeing the imminent danger, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes at that moment, his sharp gaze fixed on the fire clone. Essence overcomes hardness, therefore fire overcomes metal. Bai Xiaochun roared, and the fire clone instantly transformed into a small sea of fire, entering Bai Xiaochun's forehead and instantly engulfing his entire body. Burned by the flames, the metal element's power was suppressed. As the fire element's power circulated within him, after suppressing the metal power in his meridians, the fire element's power then entered Bai Xiaochun's golden core. A resounding explosion echoed, the five-element fire power transforming into a sea of flames swirling around the golden core. In an instant, it seemed as if it would melt the golden core. The golden runes vibrated, and the five-element metal power within the golden core was suppressed by the five-element fire power, unable to inflict any damage. However, similarly, although the five-element metal power was suppressed and unable to cause damage, the five-element fire power erupted, threatening to shatter Bai Xiaochun's golden core. The danger was not averted. In a flash, the golden core transformed into a fire core, its temperature extremely high. Bai Xiaochun's body was drenched in sweat. The sea of fire sealed the flames. Once it exploded, it would incinerate his entire body. Not only did the danger not diminish, it intensified. Bai Xiaochun remained calm. He knew he couldn't panic. Everything had to be done in sequence. At this moment, he looked at his water clone. They won, therefore, water overcomes fire. Own! Bai Xiaochun's water clone transformed into a blue aura. Upon closer inspection, it was a single drop of deep blue water, yet it contained an endless ocean of water that entered Bai Xiaochun's forehead. Like a red-hot iron rod dipped into cold water, the five-element water force enveloped Bai Xiaochun's entire body, suppressing the fire force and then engulfing the fire core, directly merging into it and resolving the crisis. The five-element water force erupted. Bai Xiaochun's entire body felt as if it were about to melt, as if all his organs had turned into a sea of water. This corrosive power was extremely painful. Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned bloodshot, and he shouted, "Reality triumphs over illusion, therefore earth overcomes water." His words echoed, and in an instant, the earth clone merged into his body. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled, his eyes blazing red, the earth force enveloping his entire body, his body seemingly about to be assimilated, becoming a part of his being. Special power triumphs over dispersion, therefore wood overcomes earth. He roared, and as the wood clone entered his body, Bai Xiaochun's body already contained the five-element forces. Before his eyes, the wood force suppressed the earth force, and his golden core transformed into a wood core. Bai Xiaochun showed no sign of panic. In fact, his eyes held great anticipation. He roared loudly, "Strength overcomes softness, therefore metal overcomes wood." The moment he uttered these words, the suppressed power of the metal attribute within his golden core erupted again. The wood attribute, which had held the advantage, was suppressed, but in an instant, the metal attribute surged forward only to be suppressed by the fire attribute. Then, fire was overcome by water, water by earth, earth by wood. Everything formed a cycle, with Bai Xiaochun's golden core as the intermediary, suddenly circulating. During this circulation, the five elements perfectly fused. This is why the heavenly Tao-nascent soul needs the five elements heavenly human soul. If it lacks the five elements heavenly human soul, the absence of any one of the four elements will cause the attempt to break through cultivation to fail. Only with the five elements in perfect harmony can a perfect cyclical state be formed. After circulating 9 cycles, Bai Xiaochun raised his head and shouted loudly. In an instant, his cultivation increased at an extraordinary speed. Under the circumstances of this continuous increase, the golden core shattered. After the golden core shattered, a small figure identical to Bai Xiaochun appeared. This small figure was the nascent soul. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a 5-colored radiance. The 5 elements' power circulated perfectly within its body, and an earth-shattering aura erupted from the nascent soul. If any other nascent soul cultivator were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly gasp in astonishment. Because a nascent soul formed using a nascent soul forging pill is called a mortal nascent soul, and it's not only vague but also dull and lifeless like a mortal. A nascent soul formed using a heavenly beast soul is neither vague nor lifeless. Most importantly, it's formed based on one's own aptitude and cultivation method. One of the 5 attributes metal, wood, water, fire, and earth will transform into divine light enveloping the body. That's considered the limit. Only the legendary heavenly down nascent soul is perfect and flawless, not only dazzling and radiant, but most importantly, possessing a complete 5 elements divine light. The 5 elements divine light is the innate divine light, not only unaffected by 5 elements cultivation methods, but even more astonishingly, once unleashed, it can suppress all other nascent souls, regardless of whether they are mortal Tao or heavenly beast souls. All cultivators of the same realm who fought against a heavenly down nascent soul were weakened by 3/10. If they were of the type with unstable minds, their nascent souls would even tremble, and their cultivation would be unable to circulate. A nascent soul like this, it's almost non-existent. This is a heavenly down nascent soul. Amidst a thunderous explosion, the nascent soul opened its eyes. The moment it opened its eyes, thunder and lightning echoed through the 9 heavens of the giant ghost city. Boom! Under the thunderous roar, the nascent soul within Bai Xiaochun manifested the aura of the heavenly Tao, appearing majestically like a thunderclap shaking the 8 directions. The 5 elements are complete. A heavenly down nascent soul. Bai Xiaochun was excited. His eyes slowly opened. He felt the golden core within him transform into a nascent soul. The miniature nascent soul sat in meditation, its entire body emitting an extremely sacred aura, and even containing the essence of the heavenly Tao. This kind of nascent soul was something to behold and envy. 3 terrifying fluctuations emanated from the nascent soul, merging into his meridians. The immense cultivation within him astonished even Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled slightly as he looked around. Everything in his eyes was different. The world was brighter than before. At the same time, he felt his body become transparent, cleansed both inside and out. The immense cultivation filled Bai Xiaochun with joy. He could see another version of himself. Compared to before the nascent soul stage, the 2 were incomparable. He even felt confident that he could crush the Bai family patriarch with a single slap. This is the heavenly down nascent soul. Bai Xiaochun was incredibly excited, even disbelieving that his nascent soul was now countless times stronger than other nascent souls. Every breath he took could cause the void to tremble, and a single glance transformed into tangible pressure that shook the minds of others. Most importantly, after becoming a nascent soul cultivator, his spiritual consciousness transformed into divine consciousness. Divine consciousness, as it is, contains his own soul and allows him to teleport within its range. My mental faculties have increased greatly. Bai Xiaochun thought expectantly. Suddenly, he unleashed his divine consciousness, covering a 10-mile radius. Everything within that 10-mile radius was within his grasp. Bai Xiaochun was excited. He discovered that his consciousness hadn't fully erupted yet, but he extended it further, increasing the coverage to 100 miles. Even then, it hadn't reached its limit. Bai Xiaochun was astonished. He considered further expansion, but then abandoned the idea. After all, this was the savage wilderness. It was better to retain some of it. Too powerful. Bai Xiaochun withdrew his divine consciousness, breathing heavily. He felt his cultivation level increase in every aspect. Bai Xiaochun was extremely excited. His eyes filled with ecstatic joy, especially after discovering that his life force was incredibly abundant. Bai Xiaochun was uncontrollably thrilled. This life force, my God, my lifespan. Even if I do nothing now, I guess I can live for thousands of years. Bai Xiaochun trembled with joy. His greatest dream in life was immortality, and although he hadn't achieved it yet, he had taken a huge step forward. Just thinking about living for thousands of years, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but shed tears of joy. It's worth it. It's all worth it. Bai Xiaochun looked up at the sky and laughed loudly, gesticulating wildly. He was about to leave his seclusion to see how powerful he was when suddenly his expression changed. It can't end. Bai Xiaochun discovered that his body was undergoing a transformation. At the moment of his breakthrough, a pill within him had also undergone a change. It was the immortal diamond pill. The diamond pill, formed from the 3rd level of the immortal scripture, had been continuously cultivated by Bai Xiaochun since he began practicing the 3rd level of the immortal scripture. overflowing with countless forbidden powers. The immortal diamond pill within him shattered. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, his eyes shining brightly. I want to use my cultivation breakthrough to break through the shackles of the 3rd level. Bai Xiaochun sat down cross-legged. The immortal scripture had reached its peak, and he had touched the shackles. Now, as his cultivation broke through, the immortal diamond pill shattered, and the life force within him erupted. Boom! Bai Xiaochun trembled. He felt as if 3 massive mountains were within him, restricting his physical strength. As the life force erupted, the diamond pill continuously shattered. The 3 mountains pressing down on him also collapsed, and the 3rd shackles crumbled. Bang! Bang! Boom! A deafening explosion resounded within Bai Xiaochun's body. He was repeatedly bombarded by the life force, and finally, the immortal diamond pill completely shattered. The life force swept through, causing a creaking sound in Bai Xiaochun's mind, as if a mountain had collapsed. Even his shackles were broken. Upon shattering the 3rd layer of shackles, Bai Xiaochun's entire body relaxed. His physical strength surged, and his combat power continuously increased. Feeling unprecedentedly relieved, Bai Xiaochun excitedly took a step forward. In an instant, a sound of tearing through the air rang out, and Bai Xiaochun's figure vanished, reappearing thousands of feet away. Physical body tearing through the air. Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily, looking up at the sky. He hadn't used his nascent soul's teleportation. His physical body alone had achieved a similar effect. This kind of feat would undoubtedly shock anyone who witnessed it. It's important to know that in battles between nascent soul cultivators, teleportation is crucial, and many techniques target it, but most are methods of sealing the void. This method is useless against Bai Xiaochun, because his physical body can shatter space. At this moment, his body is so incredibly strong that it's terrifying. He can sweep aside all mortal down nascent soul cultivators, no matter what their methods are. Even peak mortal down nascent soul cultivators or half-step heavenly human cultivators can be crushed as usual. Even if he encounters a great perfection nascent soul cultivator formed with a heavenly beast soul, he will defeat them. Once he reaches the mid-stage nascent soul, even a peak heavenly beast soul nascent soul cultivator. As long as the opponent doesn't surpass the peak heavenly beast soul half-step heavenly human and doesn't have a heavenly human killer move, he can still crush them. Bai Xiaochun hasn't fought a heavenly beast soul half-step heavenly human cultivator yet, but he's confident that even if he can't crush them, defeating them is no problem. Crushing and defeating are 2 different concepts. Crushing means that no matter how he fights, a single blow can be like the sky falling, defeating him effortlessly. You have to remember he's only at the early nascent soul stage. If he reached the great perfection nascent soul stage, how much stronger would he be? I'm really too strong. Bai Xiaochun patted his chest, feeling his cultivation level, his heart overflowing with pride. Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily, his demeanor arrogant, and declared, from now on, anyone below the nascent soul stage dares to speak loudly to me. Bai Xiaochun maintained his arrogant, domineering attitude for a while, then took a deep breath, thinking of the 4th level of the immortal scroll, his eyes burning with desire. It's a pity I don't have a nascent soul cultivation technique, but I do have a physical body cultivation technique. Immortal longevity technique, immortal scroll, 4th level, immortal bone. Bai Xiaochun murmured, a description of the 4th level of the immortal scroll appearing in his mind. The immortal scroll has 5 levels in total: skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and blood. The later levels become increasingly powerful, especially the 4th level, immortal bone, which tempers the entire body's bones, combining defensive and offensive power through transformation. Bai Xiaochun became excited upon realizing this. Immortal skin is defense, immortal flesh is strength, immortal tendons are speed. And immortal bone is the fusion of defensive and offensive power to create explosive force. Bai Xiaochun calmed his mind, remembering the introduction to immortal bone. He knew that immortal bone was divided into 4 levels and 9 stages. Bone tempering, strength bone, heavenly bone, immortal bone. Bone tempering, the entire body transforms, defense explodes. Strength bone, strength increases, earth shattering. Heavenly bone, a force fused with defense, unshakable by the heavens. Finally, the immortal bone. Once cultivated, the soul can remain, the bone is indestructible. The soul can remain, the bone is indestructible. This is the cultivation method that suits my pursuit, the immortal longevity technique. The Immortal Scroll is an immortal cultivation method. Bai Xiaochun became even more excited, especially thinking of the final layer of the Immortal Scroll, Immortal Blood. He became even more frenzied, because the description of immortal blood was only one sentence. As long as a drop of blood remains, the body can be condensed. I must cultivate the immortal bone, and then cultivate immortal blood. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, excitedly examining the secret techniques of the immortal bone. It's worth knowing that each layer of the Immortal Scroll has its own secret techniques. The Throat-Shattering Lock, Mountain-Shattering Strike, and Immortal Seal are three great secret techniques that greatly assist Bai Xiaochun. Currently, the fourth secret technique can also be used when Bai Xiaochun cultivates the Immortal Bone. Immortal Emperor's Fist. Using physical strength, with bones as the foundation, flesh for power, skin for explosive force, after being blessed and transformed into the Immortal Fist, concentrating all the body's power into a single punch, capable of shattering the heavens and destroying the earth. Its immense power is absolutely incomparable to the Throat-Shattering Lock or Mountain-Shattering Spear. The Immortal Bone realm also has different power levels for the Immortal Emperor Fist. In the bone refining stage, only the foundation is formed, but the Immortal Emperor Fist's power is doubled. In the Strength Bone stage, it's tripled. In the Heaven Bone stage, it's quadrupled, and in the Immortal Bone stage, it's 5 times the power of the Immortal Emperor Fist. In theory, the Immortal Emperor Fist has no upper limit. How many times its power can be unleashed depends on the individual's own limits. This is the Immortal Emperor Fist, the fourth level of the Immortal Scroll secret technique. Immortal Emperor's Fist. Bai Xiaochun was excited, his eyes shining brightly as he mentally pictured himself wielding the Immortal Emperor's Fist and shaking the 8 directions. After a long while, Bai Xiaochun slowly took a deep breath. He understood that the Immortal Emperor Fist could only be used as a killer move. A single punch, concentrating all the power of his body into one place, after continuous enhancement, would possess the power to shatter heaven and earth. However, similarly, he feared that after such a punch, he himself would be weakened. Therefore, the Immortal Emperor Fist could only be used as a killer move. Bai Xiaochun knew he couldn't use it at the moment. After all, the lowest standard for using the Immortal Emperor Fist was the 3rd stage of bone refining. The 4th level of the Immortal Scroll, Immortal Bone, to cultivate it requires an unimaginable amount of life force, far beyond what the previous 3 levels can compare to. If I were in the Tangshan River region, I could still practice alchemy and cultivation. Bai Xiaochun frowned as he thought about the difficulties of cultivating the Immortal Longevity technique. Now I'm in a savage wilderness. Everything is barren. I need to find something to replace life force. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a long time, but still couldn't come up with a solution. He even considered using soul elixir, but unfortunately, soul elixir had the same effect as spirit stones for soul cultivators in the savage wilderness, and the life force there was scarce, since it was also refined from souls. There's a way, he thought. Consider it an ordinary treasure, but once it's refined more than 10 times, once it's tempered to its limit, it has unimaginable effects. Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up. This was the only method he could think of. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began cultivating the 4th level of the Immortal Scripture, the Immortal Bone. His bones creaked and groaned, initially faint, then becoming very loud. After about half an incensed 6th time, a thunderous roar erupted within Bai Xiaochun. If one listened carefully, they could hear Bai Xiaochun's bones crackling, seemingly undergoing some miraculous transformation. During this transformation, the flesh and blood in his body vibrated as if being compressed, and at this moment, life force concentrated in his bones. The bones seemed to transform into black holes, generating an astonishing gravitational pull that devoured life force. As it devoured, Bai Xiaochun's entire skeletal structure was changing. Before long, a loud explosion resounded. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled, sweat poured down, and one could even faintly see Bai Xiaochun's flesh withering. As soon as the withering symptoms appeared, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes, ending his cultivation, a radiant light appearing in them. I can't continue cultivating. In half an incense stick's time, it absorbed all the medicinal power I've accumulated over the years, completely draining it dry. Cultivating the Immortal Bone is too terrifying. If I continue, it will deplete my fundamental life force. Bai Xiaochun exhaled, his eyes filled with shock. He lowered his head and looked at his hands, which had become thicker than before. Although I haven't reached the first stage of bone tempering yet, I can feel my body's defensive power increasing slightly. This feeling was very clear. It seemed that after tempering his bones, they were even purer than before. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a moment, taking a deep breath. Thinking too much was useless. He could only seek opportunities and cultivate after obtaining items with life force. I can sense that if the life force is sufficient, then cultivating the immortal bone to its limit in one go, the obstacle to my cultivation isn't time, but life force, Bai Xiaochun murmured, his eyes flickering. Then he gradually calmed down and sensed his own cultivation. After carefully observing, the nascent soul in his body erupted with a terrifying aura. I remember there was a trace of control force in my golden core before. Now that I've become a nascent soul, why is there no longer any feeling of control force? Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a moment. He didn't understand, wondering if it was because he didn't have a nascent soul cultivation technique. It's a bit regrettable, my imperial human great law. Is it concealing something? I can't sense it. Also, I wonder if there's anything unusual about my heavenly down nascent soul. Bai Xiaochun pondered. He knew very little about the heavenly down nascent soul. In fact, in this world, besides him, only the heavenly venerables understood it. After half a day, Bai Xiaochun had a vague premonition that his heavenly down nascent soul was extremely mysterious and required him to spend more time understanding it. Then I don't need to think about the imperial power and the immortal longevity technique. In the savage wilderness, there's a shortage of elixirs, and I don't have any nascent soul cultivation techniques. To accelerate my cultivation, there's only one way. Bai Xiaochun's eyes gleamed, and a hopeful smile played on his lips. This method might be a matter of life and death for others, but for me, it's not dangerous at all. Most importantly, this method can increase my cultivation level in a short time. My entire life, Bai Xiaochun's. Up until now, I've cultivated at an extremely fast pace, a truly phenomenal leap forward. This method is refining the nascent soul. With determination in his eyes, Bai Xiaochun didn't hesitate. He raised his right hand and pointed, and the turtle pattern cauldron appeared. Using the souls he had acquired from the harvest festival a few days ago, he transformed a single-colored flame into a 14-colored flame. Bai Xiaochun closed his eyes, his cultivation level subsided, his mind exploded, and the nascent soul within his body opened its eyes. It immediately pierced through his physical body and flew outwards. Upon its emergence, Bai Xiaochun's nascent soul trembled slightly. He sensed a chill in the heavens and earth that his physical body was unaware of, yet the nascent soul felt it very clearly. He was no different from a mortal standing in a frozen wasteland. It seemed that the nascent soul remaining in the cold air for a long time would have irreversible consequences. This was his intuition, and Bai Xiaochun believed it was correct. In fact, that was true. For a nascent soul, there were too many wonders in this world that could drive it to its death, and this cold air was just the first. After all, the physical body was the ship. Without a physical body, the nascent soul was like a baby submerged in water. Bai Xiaochun didn't know that if the scene of a nascent soul leaving its body were seen by newly promoted nascent soul cultivators, they would undoubtedly be terrified and disbelieving. Their eyes might even pop out. Because upon entering the nascent soul realm, it was fundamentally impossible for the nascent soul to leave its body. Even if it was powerful enough to do so, it would be severely injured by this cold air, even for a fleeting moment. Even a mid-stage nascent soul expert could control their nascent soul to leave their body, but they didn't dare stay for long, at most for a moment. Only when they reached the late stage or even peak nascent soul stage, and their nascent soul matured, could they withstand the cold air in the heavens and earth for a long time. But they couldn't ignore it. To ignore it, only a celestial being could. Bai Xiaochun had just entered the nascent soul stage, yet he could make his nascent soul leave his body, and moreover, he possessed unimaginable resistance. The main reason for all this was that Bai Xiaochun's nascent soul was a heavenly down nascent soul. I'm freezing to death. The nascent soul trembled, and it couldn't help but turn its head to look at its physical body. This feeling was very strange. After looking a few times, it withdrew its gaze and flew towards the turtle pattern cauldron, automatically sitting inside. What am I doing? I'm cooking myself. Bai Xiaochun found it strange, muttering softly, curiously reaching out his small nascent soul hand to touch the turtle pattern cauldron. He felt like he was cooking himself. Cook it quickly. I need to be stronger. Bai Xiaochun's expression was strange. He formed a hand seal with his right hand, and immediately a flame of a certain color flew towards the turtle pattern cauldron, instantly merging into it. The patterns on the turtle pattern cauldron lit up. Bai Xiaochun felt a little nervous and uneasy. He had been extremely confident before, but now, controlling it himself, he still felt a sense of dread. After all, this was him refining himself. Once an unexpected event occurs, the consequences? Bai Xiaochun thought about how he had just broken through not long ago, and how many years later, the giant ghost king would remember him and open the secret chamber. He would probably see the fragrant nascent soul inside the turtle pattern cauldron. Recalling this image, Bai Xiaochun felt a chill run down his spine, his eyes filled with regret and fear. He wanted to fly out of the turtle pattern cauldron, but after a moment's thought, the light within the cauldron suddenly burst forth. Bai Xiaochun let out a scream, and in an instant, his body was enveloped in a silver light, directly engulfing him. The power of heaven and earth surged from the turtle pattern cauldron into Bai Xiaochun's nascent soul, leaving him no room to resist. Boom! The rumbling sound was inaudible to outsiders. It only echoed in Bai Xiaochun's mind. When the sound faded and the silver light of the turtle pattern cauldron disappeared, Bai Xiaochun's nascent soul trembled and flew out. As it ascended into the air, its small face was pale, and its eyes showed fear. Just now, he felt like a small boat in the ocean, liable to be submerged by raging waves at any moment. It's terrifying. I risked my life for the sake of refining my spirit. Bai Xiaochun was anxious, his heart trembling incessantly. Just as he was about to give up, he froze, suddenly noticing a silver mark on his nascent soul. The moment he saw the silver mark, Bai Xiaochun realized his nascent soul was different from before. If his nascent soul before refining the spirit was like a newborn infant, then after refining it once, it had matured somewhat. The nascent soul's power was significantly stronger than before, and even the surrounding cold air, while still chilling Bai Xiaochun, was far less intense than before. Bai Xiaochun's emotions fluctuated. This feeling of nascent soul maturity was like something he had achieved after a very long period of seclusion, coupled with top-tier cultivation techniques and continuous breathing exercises. But now, just one refining of the spirit has been accomplished. Thinking of the power of heaven and earth pouring into the nascent soul, causing it to explode, Bai Xiaochun's mind gradually cleared. This is truly a secret technique for accelerating cultivation. Bai Xiaochun closed his mouth, recalling the time he first arrived in the barbarian emperor's territory. When he first heard about the successor to the Ming emperor and the introduction to refining the nascent soul spirit. If one can refine their own nascent soul 15 times, they can break through from the early nascent soul stage to the middle nascent soul stage, 18 times to reach the late nascent soul stage, 20 times to reach the great perfection nascent soul stage. Not to mention the rumor that if one can refine their own nascent soul 21 times, they can break through to the heavenly human stage. Failure is impossible. Bai Xiaochun was excited, thinking that his nascent soul cultivation was slightly different from what he had experienced in the underground palace. However, considering the nascent soul's unique nature, he looked at the 2 colored flames and then the 10 colored flames beside it, seemingly seeing a bright future. They would help him reach the peak of the early nascent soul stage. He then looked at the turtle pattern cauldron, hesitating for a moment. Recalling the turtle pattern cauldron's absolute success rate, he immediately made up his mind. Nothing will go wrong. I won't rest until I try. Bai Xiaochun's nascent soul flew into the turtle pattern cauldron, chanting a spell and pointing at the 2 colored flames, beginning the cultivation process. Currently, Bai Xiaochun was immersed in the secret technique of nascent soul cultivation, unaware that his nascent soul cultivation had shaken the entire savage wilderness. At the same time, in the central region of the savage wilderness, far from the giant ghost city, there existed a city. Its scale far surpassed that of the giant ghost city. This fortress is dozens of times larger than the giant demon city, entirely golden in color, possessing an indescribable aura of nobility, seemingly able to connect with the heavens. Clouds blanket the sky, making it resemble a giant dragon soaring through the air. This is the most important city in the savage wilderness, the Imperial City. To the east of the city's square stands a massive stone tablet, approximately 900 feet tall, entirely green and emitting a gentle radiance. This radiance is undimmed by any divine power. It seems even the destruction of heaven and earth cannot extinguish it. Furthermore, prolonged bathing in it can even aid in cultivation. The tablet bears 70 or 80 names, each incredibly clear, representing a prodigy with illustrious reputation not necessarily known to everyone in the savage wilderness, but certainly renowned. This stone tablet is the one used to select the successor to the Ming Emperor. From the beginning until the end of the Ming Emperor's selection process, the person ranked first on the main stone tablet was the Ming Emperor's successor. This news quickly spread throughout the savage wilderness, drawing the attention of countless people. Currently, the top-ranked person is Gongsun Yi, whose name is followed by the number 7. This signifies that he has refined his own nascent soul 7 times. 7 times refining his nascent soul without dying is already incredibly impressive, enough to shock countless people. The second-ranked person is Zhou Hong, who has refined his nascent soul 6 times. The third-ranked person has refined it 5 times, and the number decreases progressively, reaching only once for the 10th-ranked person. Unless something unexpected happens, the Ming Emperor's successor will definitely be Gongsun Yi. After all, even Zhou Hong wouldn't dare attempt the 7th refinement, as the success rate is extremely low, and failure would inevitably lead to death. The main reason was the ranking on the Ming Huang stone tablet, and the aura emanating from it. Therefore, many soul cultivators were seated here, nurturing their cultivation while paying attention to the changes on the stone tablet. The ranking wasn't static. Every so often, a few names would appear or disappear. Those whose names vanished were, undeniably, those who had failed in their attempts at refining their nascent souls. Each appearance of a new name caused a stir among the people. The stir wasn't usually great, as the additions were merely those of people who had just attempted the refining process once. Only changes in the top 10 positions would cause such a commotion and widespread discussion. Today, another name appeared on the stone tablet. The person who discovered it was a middle-aged soul cultivator belonging to the Giant Ghost Legion stationed in Kuwang City. Several years ago, he had returned here after fighting alongside the Giant Ghost Legion against the Great Wall of the Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect. Now, the entire Giant Demon Legion is recuperating in the Imperial City, awaiting further orders to launch another attack on the Great Wall. He is currently sitting cross-legged on a stone tablet. After completing a breathing exercise, he opens his eyes. As usual, his gaze habitually sweeps across the stone tablet. He intends to close his eyes and continue his cultivation, but is stunned. After thinking for a moment, he looks at the stone tablet again. In astonishment, the middle-aged soul cultivator carefully examines the last name. Upon seeing the name, he is shocked, his expression bewildered. He opens his eyes wide, his breath becomes chaotic, his mind doesn't function normally, and he is immediately terrified. The middle-aged soul cultivator thinks he's mistaken. This is too absurd. He rubs his eyes repeatedly, then focuses his gaze again, unable to control his body, and immediately cries out, Bai Xiaochun. His cry was loud, startling the surrounding soul cultivators beneath the quiet stone tablet. They all frowned and opened their eyes. After hearing the name Bai Xiaochun, some felt bewildered, while others found it familiar. After a moment, their bodies trembled violently as they noticed the gaze of the middle-aged soul cultivator. After exchanging glances, they exclaimed in shock, Bai Xiaochun, how could this be, Bai Xiaochun? I remember now, the 10,000-man commander of the Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect. That shameless guy who invented the explosive furnace. It's him. I wondered why it sounded so familiar. Isn't he the top-ranked killer on the bounty list? The one senior Hong Chen personally offered a reward for a portion of a heavenly human soul. After the commotion spread, many soul cultivators were terrified. Others, hearing what they heard, changed their expressions upon remembering. The name Bai Xiaochun was practically household in the savage wilderness. Since the Giant Ghost Legion attacked the Great Wall defended by the Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect, his name had swept through the Giant Ghost Legion like a whirlwind, then spread throughout the savage wilderness. Because of him, the Giant Ghost Legion suffered several crushing defeats. Because of him, the vengeful spirits of the savage wilderness suffered heavy losses. Because of him, not only the Great Wall of the Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect, but even the Great Walls of the 3 other upper sects were now employing similar war tactics, causing continuous defeats throughout the savage wilderness. Explosive furnaces, rampaging beasts, soul-gathering pills. Every tactic shook the savage wilderness, especially the ever-increasing bounty on Bai Xiaochun, which also caused a sensation throughout the savage wilderness. And his status as a commander of 10,000 men was built upon the people of the savage wilderness. When this person disappeared, his name was gradually forgotten, but today, after his name reappeared, this time on the Minghuang stone tablet, confirmed by the Minghuang stone tablet, a wave of discussion and outrage erupted. Every eye focused on the name Bai Xiaochun at the end. Not Bai Hao, but Bai Xiaochun, with the number 1 after the name, representing the first time refining a nascent soul. Bai Xiaochun has appeared. He's in the savage wilderness. He's not dead. Quick, this is too big. We must report this. Below the stone tablet, the crowd stirred, and immediately many people used their bone scrolls to spread the news. Very quickly, the entire Kuwan city was shaken. When this news spread, most of the people of Kuwan city were stunned, feeling the name was familiar. After inquiring, they were filled with fear and anger. Some people, upon hearing the name Bai Xiaochun, remembered events related to him. Bai Mo has appeared. He's not dead after all. He's not only in the savage wilderness, but he's also broken through to the nascent soul stage. Damn it, this is blatant provocation. I don't believe the white demon doesn't know the consequences of cultivating a nascent soul. He had a plan, wanting to use this method to let us know he's arrived. The Imperial City was in an uproar, especially the headquarters of the giant Ghost Legion, where countless figures rapidly flew towards the Ming Emperor's stone tablet. Too arrogant. This Bai Xiaochun is so presumptuous. He doesn't care about anyone. He's truly too contemptuous. Humph, it's just rumors. I don't believe Bai Xiaochun is as important as the legends say. He's just a minor character. The previous incident was just an excuse for the giant Ghost Legion's defeat. As for the 3 great wall sects employing such tactics, it's clearly a coordinated arrangement on Tongshan Island. In Kuhuang City, not everyone considered Bai Xiaochun important. Some felt it was an exaggeration, that such a minor figure didn't deserve such attention. Nevertheless, the appearance of Bai Xiaochun's name caused a sensation in Kuhuang City. Originally, if nothing unexpected happened, the commotion would be temporary, and after the initial shock subsided, things would quickly calm down. But then, something unexpected happened. Bai Xiaochun's name on the stone tablet, which had been at the very bottom, instantly changed, moving to the 20th position. Behind his name was the number 2. The surrounding crowd was stunned, and before they could even murmur, Bai Xiaochun's name disappeared again, this time going straight to the 15th position, behind which was the number 3. And it didn't end there. Bai Xiaochun disappeared again, rising to the 8th position. The number after the name changed to 4. Then it surged again, because the number was 5. At this moment, the commotion among the crowd suddenly gasped in shock, as if the suppression had reached a certain point and could no longer be contained, and screams of disbelief filled the air. Oh my God, refining the spirit, 5 times. This Bai Xiaochun, what does he want to do? The crowd's eyes widened, then their mouths dropped open, their minds reeled, their bodies trembled, and the news spread far and wide. If before, the appearance of Bai Xiaochun's name only caused some people to be shocked, some to feel it was exaggerated, then now, after a short time, when he appeared in 4th place and refined his nascent soul 5 times, the feeling of exaggeration turned into solemnity. What? He refined his nascent soul 5 times at an incredibly fast speed. This Bai Mo, what does he mean by this? How did he do it? In such a short time, he has such audacity. Is he tired of living? The news caused quite a stir in the city of Kuihuang, so much so that all the powerful forces within the city felt it was too exaggerated, and immediately, figures flew towards the stone tablet. Numerous divine senses from all directions were scrutinizing the stone tablet. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun's nascent soul was sitting proudly in the turtle pattern cauldron, his expression excellent, feeling arrogant. Haha, I like this kind of cultivation, Bai Xiaochun's nascent soul said, his aura excited. He was delighted with his method, especially seeing the 5 silver patterns appear on his nascent soul, and feeling that his nascent soul was much stronger than before. He was thrilled. 5 times of spirit refinement is equivalent to 60 years of my cultivation. Bai Xiaochun laughed loudly, licking his lips, and began to use the 6 colored flames. In an instant, the 6 colored flames merged into the turtle pattern cauldron, exploding inside before a radiant light appeared. 6 times, 7 times, 8 times. In a short time, Bai Xiaochun didn't stop at all, continuously refining his spirit 3 times, directly refining his nascent soul into a dazzling, pale silver pattern. The power of his nascent soul was immense and terrifying. It became even more distinct, even emitting a shimmering radiance. And even the cold air in the heavens and earth couldn't affect Bai Xiaochun. Too powerful, Bai Xiaochun exclaimed excitedly. A 9-colored flame flew into the turtle pattern cauldron, and the 9th silver pattern appeared on his nascent soul. Not stopping there, Bai Xiaochun refined his spirit 10th time. After the 10-colored flame erupted with dazzling light, it burst from the turtle pattern cauldron and entered his nascent soul. Bai Xiaochun felt his nascent soul was now slightly stronger. He was thrilled by this feeling, thinking back on his life, how wonderful it was to have such a powerful and formidable spirit. He hadn't felt this way in years. At this moment, the people in Kuwang City who had been successfully refined by Bai Xiaochun were terrified, their minds reeling as if struck by lightning. They watched helplessly as Bai Xiaochun rose from 4th to 3rd, then from 3rd to 2nd. Without stopping, without a hint of worrying, he remained in 1st place. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun had already refined his spirit 8 times. If that wasn't the case, it wouldn't be impossible to achieve. After 8 times, it would be 9 times, then 10 times. This scene shook the soul cultivators of the savage wilderness, leaving them utterly terrified, their minds seemingly leaving their bodies. It's important to know that this is refining a nascent soul, completely different from refining a magic weapon. A broken magic weapon can be replaced with another one, but if the refining of a nascent soul fails, the soul will be scattered, resulting in instant death. The underworld emperor had great ambition. Those people were certain to obtain the inheritance. For cultivators, this was their fate. Once was easy, twice was also possible, but 3 or more times carried a very high failure rate, becoming increasingly dangerous. Yet today, they had witnessed a miracle firsthand. For the entire savage wilderness, this was an unimaginable act of madness. He tried 10 times and didn't die. Damn it, what kind of luck is this? He's courting death. No one could remain unfazed. In their minds, Bai Xiaochun was risking his life, acting like a madman. Never before had anyone dared to cultivate their own nascent soul like this. Currently, in Nine Nether City, in a side hall of the royal palace, a furious roar erupted. Following the roar, a young man rushed out. This young man had a slender figure, a handsome appearance, and a contorted face clearly filled with boundless rage. Bai Xiaochun, I Chu Hong barely survived 6 attempts at cultivating my nascent soul, and you dare to try 10 times. Why don't you just die? Chu Hong roared, his heart bitter. Originally, his target was Gongsun Yi. He felt confident that he could at least match him with a single attempt. After the news spread, Bai Xiaochun's appearance with 10 successful spirit refinements plunged him into despair. He must possess some kind of trick, otherwise he couldn't have succeeded like this. Come here, search the entire savage wilderness for me. Find Bai Xiaochun. Chu Hong roared, and immediately action began in Nine Nether City. A group of people obeyed the orders of the young Prince Chu Hong. This scene also unfolded in other areas of the savage wilderness. Every soul-refining family was the same. Those famous on the Ming Emperor's stone tablet were now shaken and suspected something was amiss, so the search for Bai Xiaochun was widespread throughout the savage wilderness. At the same time, in Dusheng City, one of the 4 great royal cities, a young man sat cross-legged in a hut on a lonely mountain. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Those who knew him well. His expression was calm but arrogant, but today his face was pale, and he lacked his usual confidence. Bai Xiaochun. After half a day, this young man lowered his head and looked at the bone slip in his hand, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Because he was the only son of the strongest king of the Fighting Victory clan, Gongsun Yi. Because in this generation of the savage wilderness, besides Hongshan Nu, he was the 2nd most powerful. Not only was the Nine Nether City and the Fighting Saint City in a frenzy, but the Spirit Forest City was also in an uproar. Unfortunately, the Spirit Forest King's lineage was too numerous, with over 10,000 descendants in this generation, and resources were relatively scattered. Although there were also prodigies, none were as outstanding as Gongsun Yi and Zhou Hong. Only a daughter could uphold the family's prestige. The giant ghost city was also in an uproar at this time. just like the Kuwang city, and the news of Bai Xiaochun's appearance caused a great deal of discussion. Bai Xiaochun was unaware of this. He was still happily enjoying himself in the turtle pattern cauldron, extremely pleased with his incredibly fast cultivation speed. His eyes were fixed on the 11 colored flames. Haha, let's continue cultivating. Bai Xiaochun exclaimed joyfully. The turtle pattern cauldron emitted a brilliant radiance, a dazzling burst of light, accompanied by a resounding roar. The 10 silver patterns on Bai Xiaochun's nascent soul had vanished, replaced by bright golden patterns. The appearance of the golden patterns caused Bai Xiaochun's nascent soul to expand. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, remembering the changes he experienced after 11 rounds of spirit refinement and feeling uneasy. My nascent soul won't transform into a different form, will it? Bai Xiaochun asked anxiously. After the golden light faded, he lowered his head to examine his nascent soul. Upon discovering that it hadn't undergone any other transformation, he felt relieved. Stronger. Based on this progress, after 14 rounds of spirit refinement, I will reach the peak of the early nascent soul stage. If I were to cultivate normally, even with top-tier techniques, it would take 100 years to achieve that. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun felt it was a rare opportunity and excitedly refined his spirit 12 times. Amidst the rumbling, the second golden pattern appeared, and it wasn't over yet. Then came the third, the fourth. After the fourth golden pattern emerged, Bai Xiaochun's nascent soul erupted with a powerful aura, wanting to break through the realm. Wanting to advance from the early nascent soul stage to the middle nascent soul stage. The impact force was considerable, but still lacking. After several attempts, Bai Xiaochun had no choice but to give up. His eyes opened and a look of terror appeared in them. This light was dazzling, a stark contrast to when he first reached the nascent soul stage. The limit. Although after the 15th refinement, I will definitely be able to break through to the middle nascent soul stage, Bai Xiaochun murmured softly, his nascent soul returning to his physical body. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun looked at the fourth golden inscription. On the stone tablet in Kuwang City, Bai Xiaochun's name was at the top, and the number after his name had increased 14-fold. All the soul cultivators who saw this widened their eyes. Many were stunned. They dared not imagine that the successor to the Ming Emperor of the savage wilderness had finally chosen Bai Xiaochun. They didn't know what kind of storm would ensue. It seemed that no one dared to think about it. At this very moment, a heavenly human aura erupted in Kuwang City, overwhelming everything. This aura caused the heavens and earth to change color, the clouds to shatter, and the giant dragons in the clouds to quickly disappear. A figure appeared in the giant ghost legion and soared into the sky. It was a woman with an exquisite appearance and graceful figure, repeatedly radiating murderous intent. Her phoenix eyes held a murderous and mad look. It was Hong Chen knew. Her cultivation had quickly recovered, and she was in seclusion, unaware of what was happening outside. Knowing that Hong Chen knew harbored a deep hatred for Bai Xiaochun, her subordinate sent a telepathic message to inform her. Upon hearing the news of Bai Xiaochun, who deserved 1,000 cuts, Hong Chen knew went berserk. She immediately flew towards the Minghuang stele, and the moment she landed, she stared intently at the name at the top of the stele, her whole body trembling, her killing intent materializing. The people around her, seeing Hong Chen knew, instantly changed their expressions. They quickly bowed in greeting, knowing that Hong Chen knew was a newly promoted heavenly human, possessing extraordinary talent and possessing considerable combat power despite being a newcomer. Bai Xiaochun, suddenly, Hong Chen raised her head, her face grim, but radiating a cold light. The moment she looked at the stele, she understood that Bai Xiaochun had become a heavenly down-nascent soul cultivator. Thinking this, she went mad, immediately sending a telepathic message to her subordinates. No matter the cost, find Bai Xiaochun. I want to live. The entire army sprang into action, figures charging through the ranks one after another. Orders were given, and the giant ghost legion unleashed its full power under Hong Chen's command, searching for Bai Xiaochun. At the same time, within Kuihuang City, a woman stared intently at the Minghuang stone tablet. Unlike Hong Chen knew, this woman's eyes held no icy coldness, only worrying and contemplation. She was Chen Min Yao of the Reverse River sect. As a native of the savage wilderness, her master possessed an extremely powerful background, and she held a transcendent position in Kuihuang City. She would never forget the events at the Reverse River sect, the events at the Starry Sky Dao Extreme sect, or the situation on the warship crossing the sea. In the years since returning to the savage wilderness, one image after another appeared in her mind, with Bai Xiaochun's image appearing most frequently. Previously, after learning of Bai Xiaochun's disappearance and the high probability of his death, she fell silent, her heart filled with bitterness and sorrow. It took her a long time to adapt. After hearing the news about the Ming Emperor's stone tablet, her breathing quickened, and a dazzling light shone in her eyes. Xiaochun, where are you? At the same time, in Kuwang City, a decree was issued from the Imperial Palace. The current Kuwang Emperor was in seclusion, and the Grand Celestial Master, whose status far surpassed that of the Emperor, wielded the Emperor's decree to the vassals. At this moment, he opened his eyes. When he opened them, the giant dragons in the sky scattered, the earth trembled, and the powerful figures in Kuwang City all trembled, withdrawing their divine senses. No one dared to offend His Majesty. The Grand Celestial Master's gaze seemed to descend from the heavens, fixed on the first name on the Ming Emperor's stone tablet. After a long while, he withdrew his gaze, and then another decree was issued throughout the savage wilderness. Find Bai Xiaochun and bring him to me. The decree was not issued in the name of the Grand Heavenly Master, but in the name of the current generation's Holy Lord, Kui Huang. From then on, even the four great heavenly kings tacitly acknowledged it. A storm of searching for Bai Xiaochun swept across the entire savage wilderness. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes. Inside the secret chamber, as he opened his eyes, the entire chamber seemed to be struck by lightning, and the pressure of his nascent soul erupted fiercely. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. He was extremely happy. After carefully examining his body, he discovered that he had reached the early stage of nascent soul, reaching the great perfection. He was excited, especially when he saw the four golden patterns on his nascent soul. He couldn't contain his pride. With a flick of his sleeve, the door of his seclusion opened, and Bai Xiaochun swaggered out. Just as he was contemplating whether to spread the word a little, letting those people know he wasn't a nascent soul cultivator, his divine sense swept across the surroundings. At that moment, Bai Xiaochun's expression changed. He heard the voices of many people discussing him, and the name being discussed startled him greatly. All his boastful and joyful thoughts vanished, replaced by terror and fear. Have you heard? Bai Xiaochun has appeared. Don't you know Bai Xiaochun? Let me tell you. He refined his nascent soul 14 times. That's insane. I can't believe someone actually did it. The Emperor ordered a search throughout the savage wilderness to capture him alive. That's how it should be. Otherwise, if he becomes the successor to the Ming Emperor, it will become a huge joke. Each word terrified Bai Xiaochun, his face turning pale, his body almost collapsing, because he had forgotten a crucial point. The nascent soul cultivator's name would appear on the Ming Emperor's stone tablet. Something big has happened. Bai Xiaochun was on the verge of tears, filled with regret, thinking he was courting death. In his panic, he immediately abandoned the idea of showing off and became even more determined. He wouldn't reveal his nascent soul to anyone. Fortunately, his mask had been refined many times, making it even more powerful than before, with incredible concealment capabilities. He never let his guard down, so even though he had become a nascent soul cultivator no one knew, he quickly concealed his cultivation. Hiding his true identity as a nascent soul cultivator at the early stage of the Great Perfection realm, pretending to have just entered the nascent soul stage. Suddenly, several streaks of light flew towards him. They were soul cultivators from the patrol team. As soon as they approached, they bowed respectfully to Bai Xiaochun. The king has ordered that after General Manager Bai emerges from seclusion, he must immediately appear before him. Ah! Bai Xiaochun's body trembled, his heart pounding with fear. He was terrified of being discovered. He thought of the giant ghost king's imposing, endangered face and his endlessly profound eyes, which seemed capable of penetrating Bai Xiaochun's very soul. It's over. It's over. He regretted his actions immensely. He should never have been so arrogant as to cultivate the nascent soul. Now that the whole world knew, his legs were about to give way. Especially thinking about the consequences, his heart raced. Fortunately, he was wearing a mask. Having experienced countless things over the years, although his cowardly nature remained unchanged, his acting skills were naturally honed. The giant ghost king doesn't know my true identity, otherwise, he wouldn't have summoned me. It's my mask that's so mysterious. Once I put it on, outsiders can't recognize me. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, constantly reassuring himself, his face showing no emotion. With his hands clasped behind his back, he nodded to the guards and walked towards the giant ghost king's palace. Just as he entered, he overheard the voice of Wu Jinggong coming from the main hall. Your Highness, the ghost king flower hasn't bloomed yet. We've communicated with the Grand Celestial Master, but he refuses to let us open the soul refining lake. Go find the Grand Celestial Master again and tell him that I, the giant ghost king, am willing to owe him a favor. I obey your command. I will handle it, Wu Jinggong said seriously. After bowing to the giant ghost king, he turned and saw Bai Xiaochun enter the main hall. A smile appeared on his face. He nodded and then left. Until Wu Jinggong left, Bai Xiaochun looked at the giant ghost king sitting on the throne. He suppressed his inner unease, immediately took a few steps forward, and bowed deeply. Your humble servant greets your highness. The giant ghost king's expression was gloomy, seemingly preoccupied. His gaze fell on Bai Xiaochun, and he was surprised at first glance. A breakthrough. A hint of admiration flickered in the giant ghost king's eyes. Then he looked at Bai Xiaochun again, the admiration turning into suspicion. This made him suspicious. Bai Xiaochun had never hidden his nervousness before, but today this made the giant ghost king's eyes light up. Bai Xiaochun noticed the doubt in the giant ghost king's eyes, and his heart trembled violently. He suddenly realized his mistake. Now that he had broken through his cultivation, his expression shouldn't be calm. That didn't suit his character. Now, his heart was filled with even more anxiety and nervousness. His mind raced, and without a moment's hesitation, he chose to become even more nervous than before, seemingly tense from the inside out, as if he were terrified, his mind unsettled and uneasy, even daring not to look into the giant ghost king's eyes. The giant ghost king's profound gaze stared at Bai Xiaochun, not saying a word. An oppressive feeling enveloped the entire hall, and gradually Bai Xiaochun's body trembled, sweat pouring down his forehead as if he couldn't bear it anymore. In fact, that was truly the case. Bai Xiaochun felt the space around him, under the giant ghost king's silence, had created a crushing pressure, as if wanting to grind him into dust. Your Highness, this matter is truly not my fault. In this suffocating atmosphere, Bai Xiaochun trembled and cried out, I didn't want to either. It's just that those three great families were too cruel to me. If I hadn't been so lucky, I would have long since lost my life, especially the Bai family. Therefore, I couldn't help it. Knowing that the king had other arrangements, I still subtly instructed others to suppress them. Bai Xiaochun's expression was pleading, seemingly terrified. The giant ghost king was stunned. He had heard about Bai Xiaochun subtly instructing others to suppress the three great families. Seeing Bai Xiaochun's anxious expression, he couldn't help but laugh. He thought Bai Xiaochun had misunderstood his question and was therefore nervous. Nonsense! The giant ghost king glared at Bai Xiaochun. This glare made Bai Xiaochun breathe a sigh of relief, but he still stared back at the giant ghost king. The giant ghost king looked at Bai Xiaochun's eyes, knowing he was wronged but said nothing, then said, This time I summon you because the emperor has issued a decree, ordering the arrest of Bai Xiaochun, the commander of the Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect, within our territory. You handle this matter. If Bai Xiaochun appears within the giant ghost king's territory, you must capture him. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed, and he answered without hesitation, Your Highness, rest assured. I have heard people discussing Bai Xiaochun before. Humph, as long as Bai Xiaochun dares to appear within the giant ghost city, I will definitely capture him. He spoke with unwavering conviction, and the giant ghost king nodded in satisfaction. It's not a big deal. If you don't encounter him, so be it. If you do, be careful. Although your cultivation has broken through, which is good, even if you encounter him, the chances of capturing him are even greater than before. The giant ghost king cautioned. Speaking of breakthroughs in cultivation, it's all thanks to the king. If it weren't for the king's protection during my seclusion, it would have been very difficult for me to break through. Truly, the king is divine and unparalleled, eternally invincible. That day, the king's words greatly boosted my spirits, like consuming a miraculous elixir. I beg the king to summon me more often in the future, so that my cultivation can increase even faster than before. Bai Xiaochun said without blushing, flattering the king without a second thought. Hearing Bai Xiaochun's flattery, the giant ghost king snorted, secretly pleased. After all, the person before him was audacious and reckless individual. His previous arrogant behavior and boasting had all been observed by the giant ghost king. As a high and mighty demigod, he possessed the power to control everything. As for past events, a demigod like him should have a magnanimous heart. The karmic debt was settled. Even those magical treasures, once his cultivation recovered, could be retrieved with a single thought. Since strength reigns supreme, even the most powerful Bai Hao must act as a subordinate in his presence, occasionally listening to the other party's flattery, which he greatly enjoyed. As for Bai Xiaochun's successful nascent soul formation, he didn't inquire further, nor did he connect the wanted criminal Bai Xiaochun to the fact that he wasn't the intelligent giant ghost king, but rather that Bai Hao's background was so impeccable that it was hard to believe they were the same person. Although the timing of the nascent soul formation coincided, the giant ghost king understood that with his previous soul blood, the successful formation wasn't strange. Moreover, as his subordinate, his power was born from the surging royal favor. The stronger he was, the better. He didn't bother searching for that strange black turtle, and simply waved his hand, telling Bai Xiaochun to leave. Bai Xiaochun's heart completely relaxed. He took a few steps back, intending to leave, but hesitated for a moment, thinking that if he was going to act, he should do it thoroughly. He turned his head and secretly glanced at the giant ghost king, opening his mouth as if to speak but holding back. What's wrong? The giant ghost king also noticed Bai Xiaochun's expression. Your Highness, shouldn't we threaten those three great families a little? Bai Xiaochun looked at the giant ghost king, his expression one of reluctance. The giant ghost king looked at Bai Xiaochun, hesitation in his eyes. He had other arrangements for the three great families. After all, the Bai family's ancestor and the Chen family's ancestor, both with heavenly human cultivation, were still useful. Although he had imprisoned them, he understood that even without the three great families, there would be other families later. He sighed, feeling that his status made it difficult to go and cause trouble for the low-level thugs. Bai Xiaochun had his own thoughts, and he also wanted to consider them. In his contemplation, the image of the three families chasing him flashed through his mind, his eyes gleaming. You've truly suffered a great injustice. These three families have stood for thousands of years. Their foundations are extremely deep. Perhaps this is their most terrifying force. The giant ghost king gazed at Bai Xiaochun with profound meaning. Bai Xiaochun was slightly startled. After carefully considering the words, his eyes suddenly lit up, his heart pounded, and he muttered to himself, what kind of profound secrets are these? Does this mean the three great families have immense wealth? Does that imply that I can go and search their homes? Is this the reward the giant ghost king gave me for my past life or death experiences? Your Highness, rest assured, I have eyes like fire. No matter how deeply hidden the treasure is, it won't escape my notice. I could dig 3 times the earth and still find it. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun's spirits lifted, but he still spoke. The giant ghost king remained expressionless, as if he hadn't heard, his eyes closed. Bai Xiaochun seemed to understand his meaning and was pleased. Such an attitude truly boosted Bai Xiaochun's spirits. He understood this was acceptance. Thinking about the 3 major families hunting him, and then thinking about his glorious turnaround this time, Bai Xiaochun felt even more excited. Searching their house, I've never done anything like this before, and it's searching the enemy's house too exciting. Obviously, the giant ghost king didn't directly give the order. He wants me not to overdo it. Bai Xiaochun excitedly clasped his hands together, turning around and leaving the main hall with great enthusiasm. Just as Bai Xiaochun was about to leave, the giant ghost king, seated on his throne, spoke again. The Chen family is truly despicable, especially the Chen family patriarch, who has boundless good fortune, and even dares to practice the forbidden spanner. Humph. This sentence, though seemingly a murmur, was clearly heard by Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was stunned, his steps halted, his eyes darting around as he carefully considered the meaning. Besides the forbidden spanner, the most important thing was the phrase boundless good fortune. This old pervert. Bai Xiaochun immediately understood, muttering to himself, but outwardly he maintained a dignified and composed demeanor, pretending not to have heard. After Bai Xiaochun left, the giant ghost king, seated on his throne, raised his head, his gaze fixed on the distance, his right hand forming a hand seal as if contemplating something. After a while, he frowned and murmured softly, "I still can't figure it out. According to my calculations, the soul refining lake will open. That's when the ghost king flower will bloom." Leaving the main hall, Bai Xiaochun looked up at the three great families, his face still bearing an air of arrogance. The grudges between the three great families seemed insignificant, yet their murderous intent towards him had never diminished. Before, Bai Xiaochun was a prison guard, unable to take revenge. Later, he became a prisoner, making it even more difficult. Now, as the white general manager of Giant Ghost City, he now possessed a royal mandate. Zhao Chen, the Marquis of Haitia. Bai Xiaochun waved his hand and immediately spoke. His words caused the Giant Ghost City guards to tremble, instantly obeying his command and quickly departing. Bai Xiaochun stood outside the Giant Ghost King's main hall, gazing at the sky with his hands clasped behind his back. While waiting for Chen Hai to arrive, he took out a jade slip and contacted Zhou Yixing. "Keep a close eye on the three major families for me. Master, rest assured arrangements have already been made, especially regarding the Chen family now. People are panicking, and their clansmen have spoken out for self-preservation." The Chen family's wealth has been dispersed to various places. Bai Xiaochun then gave instructions, finally calming down and waiting. He didn't wait long before a beam of light flew in from afar, instantly transforming into a plump middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was one of the four heavenly marquises of Giant Ghost City who hadn't rebelled. He had remained silent, and it was he who had given Bai Xiaochun a building. Even during Bai Xiaochun's days of showing off his power, he had promised to provide him with a lot of wealth. Now that he had arrived, Chen Hai looked at the royal palace behind Bai Xiaochun, his expression serious, and bowed respectfully to Bai Xiaochun. "General Manager Bai, please give your orders. Heavenly Marquis Chen, gather your troops and follow me." Bai Xiaochun, having previously served as a commander of 10,000, now spoke with authority. Chen Hai's heart sank. He nodded and departed, looking at the royal palace behind Bai Xiaochun. Before long, he issued orders to the soul cultivators under his command. At that moment, 2,000 soul cultivators followed Bai Xiaochun and Chen Hai out of Giant Ghost City. This scene terrified the powerful forces in the Giant Demon City, especially after discovering that 20,000 soul cultivators were flying towards the Tai family, one of the three great clans. Everyone understood. Revenge had arrived. Outside the Giant Ghost City, 20,000 cultivators, radiating overwhelming power, each unleashed terrifying killing intent. Bai Xiaochun flew first, his expression arrogant, his heart filled with pride and excitement, yet also a sense of unease. It was as if he were transported back to his days as a commander of 10,000 men in the Great Wall, his single command sending his subordinates into action. "Brother Bai, I admire you." Chen Hai, flying beside Bai Xiaochun, gave a thumbs up in admiration. "Brother Bai is a dragon among men. Over the years, I've seen too many who, upon assuming power, couldn't control themselves. Yet, Brother Bai possesses such a powerful aura. He's truly extraordinary." This shows that Brother Bai is a prodigy of our Giant Ghost City. Chen Hai spoke with utmost respect, the fat on his face trembling slightly as he spoke. Although his words were flattering, they felt incredibly certain. Bai Xiaochun felt immensely pleased, and after hearing Chen Hai's words, he felt even more at ease, thinking that Chen Hai had a keen eye. He smiled broadly, and Bai Xiaochun responded with a few words in return. One was flattering, the other skillful in diplomacy. The two naturally engaged in a pleasant conversation. Although Bai Xiaochun was contemplating how to conduct the house search, it was clear that the Giant Ghost King hadn't directly ordered it. If he said something inappropriate, a house search would be too undignified. If they don't force a house search, I have ways to dig 3 feet deep to get revenge. Bai Xiaochun thought to himself, glancing at his storage bag and then remembering the little turtle. Very quickly, the group arrived at the Tai family's residence. The reason they chose the Tai family first was simply because it was the closest. Upon arrival, the entire Tai family was filled with tension and sorrow. All the clan members trembled, even the Tai family patriarch was terrified, and the elders stood outside the gate respectfully welcoming them. The pressure they had been under these past few days was immeasurable. Every day they lived in fear and anxiety. Their ancestor was dead, and they were on the verge of disaster, their entire family on the verge of collapse. After receiving the news that Bai Xiaochun had personally led his men, the Tai family members were deeply shaken. Although the Tai family patriarch and several elders trembled, they felt somewhat calmer inside. After all, if the giant ghost king truly wanted to destroy them, he wouldn't have waited until now. As the Tai family members were about to arrive, Bai Xiaochun and Chen Hai, accompanied by 20,000 soul cultivators, flew in like a dark cloud. Upon approaching, Chen Hai shouted, "Seal off all 4 directions." No one is allowed to enter or leave without the orders of General Manager Bai. As soon as he spoke, the 20,000 soul cultivators dispersed, completely surrounding the Tai family. This scene caused the Tai family members to gasp in shock, their faces changing drastically. They could only bow and greet Bai Xiaochun with clasped hands. "Greetings, General Manager Bai, Marquis Chen." The Tai family members bowed. Bai Xiaochun ignored the Tai family and turned to look at Chen Hai. "Marquis Chen, I'm not here to exterminate your clan. Don't try to intimidate the Tai family patriarch. General Manager Bai is right, I have a military order." Chen Hai replied. Bai Xiaochun shook his head, feigning helplessness towards the Tai family patriarch. "It's all right, Lord Chen Ta also has military orders, we understand." "Chief Steward Bai, let's go inside and talk." The Tai family patriarch couldn't possibly fail to see that Bai Xiaochun and Chen Hai were playing off each other, but even if he could see it, it was useless. He felt bitter inside, but outwardly he still showed respect to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun didn't immediately enter the Tai family. He coughed, and after the cough, Chen Hai's expression became even more serious, and he roared, "All nascent soul generals protect Chief Steward Bai." As soon as he said this, dozens of figures from the 20,000 soul cultivators flew out, all standing behind Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was displeased, seemingly wanting to say something but then sighed, giving a wry smile to the Tai family patriarch. "There's no way. It's not that I don't trust the Tai family. It's that the prince values my safety too much." Yes, Chief Steward Bai is extremely important to the giant ghost city. Absolutely no deviations can occur. I understand. The Tai family patriarch said, bowing his head in distress. "Let's go, we'll talk inside." Bai Xiaochun flicked his sleeves, his heart surging with excitement, enjoying the feeling of high status as he entered the Tai family. The nascent soul cultivators and guards who followed him stood outside, ready to protect Bai Xiaochun if the Tai family showed any signs of trouble. This kind of imposing presence sent chills down the Tai family's spines, their hearts trembling. The Tai family patriarch, though feeling resentful, reluctantly quickened his pace, leading the elders accompanying Bai Xiaochun into the Tai family's main hall. "Clan Chief Tai, this time I've come not for official business, but genuinely heard about the Tai family's 1,000-year history and came to visit." Upon reaching the main hall, Bai Xiaochun sat down in the main seat and smiled. "I understand, Chief Steward Bai, please wait a moment." The Tai family patriarch took a deep breath, forcing a smile, then immediately turned to instruct someone else. At that moment, a clan member brought a soul vase into the main hall. The vase wasn't large, only about the size of an ordinary flower vase. A glance was enough for everyone to see that this soul vase was extraordinary, clearly of extremely high quality, especially with a golden inscription on it, further indicating that the vase had undergone 11 rounds of spiritual refinement. "Chief Steward Bai, this soul vase is the Tai family's 3rd most precious treasure. Please, Chief Steward Bai, take a look and give your assessment." After receiving it, the Tai family patriarch respectfully placed it before Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's expression remained unchanged. He took the soul vase and examined it several times, then swept his divine consciousness over it. Not only did he see that the vase was extraordinary, but it also contained over 100 million vengeful spirits, clearly a grand gift. His heart trembled. One could imagine the immense wealth of the Tai family to offer 100 million vengeful spirits at once. Suddenly, his expression darkened, his cultivation erupted, and his right hand crushed the 11 times refined soul refining bottle. After the bottle shattered, hundreds of millions of vengeful spirits inside burst forth and scattered. The expressions of the crowd changed drastically, but fortunately, everyone present was at the origin realm, so they immediately took action to suppress the vengeful spirits. "Clan Chief Tai, although I'm not considered a grandmaster of artifact refining, I've cultivated for so many years. Do you really think I don't know my place? Trying to fool people with a mere soul weapon." Bai Xiaochun coldly looked up at Clan Chief Tai. "Chief Steward Bai, please calm down." The Tai family patriarch gritted his teeth, becoming even more cautious than before. He stood up, and the elders beside him also fell silent, their hearts filled with unease and unwillingness. Ever since Bai Xiaojun directly crushed the soul bottle, they had realized that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. The opponent's demeanor was too obvious. Their lives could be saved, but the Tai family's 1,000-year legacy could not be spared. This is only the first item. Chief Steward Bai, please wait a moment. There's more to come. The Tai family patriarch spoke fluently. He had also clearly seen Bai Xiaojun's demeanor. Taking a deep breath, he had made his arrangements. Soon, clan members entered, this time with 50 soul bottles. After placing them before Bai Xiaojun glanced at them, his heart pounding. Bai Xiaojun withdrew his gaze and frowned. The Tai family patriarch was bleeding, but knowing that not bleeding much today would be dangerous, he gritted his teeth and went outside. Soon, more clan members entered, this time placing 100 storage bracelets in front of Bai Xiaojun. Each of the 100 bracelets contained soul elixirs, a vast quantity, too many to count. Bai Xiaojun was terrified, gaining a more direct understanding of the 1,000-year history of the soul refining family. He frowned unhappily. The Tai family patriarch was distressed, but had to restrain himself. Although these items weren't everything, they represented the Tai family's 1,000-year legacy. Thinking of the Tai family's predicament, he could only suppress his pain and leave. Before long, clan members entered one after another from outside, bringing out items one by one. There were over 1,000 magic treasures, all of which were spirit-refining treasures. As more and more were brought out, Bai Xiaojun's face turned pale as he stood up. Clan leader Bai, I've come here to rescue your Tai family from this calamity. It seems you truly don't take me, Bai Hao, seriously, offering me these worthless trifles to admire. Fine, I don't care about this. Bai Xiaojun flicked his sleeve, feigning departure from the Tai family. The Tai family patriarch's expression changed, his heart filled with uncontrollable resentment. He had already offered a considerable amount, but the other party was still unsatisfied. These items were the limit of what he could offer. As for the rest, it was the foundation of the Tai family, and he couldn't decide what to do with it. At this moment, the Tai family elder sighed. He knew this moment was extremely important. The patriarch had perished, and the Tai family was unlike the other two families. If they didn't part with their wealth, great disaster would befall them, leading to the annihilation of their clan. He forced a smile and spoke. Chief Steward Bai, stop here. Our Tai family still has many treasures for you to admire. Third elder, go open the inner treasury and bring out everything inside. The Tai family's patriarch turned to look at another patriarch, whose expression changed, but he still turned and left. Bai Xiaojun stopped, his heart filled with anticipation. He thought to himself, it's only now that they brought them out, these must be breathtaking treasures. Now that he heard there were more, his expression relaxed, and he sat back down. At this moment, a trembling clansman brought over a small tower. This tower wasn't a soul tower, it was made of wood. Bai Xiaojun's divine consciousness swept over it, and his heart trembled. Inside were stored multicolored flames, from 14 colors to 15 colors. And that wasn't all. The patriarch brought a bone scroll which contained the formulas for refining 15, 16, and even 17 multicolored flames. Then, when the Tai family members appeared again, Bai Xiaojun, seeing the heavenly human soul. This heavenly human soul is of the fire attribute, placed in a glass box. Upon seeing the heavenly human soul, Bai Xiaojun's expression softened, and he took a deep breath. This aura caused the Tai family members to relax. The Tai family patriarch's heart ached unimaginably. These things represented half of the Tai family's resources. Looking at the items displayed before them, the dozens of nascent soul cultivators protecting Bai Xiaojun were also tempted, their faces flushed. As for Chen Hai, he didn't follow in. He waited outside, otherwise, he would probably have been moved as well. Chief Steward Bai, are you satisfied? The Tai family elder spoke. Bai Xiaojun licked his lips, his heart pounding, but he didn't answer immediately. He touched his storage bag, not to take out an item, but to wait for something. As he fell silent, the Tai family members, who had just relaxed, looked at Bai Xiaojun nervously again. Time passed, and after waiting for half a day, Bai Xiaojun was getting impatient. The reason he waited this long was because he had secretly communicated with the little turtle on the way here. The little turtle was more knowledgeable about treasure hunting than him, and it was very enthusiastic about the matter. Not seeing the little turtle's voice, Bai Xiaoqun noticed everyone's gaze on him, so he quickly cleared his throat and suddenly spoke. Clan Chief Tai, you chased me in Giant Ghost City earlier, and I was terrified. I had no mind to cultivate. Bai Xiaoqun sighed. The Tai clan chief narrowed his eyes, looking at the great clan elder. The great clan elder's face was gloomy. He gritted his teeth and turned to look at the clan members around him. Each of you hand over the soul medicine you have. The Tai clan members quickly took out their soul medicine. They no longer cared about their possessions. As long as Bai Xiaoqun could leave, that was best. Very quickly, all the clan members' soul elixirs were placed before Bai Xiaoqun. The reason the clan elder did this was to tell Bai Xiaoqun through his actions that they truly had none left. Bai Xiaoqun felt a little embarrassed. He hadn't received any telepathic messages from the little turtle. This was inappropriate. It was very possible that the Tai family was hiding a precious treasure. He began to cough. You are too polite. Speaking of which, I am also ashamed. A few days ago, I burned your soul fields. It's a great pity, and I feel guilty. Bai Xiaoqun sighed, shaking his head as he spoke. The Tai family patriarch turned green with anger. He realized that Bai Xiaoqun was truly ruthless, and he wanted to skin him alive, but he couldn't do anything. He could only try to appease him. It was just a few soul fields, nothing to worry about. General Manager Bai, there's no need to feel guilty. From now on, those soul fields belong to you. No one will say anything if you burn them. Seeing how resolute the Tai family was, even entrusting the soul field to him, Bai Xiaoqun didn't know what to say. His thoughts were probably pretty much the same. But at this moment, the excited voice of the little turtle rang in Bai Xiaoqun's ears. Bai Xiaoqun, I, turtle, have found a great treasure. My God, the Tai family has such a precious treasure. This thing is rare even in the Tangshan River region, and in the savage wilderness, it's an invaluable treasure. The little turtle excitedly described the situation, and after hearing it, Bai Xiaoqun's eyes lit up. But his expression gradually darkened as he looked towards the Tai family patriarch and the great elder. Seeing Bai Xiaoqun's gloomy expression again, the Tai family members trembled. Clan Chief Tai, I heard that your Tai family possesses a spirit jade statue. I would very much like to take a look. Bai Xiaoqun said, his eyes flashing with cold light. This statement baffled the other clan members. The Tai family patriarch and the great elder's faces changed color, their bodies trembled, and their eyes showed disbelief. The spirit jade statue was the Tai family's greatest secret. Only they and the patriarch knew about it. Other clan members were unaware, and the location was even heavily sealed. They were confident that even a demigod couldn't sense it, but they never imagined Bai Xiaoqun knew. Obviously, Bai Xiaoqun couldn't possibly know. The only explanation was the Giant Ghost King, and the Giant Ghost King knew, but that could only be from the patriarch. The two men's hearts trembled violently. They exchanged a pained glance. The jade statue was truly too important. It could be said that it was the true essence of the Tai family, their family treasure. With this, the Tai family members wouldn't have to worry about cultivation. Even though they were unwilling, they dared not bring it out. The Tai family patriarch seemed to lose his balance, collapsing to the ground. The great elder sighed, his body disappearing. He reappeared, waving his hand, and a jade statue of a beautiful woman appeared before Bai Xiaoqun. The moment the statue appeared, a dazzling light filled the sky, and a dense spiritual energy enveloped the barren wilderness. This scene shook the minds of the surrounding crowd. They breathed heavily, their eyes filled with disbelief as they gazed at the jade statue before them. The spiritual energy in the heavens and earth all originated from the Tangshan River region. The savage wilderness, being far from the Tangshan River, lacked spiritual energy. Therefore, cultivators in the savage wilderness had to modify their physics to absorb soul elixirs, drawing spiritual power from countless vengeful spirits for their own use. Nothing is absolute. In the heavens and earth, there exist some spiritual objects that can generate spiritual energy similar to that of the Tangshan River region, and this jade statue is such a treasure. It covered a radius of 1,000 feet, its density comparable to that of the Starry Sky Dao extreme sect. Even Bai Xiaoqun was astonished. Standing beside the jade statue, his cultivation felt like a long-awaited rain after a drought, a refreshing sensation enveloping his mind. Treasure. Bai Xiaochun realized that the jade statue was the true treasure of the Tai family. Seeing the Tai family patriarch and elders' faces pale with fear, Bai Xiaochun's heart swelled with excitement. I'm rich. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun flicked his sleeve, retrieving the jade statue and directly storing it in his storage bag. As the jade statue disappeared, its spiritual energy dissipated, leaving all the Tai family members heartbroken. They were distraught. Although they hadn't known before that their family possessed such a treasure, they now fully understood that the treasure no longer belonged to the Tai family. Compared to the life and death of their family, these external possessions were nothing. Alas, your Tai family has so many treasures. I can't possibly reward them all. Bai Xiaochun turned his head to look at the piled-up treasures, sighing, then looked at the Tai family patriarch. The Tai family patriarch's inner thoughts were already filled with endless curses. He knew perfectly well that Bai Xiaochun wanted to steal his family's treasure, and at the same time, he wanted him to proactively offer it up a disguised act of robbery. It's all right. It's an honor for the Tai family that General Manager Bai can appreciate the Tai family's treasure. General Manager Bai can take it back to his mansion and enjoy it at his leisure. We don't need it anymore. Bai Xiaochun beamed, his face showing admiration and satisfaction. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he departed. If the Tai family patriarch's generosity is undeniable, then I must carefully examine it. Is anyone there? Clear it away. As Bai Xiaochun spoke, the nascent soul cultivators immediately stepped forward and collected everything. Watching the group leave with the family's treasure, the Tai family patriarch's eyes reddened. He reluctantly suppressed his anger, still smiling, but his heart ached. In that case, I'll take my leave. No need to see me off. Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily, then bowed to the Tai family patriarch and swaggered out. Although he said there was no need to see him off, the Tai family patriarch knew he had to submit, so he resolutely and thoroughly escorted him. The nascent soul guards always protected Bai Xiaochun on both sides. As the entire group left the Tai family's main gate, Chen Hai waited outside, his demeanor one of dutiful duty. Seeing Bai Xiaochun safely exit, he stepped forward, his eyes filled with cold light as he looked at the Tai family members, as if he would immediately attack and destroy the Tai family if Bai Xiaochun uttered a word. Although his demeanor was exaggerated, Bai Xiaochun found it familiar and quite enjoyable. He patted the Tai family patriarch on the shoulder, and with a smug smile, said, Clan Chief Tai, you're too kind. No need to see me off. After I return, I'll have a chat with you when I have some free time. Bai Xiaochun was extremely pleased with himself. He flew straight up into the sky, followed by Chen Hai and the other cultivators. At this moment, 20,000 soul cultivators left the Tai family. Seeing Bai Xiaochun and his group leave, the Tai family patriarch's face flushed with anger, veins bulging. Finally unable to suppress his rage, he let out a loud shout, his eyes filled with bitterness and resentment. The elder of the Tai family approached him. Enough, enough. They've seized the Tai family's secrets, which means we've escaped the great calamity of annihilation. The Tai family elder sighed, his figure showing signs of age. The Tai family's affairs couldn't be kept secret. News quickly spread to various forces. Their expressions changed, and they became even more wary of Bai Xiaochun, their gazes shifting to the other two families. Clearly, this wasn't the end of it. The Tai family had already suffered a blow. Next were the Chen and Bai families. The Chen family was somewhat better off, but the Bai family, I'm afraid they're finished. At this moment, all the forces in Giant Ghost City understood that Bai Xiaochun and his group were heading towards the Chen family. Along the way, Bai Xiaochun's communication jade slip vibrated repeatedly. Chen Hai observed for half a day, wanting to ask but feeling hesitant to speak, so he cautiously probed with a question. Chief Steward Bai, I fear that news from the Tai family has already spread. I suspect the Chen family will be prepared. Should we speed up? It's all right. I've already planned for this. It's better if we go slowly. Bai Xiaochun smiled, without explaining further. He held the jade slip containing the sound transmission, and the group flew towards the Chen family. At this moment, the Chen family had already made preparations. In fact, the Chen family's ancestor had already prepared for the worst-case scenario and given corresponding instructions. Therefore, the Chen family had already moved resources to other places, not only secretly moving their clansmen away, but also dispersing their treasures to various locations, dividing them into several portions and distributing them to the indigenous tribes under their control. These indigenous tribes, while seemingly unrelated to the Chen family, had actually been under their control for many years. Now, after learning of the incident at the Tai family, the Chen family was also trembling with fear. In the Chen family's ancestral hall, the Chen family patriarch and a group of elders were gloomy. They couldn't remain calm. Surely nothing will go wrong. Since learning that the ancestor was imprisoned, we've started to disperse our resources. To avoid detection, we not only divided our resources into several parts, but also concealed our whereabouts. I guess by now, those clansmen have already reached the indigenous tribe, although we didn't move a stone to our own foot. It seems the giant ghost king doesn't intend to destroy us, only to weaken our resources. Once he discovers we're moving our wealth, the ancestor is only imprisoned. The Chen family is different from the Tai family. We won't wait to die. The Chen family patriarch spoke up, his resolve unwavering despite his fear as he diligently moved his resources. While the Chen family members were discussing countermeasures, a sudden whistling sound came from afar, tearing through the air. Their expressions changed, and upon leaving the ancestral hall, they saw 20,000 soul cultivators flying towards them. These 20,000 soul cultivators, familiar with the route, surrounded the Chen family after landing, then cleared a path for Bai Xiaochun to swagger through. Chen Hai followed beside him, his gaze at the Chen family members filled with undisguised killing intent. At the time Bai Xiaochun landed at the Chen family, in a medium-sized tribal settlement on a mountain near Giant Ghost City, Zhou Yixing, Li Feng, and several thousand soul cultivators were standing there. Zhou Yixing held a jade slip in his hand, his eyes cold as he looked at Li Feng beside him. Brotherly, the Grand Steward has given instructions. We should act. This credit will go to the two of us. What good is it for the Chen family to secretly plot against the Chen clan? Li Feng was overjoyed, his heart filled with ambition. Previously, when Bai Xiaochun made a grand comeback as the Grand Steward, he and Zhou Yixing also made theirs. They had communicated and understood that their perspectives were now different. The Giant Ghost City had numerous powerful forces. They didn't need internal conflict. Now they had to unite to go far, to rise to the top. They were soaring like kites in the wind. Now he and Zhou Yixing, along with several thousand men, went to the indigenous tribe. In the indigenous tribe, when Zhou Yixing and Li Feng gave the order, they charged forward, thousands of men directly slaughtering their way in. The Chen family members hiding in the tribe were terrified, desperately struggling to resist. Amidst the slaughter, someone in a tent shouted joyfully, "The Chen family's treasure is here!" Zhou Yixing was overjoyed. He was the first to rush into the tent. Li Feng didn't think twice, wanting to claim credit. He also entered. The moment he stepped inside, his expression changed. There was no treasure in the tent, but 3 people with murderous intent charging towards him. One of them was Zhou Yixing. "Zhou Yixing, you!" Li Feng was terrified. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. This was a trap set by Zhou Yixing. He roared, suppressing Li Feng's cry. Before long, Li Feng collapsed, spitting out fresh blood. His heart shattered. He wanted to say something, but couldn't. Killing you isn't for the sake of claiming credit. Zhou Yixing sat down, speaking in a tone only Li Feng could hear, then struck Li Feng's head with a palm, scattering his soul and spirit. Having finished these tasks, Zhou Yixing stood up, looked at the 2 men beside him, and solemnly promised them wealth and prosperity. These 2 men, who considered themselves loyal to Zhou Yixing, knew they had done him a great favor and were now like his own people. Hearing Zhou Yixing's solemn promise, they felt reassured. Very quickly, the Chen family members in the tribe were suppressed, and all the hidden treasures of the Chen family within the tribe were confiscated. At the same time, several other tribes within the Giant Ghost City also engaged in massacres, seizing all the treasures that the Chen family had secretly acquired. The sheer amount of wealth was astonishing, leaving people speechless and breathless. No one dared to covet the wealth of the white general manager. After handing it over to Zhou Yixing, he didn't look at it much and led his men back to the Chen family. Along the way, they happened to pass by the bewitching forest. A cold glint appeared in Zhou Yixing's eyes. He was looking for a reason to wipe out the tribe there, and coincidentally, the 2 soul cultivators who had tried to kill him were also killed. He has no weaknesses now, damn it. I'm not doing this for him, but for myself. Chu Yixing tried not to think about what happened in the underground palace, muttering softly. These things weren't arranged by Bai Xiaochun, but were Chu Yixing's own doing. Bai Xiaochun's identity wasn't doubted by the giant ghost king, but Zhou Yixing knew too much and had long suspected it, especially since Bai Xiaochun had already formed his nascent soul. He was 80 or 90% certain in his heart. Exposing Bai Hao's identity had its advantages, but only once. Conversely, as things were now, they were locked in a long-term gamble. At this moment, outside the Chen family, the killing intent emanating from the 20,000 soul cultivators erupted, condensing into a terrifying pressure that directly enveloped the Chen family. The remaining Chen family members trembled, their faces pale. Even the Chen family patriarch and elders gasped for breath, feeling the imminent threat of death. Seeing Bai Xiaochun approaching, the Chen family patriarch's face turned ferocious, and he roared, "Bai Hao, don't be so arrogant." Bai Xiaochun stopped, a cold glint appearing in his eyes. He had long anticipated the Chen family's defiant attitude. After all, the Chen family dared to attempt the forbidden artifact that infuriated the gods. The Chen family had only 2 choices, either be stubborn to the very end, fighting to the death, or be utterly submissive, bowing down to everyone. Obviously, the Chen family chose the first option. Or rather, this was the choice of the Chen family patriarch, after all, that day. In the battle with him, the Chen family patriarch used the Forbidden's banner and almost killed him. How audacious, Chen Hai, knowing this was his chance to show off, stepped forward, his voice like thunder. The surrounding nascent soul cultivators guarding Bai Xiaochun glared with cold eyes. Chen Hai roared, the dozens of nascent soul cultivators staring at him, terrifying the Chen family patriarch and the elders beside him. Bai Xiaochun coldly looked at the Chen family patriarch, then smiled and said, "Is this the attitude of your Chen family?" Just a simple sentence. But the surrounding 20,000 soul cultivators erupted with killing intent. The Chen family members were tormented, their eyes turning red. The Chen family patriarch had no choice. He knew the other side wouldn't destroy the Chen family, but he had to die. He hadn't forgotten what happened in the city that day. The enemy was determined to kill him if the patriarch hadn't appeared in time. He feared he wouldn't just have lost an arm, but his entire body. More importantly, he had refined that divine artifact, a treasure that would enrage both gods and humans, a curse from heaven and earth. The internal affairs have been moved, and some of the clan members with potential have also been taken away. As the clan leader, I have done my best. The patriarch is only imprisoned, but the Chen family's existence is no different from non-existence. If that's the case, it's better for me, the Chen family patriarch, to do the final blow, leading the entire Chen family in a bloody battle. That way, we can preserve the reputation of preferring death to surrender. The Chen family patriarch raised his head, about to provoke Bai Xiaochun, when at that moment, the great elder of the Chen family stepped forward. "We pay our respects to General Manager Bai." As soon as the Grand Elder appeared, the other elders also spoke up, bowing in unison. Even the other members of the Chen family trembled as they paid their respects. The Chen family patriarch, seeing the Grand Elder appear, his expression changing unpredictably, still restrained from angering Bai Xiaochun, bowing his head without speaking. This caused Bai Xiaochun's eyes to flicker several times, his smile remaining unchanged as he looked at the Chen family members. "I, the Grand Steward, have come here. You should know what I'm here for, right?" "We understand the Grand Steward Bai's intentions. The Chen family possesses many treasures. Please, Grand Steward Bai, examine them." The Grand Elder took a deep breath and spoke first. He sensed the patriarch's unease, but hadn't anticipated the consequences of provoking Grand Steward Bai. The Grand Elder's heart trembled. "Do you want to drag everyone down with you to their deaths?" The Grand Elder's eyes flashed with cold light. After coldly glaring at the silent Chen family patriarch, he immediately gave an order, and numerous treasures were brought forward. Soul elixirs, vengeful spirits, multicolored flames, spirit-refining treasures, and even multicolored flame formulas. All sorts of items were piled up in the square, along with some rare and exotic treasures. For a moment, the treasures radiated, illuminating the entire sky. While it looked like a lot, compared to the Tai family, it was only a small fraction. Bai Xiaojun's expression darkened. Only these, the grand elder of the Chen family said bitterly. He was helpless, the family's resources had been diverted, and he couldn't explain the situation. Hesitating, the Chen family patriarch spoke up. After this catastrophe, the Chen family is left with only 4 walls. This is all we have. If you don't believe me, you can search around. Take whatever you like. Hearing the sarcastic tone of the Chen family patriarch, Chen Hai glanced at Bai Xiaochun, snorted coldly, and immediately waved his hand. Many soul cultivators rushed in to investigate. Bai Xiaochun stood in midair with his hands clasped behind his back, not saying a word, letting Chen Hai investigate. Soon, the soul cultivators who went in came out to report the results, transmitting a message to Chen Hai. Chen Hai's expression turned grim as he said to Bai Xiaojun, Chief Steward Bai, the Chen family had already prepared. We found nothing. Bai Xiaojun nodded slightly, saying nothing. He remained standing with his hands clasped. As time passed, the entire Chen family fell silent, but the oppressive feeling grew stronger and stronger. In this suffocating atmosphere, fear gripped the Chen family members. In their eyes, Bai Xiaochun stood there like a divine figure, their lives and deaths in his hands. Even the elders of the Chen family were shaken, becoming even more tense than before. Only the Chen family patriarch remained unconcerned, a hint of madness in his eyes. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun suddenly smiled. He looked up into the distance, and in an instant, Chen Hai and the great elders of the Chen family also noticed. They looked over and saw many dark figures flying towards them in the sky. Before long, the dark figures grew larger and larger, with over 10,000 soul cultivators appearing in the area. Leading them was a young man with an arrogant expression and a murderous, or it was Zhou Yixing. In a few breaths, Zhou Yixing had arrived. The over 10,000 soul cultivators looked around, then surrounded Chen Hai. Zhou Yixing took a few steps forward, not looking at anyone else, and walked towards Bai Xiaochun. Chen Hai's expression changed. After glancing at Bai Xiaochun, he didn't stop him. Soon, Zhou Yixing approached Bai Xiaochun, clasped his hands together, and bowed deeply. Master, I am fortunate not to have disgraced your command. I have collected all the Chen family's belongings and moved them elsewhere. Please take a look. After saying this, Zhou Yixing flicked his sleeve, and a multitude of treasures appeared in his storage bag. A soul tower, multicolored flames, spirit-refining treasures, even 10 jade bottles, each containing tens of thousands of pounds of Tangshan River water, and 2 glass boxes. Bai Xiaochun couldn't recognize the sheer number of treasures. They were everywhere, far exceeding what the Chen family's patriarch had offered several times over, not even counting the Tai family's spirit jade statue. The difference was considerable. Upon seeing these treasures, the Chen family patriarch's expression changed, and the elders beside him gasped in shock. The Chen family members' eyes widened as if struck by lightning. Although not all of them knew that the family's belongings had been moved, they now knew without a doubt. Bai Xiaochun's gaze swept across the treasures. Even after plundering the Tai family, seeing these treasures still made his heart race with excitement. He feigned a calm and composed expression, flicking his sleeve and saying, "Take them all. These treasures are things others don't need. If they don't need them, we want them. Thank you, Clan Chief Chen." Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily. Chen Hai's eyes widened in astonishment, his gaze reluctantly averting itself from the treasures. Zhou Yixing immediately agreed, and he quickly collected all the treasures. At this moment, the Chen family patriarch's face turned ashen, his mind reeling, his body swaying. As for the other elders, they all suppressed the explosive emotions in their hearts. In this life-or-death situation, they dared not raise their heads. However, some of the younger generation, accustomed to the powerful family, were now furiously shouting, "You've gone too far. By how you're robbing us," when the shouts rang out. The Chen family elders' expressions changed. They wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Chen Hai was waiting for this opportunity to show off. Hearing this, his eyes filled with killing intent, and he pointed his finger. A loud bang echoed, and blood holes appeared in the foreheads of the 2 young members of the Chen family who had just spoken. They both collapsed limply to the ground. How audacious! You can't just call the name of General Manager Bai as you please. Chen Hai snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. When Chen Hai's fierce gaze fell upon them, the Chen family trembled. The clan elder was also enraged. Seeing the Chen family patriarch about to speak, he glared and shouted, "Clan chief!" The clan elder roared angrily, the Chen family patriarch's expression changing, and he fell silent. General Manager Bai, this was the Chen family's disrespectful behavior. Killing them was justified. The clan elder took a deep breath, raising his head to look at Bai Xiaochun. The clan elder's tone was solemn and mournful as he bowed respectfully. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a moment. In fact, the Chen family wasn't much different from the Tai family. Although the Chen family had hunted him down back then, they had taught him a lesson. While Bai Xiaochun was thinking, his gaze suddenly fell on the Chen family patriarch, noticing the patriarch's malevolent eyes. This malevolence was being carefully concealed by the patriarch, but Bai Xiaochun, being a man of discerning expressions, could see it. In this situation, he knew he had to be firm. Having made such a decision, there was no need to hesitate. He looked somewhat awkward, his gaze sweeping across the Chen family members, focusing on the Chen family women. Every female cultivator with even a little beauty was carefully scrutinized by Bai Xiaochun. At this moment, everyone was paying attention to Bai Xiaochun and noticed his actions. The Chen family elder was stunned. He hadn't expected Bai Hao to have such a penchant for women. That's right, after all, this person is still young. The clan elder thought of this and immediately gave instructions. Very quickly, the women whom Bai Xiaochun had examined all came out, their faces pale, standing before Bai Xiaochun. Even some clan women who weren't among the crowd were brought forward, leading them before Bai Xiaochun. Gradually, there were several hundred women from the Chen family varying in size and appearance. Chief Steward Bai is young and talented, a true dragon among men. It's good to have female attendants by his side. These clan women are all the beauties of the Chen family. If you take a liking to any of them, it will be their good fortune. Seeing the clan elder speak, his eyes flickered. If Bai Xiaochun really took a Chen family woman with him, it would be a good thing. Thinking of this, he felt a sense of anticipation. Bai Xiaochun quickly coughed, inwardly cursing the old pervert, the giant ghost king. He had no choice but to raise his hand to stop him. These beauties are finished. I heard that Clan Chief Chen's good fortune is endless. Why don't you invite your wife out for this steward to see? Bai Xiaochun sighed, feeling increasingly frustrated. He had no choice. This was the giant ghost king's request, and he had to speak like this. When he said these words, the eyes of the Chen family members widened, their mouths agape, some even gasping in astonishment. Even the great elders of the Chen family were stunned, their gazes strangely fixed on Bai Xiaochun. The Chen family patriarch couldn't hold back any longer and suddenly roared, "Bai Hao, you're going too far." Bai Xiaochun felt guilty, cursing the giant ghost king in his heart. He couldn't back down. Suddenly, he glared. Chen Hai beside him took a deep breath, his expression a mixture of strangeness and awe. He looked at Bai Xiaochun. He stepped forward and directly raised his right hand to subdue the Chen family patriarch. "How dare you!" A loud bang echoed, and the Chen family patriarch spat out fresh blood, his body recoiling repeatedly. His eyes, fixed on Bai Xiaochun, were bloodshot. Deep down, he wasn't just angry. He quickly calculated that if Bai Hao set his sights on his wife, then once he took her, he absolutely wouldn't make a move. After all, stealing someone else's wife was reprehensible, and killing him would only make a fool of himself. If he didn't die, he naturally didn't want to perish. In fact, he was now considering how to use this situation to enhance his prestige within the family. After all, she's my wife. I want others to feel that I've suffered extreme humiliation, but it's for the sake of the family. This will resolve the elders' dissatisfaction with me, and perhaps even earn the trust of all the clan members. Thinking of this, the patriarch of the Chen family bit his tongue, spitting out fresh blood. When he looked up and stared intently at Bai Xiaochun, his whole body was filled with the sorrow of a wild beast about to erupt. That gaze was filled with madness, enough to make anyone tremble, and the Chen family members were even more enraged. Bai Xiaochun was also startled by that gaze, tears welling up in his eyes. He felt wronged, having to bear such a huge burden for the giant ghost king. If he really couldn't do it, then so be it. This kind of thing was a bit too much. At most, he could go back and tell the giant ghost king to handle it. But at this moment, the Chen family patriarch noticed Bai Xiaochun's hesitation, and he immediately became nervous, no longer pretending, and shouted loudly, "Enough, enough, for the family." Come here, bring the madam out. The Chen family patriarch's body trembled, seemingly aging considerably. The other Chen family members were filled with indignation, as if forgetting their fear. When they looked at Bai Xiaochun, they were filled with anger. The Chen family patriarch noticed this, and inwardly he sneered, controlling his swaying body, his expression showing deep pain, but his eyes filled with immense triumph. He was already burdened with such a huge weight. Thinking about how he might be criticized by thousands after this incident, branded with the stigma of stealing someone else's wife, he feared he'd be drowned in their saliva. He felt terribly wronged, yet he couldn't even speak of it, only knowing the truth, the earth, and the giant ghost king. Thinking of this, he sighed deeply. Soon, a member of the Chen family brought a woman to the square. This woman was over 30 years old, her skin whiter than snow, her face exquisitely beautiful, and possessing a mature charm. She appeared frightened, yet managed to remain composed. When she appeared, even Chen Hai looked at her several times, his eyes filled with bewilderment, as if he understood why General Bai insisted on having her. Bai Xiaochun felt distressed. His gaze swept over her. Although she was stunningly beautiful, he paid no attention to her. Embarrassed, he cleared his throat. Well, I'm sorry to bother you. Bai Xiaochun turned and left. He didn't want to stay here, especially thinking about how his reputation would be ruined from now on. Chen Hai wore a strange smile, and Zhou Yixing also gasped, trying to remain calm. After exchanging glances, they went to Mrs. Chen's side and politely escorted her away. When Mrs. Chen arrived, she had already heard about this matter. Her face was now pale. Suddenly, she looked towards the head of the Chen family. She saw the dryness on her husband's face, but in her eyes, a look of resentment was revealed. She understood her husband very well. Outsiders couldn't see through his act. But how could she not? After a moment of silence, she suddenly lifted her head as if free, took a deep breath, smiled, and without hesitation turned around and left the Chen family with Chen Hai and Zhou Yixing. Her heartless behavior angered many members of the Chen family even more than before, secretly uttering insulting words and harboring considerable resentment. Soon, tens of thousands of soul cultivators around them left. The Chen family patriarch, seeing this, felt smug. It was just a wife, but exchanging her life for his was meaningful. Now, soaring through the air, Bai Xiaochun's face was grim, his resentment deep. Just as he was feeling troubled, Chen Hai, accompanied by Mrs. Chen, approached. Chief Steward Bai Xi, she wants to see you. Leading Mrs. Chen behind Bai Xiaochun, Chen Hai quickly retreated, his heart filled with admiration for Bai Xiaochun's boldness. He felt he had fallen in love with this woman at first sight. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened upon hearing this, turning to look at Mrs. Chen, his mouth agape as if to say something, but Mrs. Chen raised her head resolutely and decisively spoke. Thank you, sir, for helping me escape this sea of suffering. I have a request, and I hope you can agree. Bai Xiaochun was slightly startled. After glancing at Madame Chen, although she said so, he felt guilty and nodded. Tell me, as long as I can do it, I can consider it. And please help me. Kill Chen Shishin. Madame Chen gritted her teeth and spoke each word, then breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Shishin, that was the patriarch of the Chen family. What? Bai Xiaochun stared at Madame Chen, startled, because this was different from what he had expected. This turned the SN is petty and cruel. He used the essence of the artifact to refine a treasure that would enrage both gods and humans. To perfectly control this artifact, he didn't hesitate to use my own flesh and blood to refine the main soul. I was powerless to stop him, and my grief and resentment have turned my heart to ice. Today, Lord, you are taking me away. For me, this is liberation, so I don't hate you. In fact, I'm even more grateful. Lord, you hold a high position and have an immeasurable future. Logically, you wouldn't be interested in me, as it would tarnish your reputation. Therefore, you must have your reasons and intentions. I can guarantee that in the future, no matter what position or status you hold, I will respect and obey you. Lady Turn spoke softly, her words carrying an unexpected intelligence and decisiveness. Bai Xiaochun looked at Lady Turn with a serious expression. In his words, he remembered the Chen family patriarch who used 10,000 living souls to forge that heaven and earth-shattering treasure. If possible, Bai Xiaochun wouldn't spare him, especially now that he heard that he used his own flesh and blood to forge the treasure, making him worse than a beast. No different from the Bai family patriarch. Bai Xiaochun remained silent for a moment, then looked up and transmitted a message to Chen Hai. Chen Hai stared at Bai Xiaochun for a while, then turned and left. Not long after, he returned, holding a head in his hand. It was the head of the Chen family patriarch. The skull's eyes held an expression of disbelief, and even more so, unwillingness. It seemed that even in death, he couldn't understand why Bai Hao had killed him. Looking at the head of the Chen family patriarch, Mrs. Chen's chest heaved with emotion. She took a deep breath to compose herself, then bowed to thank Bai Xiaochun. As the Grand Steward of Giant Ghost City, Bai Xiaochun's every action was scrutinized by countless people, especially when he led Chen Hai and tens of thousands of soul cultivators flying out of Giant Ghost City with murderous intent, clearly intending to strike down 3 major families. Therefore, even more people paid attention to him. Shortly after Bai Xiaochun left the Tai family, news spread throughout Giant Ghost City, not to mention the Chen family. Shortly after Bai Xiaochun left, news spread throughout Giant Ghost City that Bai Xiaochun had gone to the Chen family. Even the news of the Chen family patriarch's death reached various forces. Then, everyone learned of what had happened in the Chen family. Their expressions changed, their eyes filled with disbelief. As time passed, the matter became a topic of discussion, and many areas in Giant Ghost City exclaimed in shock, "What? He stole Mrs. Chen? Well, this Bai Hao. He has such a perverted nature. He set his sights on Mrs. Chen Shishin. I've heard of Mrs. Chen before. I heard she's incredibly beautiful and possesses a rare cultivation physique. It's truly indescribable. Bai Hao is too audacious. Stealing someone else's wife is one thing, but he even killed Chen Shishin." The cries of alarm spread everywhere, and related news reached the giant demon city. Before long, those with access to information also heard about it. People's expressions changed, and waves of mockery arose. In a short while, news spread everywhere. Besides being labeled ruthless and heartless, and ostracizing his own family, Bai Xiaochun was also branded with the reputation of having a fondness for other men's wives. This rumor also reached the ears of the Giant Ghost King. The Giant Ghost King's face darkened, but his heart burned with anger. When he looked towards the Chen family, there was even a hint of admiration in his eyes. That Mrs. Chen had already been escorted to Giant Ghost City by Bai Xiaochun's personal cultivators. Now, with a cold expression, he led tens of thousands of soul cultivators straight to the final family, the Bai family. Along the way, Chen Hai stayed by Bai Xiaochun's side, occasionally glancing at him with great respect. Especially when he thought about Bai Hao's such blatant infidelity, his eyes widened. To have such a blatant audacity showed the immense power of the current Bai family steward. He secretly considered that he should interact with Bai Hao more in the future. Zhu Yixing felt something strange but remained silent, thinking to himself that as a subordinate, he should pay more attention to other people's wives in the future. Bai Xiaochun was well aware of their expressions, but he felt wronged and helpless. Time and again, this matter was inexplicable, and he could only sigh inwardly. At times troubled, his gaze would fall upon the Bai family, his eyes filled with cold light. From the moment he arrived at the Bai family until now, the tangled images flashed through Bai Xiaochun's mind. Finally, all the images vanished, leaving only the pale figure lying beneath the large tree. "Bai Hao," Bai Xiaochun murmured. Whether it was the heavenly human soul or the grudges, it was all a tangled web of cause and effect, and he had to give his disciple an answer. Now was the moment. Shouts echoed in all directions. Tens of thousands of figures transformed into streaks of light, flying towards the Bai family, getting closer and closer. Their killing intent like a dark cloud pressing down, as if capable of crushing everything. The Bai family was now in turmoil. Many clansmen were panicked and sorrowful. And like the Chen and Tai families, the main branch of the Bai family understood that they were the ones who had a life-or-death enmity with Bai Hao. Although not all Bai family members were like this, and the branches were also anxious, most were not overly worried. Firstly, they were not from the main branch, and moreover, they had no enmity with Bai Hao. Secondly, they did not participate in the pursuit of Bai Hao. Even when they stormed the giant ghost city during the rebellion, they were not among the clansmen who pursued Bai Xiaochun. All of this is orchestrated by the main branch. Whether it's the clan chief or the elders who attack Bai Hao, they are all from the main branch. Therefore, the Bai family now clearly distinguishes between the main branch and the sub-branches. From afar, one can see the main branch surrounded, with members of the sub-branches on all sides, silently and coldly staring at the Bai family's main branch members. Among them are the Bai family's clan chief, the Grand Madam, the Great Elder of the Punishment Hall, several other elders, and over 1,000 clan members, their faces pale and despairing. They weren't unwilling to flee, but the world was vast, yet there was nowhere for them to hide. Furthermore, their hatred for Bai Hao was already well known to everyone. Since returning from Giant Ghost City, Bai Xiaochun's rise and the various forces flattering him had set their sights on the Bai family. Especially after Bai Xiaochun was appointed Grand Steward, he secretly arranged for forces everywhere to suppress the Bai family, paying even more attention to them. He even openly and secretly blockaded the Bai family, ensuring that unless the Bai family broke through the encirclement, no one could escape. And once they broke through, it first required the unanimous consent of all Bai family members. Secondly, the Giant Ghost King had no intention of dealing with the three major families yet. Once they broke through, they would certainly be annihilated. The Bai family wasn't as solid as steel. There were already cracks in their defenses, so there was no way they could reach a consensus, hence the delay. Most importantly, the elders and members of the Bai family's branch clans understood that they absolutely had to give Bai Hao justice. If the main branch escaped, Bai Hao would be enraged and take revenge on the branch clans. Whether for themselves or for the Bai family, the main branch clan would be pushed forward to quell Bai Hao's anger. Currently, the Bai family is completely silent. The members of the branch clan are restrained, and the main lineage trembles. Among them are many servants, including a maid who had previously mocked Bai Xiaochun, and an old man who was the steward who reprimanded Bai Xiaochun. Each of them had once disliked and bullied Bai Hao. Now they are desperate, especially the Bai family patriarch. His face is pale, his heart bitter. Previously, while defending the city, the half-god soul explosion had caused half of his body to disappear, his cultivation nearly collapsing. Only after using the Bai family's secret treasure did he recover, but now, as time passes, his face becomes even more ferocious. Beside him, the Grand Madam's face is devoid of color. When she looks up at the sky, the fear in her eyes cannot mask the deep-seated hatred. If anyone among them hated Bai Hao the most, it was this Lady Tai. Similarly, she was also the most frightened and desperate. She could never have foreseen that the Bai family, after paying such a high price, would ultimately fail, and that Bai Hao would rise to prominence so quickly. The entire Bai family fell silent. Among the surrounding crowd was a beautiful woman, her expression a mixture of reluctance and complexity. She occasionally looked up at the distant sky. This woman was the fifth young lady, and even she hadn't imagined Bai Hao would hold such a high position. Also among the crowd was an old man, seemingly the leader of the various clan elders. This old man was the Grand Elder of the Law Hall, his expression filled with emotion. He recalled the scene of Bai Xiaochun's rebellion against the Bai family, a memory that flashed before his eyes even with his eyes closed. What a pity the true Kilin son of the Bai family, the old man sighed. Although he was a Grand Elder, he dared not disobey the Patriarch's orders. He could only refrain from participating in or attacking Bai Hao. At that moment, the elders of the Law Hall and the Punishment Hall changed their expressions. The other elders and the Patriarch of the Bai family gasped for breath. A thunderous explosion echoed from afar in the sky, followed immediately by a terrifying killing intent that enveloped the horizon. Here they are. Someone spoke, and the entire Bai family became extremely tense. In their tension, they looked up and immediately saw Bai Xiaochun, accompanied by boundless dark clouds and terrifying aura, flying towards them. Tens of thousands of soul cultivators were heading towards the Bai family. Bai Xiaochun walked slowly, each step like a dagger piercing the heart of the main branch of the Bai family. The faces of the main branch members turned pale, devoid of any color. The Bai family patriarch's body trembled, and the resentment in the eyes of the Grand Madam turned into fear. I don't like killing people, but there are times when I clearly don't like it. Yet I still have to for myself, for others, right or wrong. Bai Xiaochun roared, "Kill!" After speaking, Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand and pointed at the main branch of the Bai family, which was surrounded by the branch clans. As he pointed downwards, Bai Xiaochun remained standing as before, but Chen Hai beside him unleashed a terrifying aura of killing intent. "Yes, Grand Steward!" Chen Hai roared, his voice laced with bloodlust, his footsteps echoing as he strode straight into the Bai family. Tens of thousands of soldiers behind him also unleashed their killing intent. Dozens of soul cultivators, nascent soul cultivators, and soul refining masters followed the main army. All the powerful figures charged straight towards the Bai family. The slaughter was extremely sudden, yet within everyone's expectations. It came without warning, like a torrential downpour, arriving unexpectedly. "Bai Hao, you rebellious son," the Bai family patriarch wailed tragically. He hadn't anticipated such decisive action from the other party, who disregarded any other considerations, even his father's. He had originally intended to use words to persuade the other party to bow his head and admit his mistake, to acknowledge that the other party was from the Bai family. Regardless of the circumstances, whether for the Bai family or for himself, he would let this matter pass for now. If there was an opportunity later, he would think of a way to take revenge, but now all his plans had failed. Bai Xiaochun decisively swung his saber down. Amidst the shouts and screams, Chen Hai and his group charged forward, their desperate cries, pleas for mercy, and even screams echoing incessantly in Bai Xiaochun's ears. Bai Xiaochun remained suspended in midair, gazing up at the sky. No one knew what he was thinking, but if Li Qingou or Bai Xiaochun's senior brother, the sect master, were here, they would surely be startled to see that Bai Xiaochun was different from before. His nature hadn't changed, but his methods and approaches to certain matters had gradually altered. On the ground, the clan members remained silent, neither stopping nor assisting, simply watching quietly. The fifth young lady and the grand elder of the Dharma Hall were all the same. The main branch members of the Bai family cried out in despair and anguish. The maidservants, who had once humiliated Bai Xiaochun, were spitting blood in despair, their chests pierced by blades. And the steward, his eyes filled with hopeless despair. Every clansman who had once humiliated Bai Hao, under the methods of Chen and his group, could not resist, and all fell. Even the elders of the main branch, those who had previously pursued outside the city or attacked within the city, were now struggling in desperation. Four elders roared, trying to escape. "Shoot the arrows!" Chen Hai sneered, shouting. At that moment, tens of thousands of soul cultivators standing outside looked up, each holding a long bow and firing tens of thousands of arrows into the sky. The four fleeing elders screamed in agony, their souls scattered. Bai Xiaochun did not interfere. He continued to gaze at the sky. When the main lineage was almost completely wiped out, the elder of the punishment hall laughed bitterly. Having been killed by Chen Hai and two other nascent soul cultivators working together, only the White family patriarch remained of the main lineage's nascent soul cultivator. Looking at the countless corpses around him, and the tragic fate of the elder of the punishment hall, the White family patriarch trembled like a madman, looking up to the sky and howling. Ignoring his injuries, he transformed into a beam of light and flew towards Bai Xiaochun. "Rebellious son, even if I die, I will perish with you." The White family patriarch roared with madness. As he charged forward, many nascent soul cultivators blocked his path, and the two sides clashed in midair. Desperate to fight to the death, the White family patriarch carved a bloody path, his body covered in blood. Seeing that he was still 100 feet away from Bai Xiaochun, his eyes filled with madness as he charged forward. Many nascent soul cultivators attacked. Boom! 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 The explosion echoed in all directions. The scene was utterly tragic. The White family patriarch spat out fresh blood, his eyes fixed 50 meters away from Bai Xiaochun. He trembled, his life force extinguished, his chest caved in, his nascent soul shattered, and the light in his eyes dimmed. He was on his last legs. Even if he didn't continue fighting, he wouldn't live for many more seconds. But he frantically took step after step towards Bai Xiaochun. "Let him come here." The surrounding soul cultivators with nascent souls were frustrated and embarrassed, about to continue attacking, but Bai Xiaochun's voice made them stop. Bai Xiaochun's gaze swept up and down from the sky. He remembered Bai Hao's death and slowly lowered his head to look at the approaching White family patriarch. "Do you regret it, Bai Hao? He was also your son." Bai Xiaochun asked. "I regret it. I regret letting your mother die so abruptly back then. I should have tortured her to death. I regret it even more. After you were born, I should have strangled you immediately." The White family patriarch had gone mad. His last glimmer of life gave way to a maniacal laugh, the light in his eyes fading. His laughter still echoed, but his body fell to the ground. The White family patriarch breathed his last. The members of the White family clan watched in silence. their heads bowed, their thoughts a jumble of complex emotions, perhaps sorrowful or profound. In the square, besides the corpse, only one person remained standing, the Grand Madame. Her body was stained with fresh blood, trembling, her eyes filled with a vengeful, maniacal laugh. "Your mother is a slut. You are a bastard. Come here, you hate me, don't you kill me. I only regret not killing you when I sent someone earlier." She was destined to die. The nascent soul cultivators who attacked knew the immense hatred between the white family patriarch and the Grand Madame, so they restrained themselves, sparing her and leaving her for Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun ignored the enraged Madame Tai and said to Chen Hai, "The assassins sent by Madame Tai are not just one person. I want this list." After saying this, Bai Xiaochun took a step and vanished into thin air, reappearing in the dilapidated courtyard of the Bai family. The small courtyard was overgrown with weeds, and on the ground lay a few wooden toys that had fallen into the grass, rotting and broken. Not far away was a well. Bai Xiaochun stood there, silent for a long time before sighing. "Old madam, I have avenged Bai Hao and your grudge." Bai Xiaochun waved his right hand, and the weeds around him disappeared, and the toys turned to dust. Dust to dust. Having done this, Bai Xiaochun left. Before leaving, his gaze fell on Miss Wu, who also looked up at him. After their eyes met, Bai Xiaochun spoke. "Sister Wu, you should become the Bai family's clan leader. The clan elder will assist you." The clan elder of the Dharma Hall looked at Bai Xiaochun with emotion, nodded, and then bowed to Miss Wu. Soon, the clan members awakened from their bloodshed, each trembling as they bowed to Miss Wu. Bai Xiaochun left, taking with him the Bai family's millennia-old secrets. On the way back to Giant Ghost City, his mood was calm. Chen Hai glanced at Bai Xiaochun before speaking. "We've obtained the list. The Grand Madame has committed suicide. Trouble the Heavenly Marquis. Bring me the heads of those on the list in 3 days," Bai Xiaochun said. Chen Hai nodded solemnly. Soon, the group returned to Giant Ghost City. Upon their return, the news of Bai Xiaochun's massacre of the main branch of the Bai family spread throughout the city. Countless people gasped in shock, but it wasn't unexpected. Deep down, they understood even more clearly how vicious and ruthless Bai Hao was. This killing was like establishing a new dynasty. Bai Xiaochun's reputation in Giant Ghost City was extremely illustrious, and his fame spread far and wide. All the powerful figures understood that the Bai family's main branch's reputation was currently built on the prestige of the Bai family's chief steward. His favor was immense, second only to the emperor and above tens of thousands. Even a celestial being like Wu Jinggong, though his cultivation was high, was still overshadowed by Bai Xiaochun's reputation. After all, his status in the Giant Ghost King's heart was not equal to Bai Xiaochun's. After returning to Giant Ghost City, Bai Xiaochun composed himself, recovering from the despondency he felt at the Bai family's time. He didn't like killing, but having experienced such things in Bai Hao's name, he felt wronged and angry on Bai Hao's behalf. Therefore, he wanted to take charge for Bai Hao, wanting Bai Hao to bear all the consequences while he was still alive, making it the price the Bai family had to pay, even if it meant ordering the extermination of the Bai family's main branch. With a calm heart, after returning to the mansion, Bai Xiaochun was dazzled by the piles of treasures before him. His breathing quickened, and his eyes shone brightly. Even though he wasn't a greedy person, and he considered wealth to be external possessions, facing a fortune that ordinary people couldn't accumulate in 10,000 lifetimes, his restless heart still pounded. Countless vengeful spirits, countless soul elixirs, a celestial human soul, and countless spirit-refining artifacts. After his gaze swept over everything, his eyes stopped. What moved him was the secret treasure of the 3 great families. The Tai family's jade spirit statue, the Chen family, and the Bai family all possessed their own secret treasures. Among them, the Chen family's treasure was a red jade vase containing a drop of fresh blood, said to be able to help vengeful spirits recover their past life memories, regain sentience, and become ghost cultivators. This kind of rare treasure is extremely unusual. It's as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn throughout the entire savage wilderness. According to the Chen family's preparations, this item was originally intended to prevent the Chen family's ancestor from reaching the demigod realm, thus ending his lifespan. They planned to use it to transform him into a demonic cultivator to protect the Chen family. Unfortunately, the Chen family's ancestors' rebellion failed, and he was imprisoned, rendering all preparations futile. As for the Bai family's secret treasure, it's the 7-colored lotus platform, which originally contained 7 lotus seeds, but now only to remain. This item is even more miraculous. As long as one is still alive, no matter how severely injured or ravaged their body, eating one lotus seed can revive them, their body growing back like new. The Bai family's patriarch and ancestor recovered from their severe injuries thanks to these lotus seeds. Any one of these 3 secret treasures is enough to cause a sensation, demonstrating the immense wealth of the 3 great families. The 3 great families are truly incredibly rich. Bai Xiaochun licked his lips. He held a jade slip and examined the fire refining formulas of the 3 great families, from single-colored flames to 17-colored flames. He couldn't find the formula for 18-colored flames. He searched all 3 families but couldn't find it. After investigating, Bai Xiaochun realized that the 3 great families didn't possess the formula for 18-colored flames. In fact, not only the 3 great families, but even in the entire savage wilderness, soul-refining families possessing 18-colored flame formulas were extremely rare. Well, I'll just have to find another opportunity later. Maybe I can deduce it using Bai Hao's method. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. He looked at the countless treasures before him, not discouraged by not finding the formula for 18-colored flames, but rather even more excited. This time I've really struck it rich. I probably won't be able to use it all in my lifetime. Bai Xiaochun was overjoyed, his face beaming with excitement, gesticulating wildly. He enjoyed house snatching even more. He realized that compared to house snatching, stealing soul fields was just a minor matter. I should do more house snatching in the future, Bai Xiaochun mused, then suddenly frowned in unease. No, that's too much treasure. If I swallow it all alone, it will make others envious. I guess the giant ghost king wouldn't be happy either. Bai Xiaochun hesitated, then made a decision upon seeing the treasure before him. External possessions are good, but one's life is paramount. The more Bai Xiaochun thought about it, the more he understood. Suddenly, he remembered the time at the Great Wall when he encountered that city lord. Remembering the city lord's actions, Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up. He waved his sleeve, took some treasure, and went outside. After a busy period, at sunset, Bai Xiaochun adjusted his breathing and went straight to the giant ghost king's palace atop the statue. He arrived outside the palace and bowed, requesting an audience. His voice echoed into the main hall. Bai Hao requests an audience with the king. The palace was completely silent. Bai Xiaochun waited outside, and after about half an incense stick's worth of time, a low voice responded, "Come in." Bai Xiaochun sighed. While waiting for half an incense stick's worth of time, he pondered uncertainly, muttering to himself that the giant ghost king was too fond of playing the game of imperial manipulation. He patted the giant ghost king on the head, feeling a sense of nostalgia and sentimentality. Unfortunately, this kind of provocation could only be buried deep in his heart. Even with 10,000 livers, he wouldn't dare. Now, hearing the giant ghost king summon him, Bai Xiaochun withdrew his thoughts, a fawning smile on his face. He entered the royal palace and saw the giant ghost king seated majestically on his throne. "You're back. You've had quite a harvest this time." The giant ghost king's expression betrayed no emotion. His words were ambiguous, making it impossible to discern whether he was pleased or displeased. Bai Xiaochun was nervous, fearful, and suspicious. He realized that after the giant ghost king recovered his cultivation, he was truly terrifying, always giving him the feeling that saying the wrong thing would result in beheading. Given the giant ghost king's demeanor, Bai Xiaochun devised a plan to counter him. His expression became excited, and he felt even more reverent and respectful towards the giant ghost king. As the king predicted, these 3 great families are incredibly wealthy, possessing countless vengeful spirits, soul elixirs, magical artifacts, and all sorts of other items. The 3 great families are unwilling to hand them over, so they even tried to deceive me. They don't know that I had already figured it out long ago. When I paid my respects to the king, I was enveloped in a surging, ocean-like royal favor, as if aided by a divine being. With just a glance, I saw through their intentions and even found where they hid their secret treasures. Bai Xiaochun spoke, his words implying that he was entirely fortunate to have the giant ghost king. The giant ghost king's face was expressionless, but his eyes held a hint of helplessness. He glanced at Bai Xiaochun, clearly resisting Bai Xiaochun's flattery, though inwardly he greatly enjoyed it. Leaving aside the Chen and Bai families, the secret treasure of the Tai family is truly astonishing. It's a jade statue over 10 feet tall, incredibly miraculous, earth-shattering, radiating a dazzling light, and emanating an overwhelming spiritual or extremely rare in the savage wilderness. Bai Xiaochun glanced at the giant ghost king, speaking excitedly. Just taken out, the dense spiritual energy covers a radius of 1,000 feet. This is a family heirloom treasure. It can help people accelerate their cultivation. Bai Xiaochun exaggerated, gesturing with both hands to describe the jade statue as a unique treasure of the world. As you say, it is indeed a good treasure. The giant ghost king frowned upon hearing this. Although he hadn't seen the jade statue, he had heard of similar treasures. Even so, his expression remained unchanged. Bai Xiaochun continued to carefully observe the giant ghost king. After observing the giant ghost king's demeanor, Bai Xiaochun took a few steps and spoke in a low voice. I have placed the jade statue in your private courtyard. Please enjoy it at your leisure when you return. Hearing Bai Xiaochun's words, the giant ghost king was also slightly startled. His gaze towards Bai Xiaochun gradually softened into a smile. This was the first time he had smiled so gently at Bai Xiaochun in the royal palace, truly because Bai Xiaochun's arrangements pleased him, and his eyes showed admiration. This little rascal, he knows his limits. Not only is he capable, but he also doesn't monopolize things. He even knows how to guess other people's intentions. The giant ghost king muttered to himself, his gaze towards Bai Xiaochun becoming even more pleasing. As if thinking of something, the giant ghost king's heart warmed and he coughed. That's right, I heard before that the patriarch of the Chen family has boundless good fortune. His wife is a beauty of unparalleled charm and possesses a rare and exceptional physique. Before the giant ghost king could finish, Bai Xiaochun cursed inwardly, but showed no emotion on his face. He smiled and said, Your Majesty, Mrs. Chen has also been brought to your private residence. You can enjoy her at your leisure when you return. Upon hearing this, the giant ghost king slammed his hand on the railing of his throne, his eyes blazing with anger as he roared, How dare you! That Lady Chen is the wife of the Chen family's patriarch. I, as a heavenly king and a dignified demigod, would never do such a thing. If this gets out, how will the people of the world view me? By how, you fool, immediately take Lady Chen back. The giant ghost king was furious, his eyes filled with disappointment at Bai Xiaochun's lack of progress. He glared at Bai Xiaochun, as if threatening to personally punish him if he didn't bring Lady Chen back. Bai Xiaochun felt wronged, silently cursing the giant ghost king for his shamelessness. He stared at the giant ghost king, remaining motionless despite the king's anger, still not leaving. Seeing Bai Xiaochun's reaction, the giant ghost king slammed his hand on the throne again and shouted. Bai Xiaochun's expression was one of distress, and instead of flattering him, he sighed. Your Highness, rest assured. This matter is known only to heaven, earth, you and me. No third party will know. Currently, rumors are circulating that I am fond of her, that I abducted Madame Chen and even forced the Chen family patriarch to his death. Therefore, no one knows she is in your villa. Bai Xiaochun sighed, looking at the giant ghost king, his expression revealing a hint of, Stop pretending. No one knows. The giant ghost king's eyes widened, but he lacked the strength to do so. He thought Bai Hao would continue his usual flattery, hoping he would eventually confess, but he didn't expect the other party to directly clarify. Especially with that intensely wronged expression, the giant ghost king chuckled awkwardly. He understood Bai Xiaochun's reputation had been damaged, but no matter what, this meant even fewer people would know the truth. The giant ghost king felt relieved and pleased, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Bai Xiaochun. He found Bai Hao even more pleasing to the eye, and felt that this young man had done a great job, even feigning disappointment. Forget it. This can't be done this way next time. The giant ghost king sighed, seemingly reluctantly. Bai Xiaochun's face twitched a few times, his eyes meeting the giant ghost king's, his expression unchanged. There are only the two of us here. Don't pretend anymore. The giant ghost king also understood the meaning in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. The two stared at each other, and after a long while, the giant ghost king felt increasingly uneasy. He cleared his throat and said, The position of chief steward is just a title. How about this? I will appoint you as the giant ghost supervisor. You can investigate signs of rebellion in Giant Ghost City. You can execute first and report later. No one can investigate," the giant Ghost King said, waving his sleeve. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up. The fact that the supervising envoy was undetectable excited him.